Hello everyone and welcome to the Croft circuit for this two-day Caterham BRSCC race meeting. So much great entertainment coming your way this afternoon and tomorrow as well, with a whole host of Caterham Motorsport Championships racing here this weekend. We've also got the 6th round of the Fun Cup Endurance Championship, and tomorrow we're joined by the BRSCC's latest series, the Nankang Tyre's CityCar Cup, which is enjoying a phenomenal debut season. The cars behind me are those competing in the Caterham 310R Championship. We've got Harry Cook on the pole position. Pete Walters, the championship leader, only third on the grid though. Harry is his nearest championship rival, so this could be a really significant round of the championship. Andy McEwen down here in the assembly area. Up in the commentary box though, watching all of the action, is Scott Woodward. Scott, over to you.
Yes, thank you very much, Andy, and good morning, everybody. Welcome to not only Croft Circuit here trackside, but also on the BRSCC live stream as well. We're looking forward to 2 days of fantastic racing, as Andy said, and we are getting ready to start racing here with our first of our 4 Caterham Championships that are competing this weekend. The first of which is the Caterham 310R Championship, which is the fastest Caterhams that you'll see all weekend. And they're going to be heading out for their first of their half-an-hour races to get things underway. So as the car make their way around onto the formation lap for round to the grid for their first race, we have to give you the grid for them very shortly. But just to recap these cars, these are essentially the same cars that you would find that have been going up through from the Academy all the way up through Roadsport, 270s and into that 310R Championship. This is the ultimate evolution of what starts out as a Caterham Academy race car, and these cars carry a 1.6 litre Caterham Ford Sigma engine, around about 152 brake horsepower. They feature a limited slip diff and Avon ZZS track tyres. They weigh about 620 kilograms, and they are pretty rapid little bits of kit. Of course, the Caterham's been around for decades. It's been one of those refined small kit cars that's been building and building into its own right, and Caterham now as a brand has now become so strong that it has plenty of international bases, lots of international dealers, and in many cases always provides some great racing up and down the order. So as the cars then make their way around onto the round of the grid, we will now be able to give you how they sit as they come round for this first race of the weekend. And looking at the grid, it's set to be Harry Cook that will start in pole position. He took pole by quite a margin, by almost about over 3.4 of a second from David Yates on the front row of the grid. So it'll be Harry Cook and David Yates who will line up on the front row. David Yates, one of his better qualifying performances, starting in second place. The second row of the grid is Pete Walters, and he will start. He's the current championship leader coming into the weekend. He will start alongside Lars Hoffman. And Lars, who has been a 2-time champion in the last 2 seasons. He was Roadsport champion in 2019 and 270R champion in 2020, and now he'll be looking to try and, he's been trying to push on to try and get up there as high as he can, but he's currently sat at the moment, coming into the weekend on drop scores with 108 points in 8th, whereas the leader, Pete Walters, is on 144 after drop scores. So the second row is Pete Walters and Lars Alexander Hoffman. Third row is Andy Lees in car number 2, and Lewis Thompson, who pretty much has been the driver to watch out for, because he's been charging his way up through the field, and that's the car to watch out for. Only qualifying 6th, so he's making some real progress up the order with some fantastic race victories in recent times. Row 4 is Harry Landy, and he will start alongside James Wingfield on the 4th row. Then it's Jeff Price and Gary Curtis who will round out the top 10. Andrew Murgatroyd on the 6th row then comes next alongside Douglas Christie, followed by Stephen Metcalf and Dave Bullock, then Chris Welch and Sam Bailey, and then Henry Williams, who will start at the back of the grid after he had an off in qualifying on his very first flying lap. He won't thank me for reminding me of that one, and he will start from the back after getting out there and doing 3 laps to get himself towards the grid. So looks like we're going to get racing this time by some lap out of assembly, lap out of the pits. The green flag has flown, which means we should be ready to get our first Caterham race of the weekend underway. The 5-second board is up, and it will be a sprint down to turn 1 between Harry Cook and David Yates, so who can win the whole shot into Clairvaux for the first time. We're away and racing here at Croft. A cracking start from the outside, the front row from David Yates. They head down towards Clairvaux for the first time. They will be side by side, and Yates has got a fly as he heads down towards the right-hander. So Yates that leads, Hoffman's up to second place. Around the outside goes Pete Walters up to third. Big tail slide there between Harry Cook. 2 cars already off in the background. One is Andy Lees. The other one is, I think that's Jeff Price. So both Jeff Price and Andy Lees have got involved up at the first few corners, but they turn their way through Hawthorns up to the S's for the first time, and it is going to be the car of David Yates, but Lars Hoffman's charging along and looking to try and go down the outside to make a move into Tower Bend. So Hoffman, already with the slipstream down towards the right-hander, has got through. Andy Lees is limping with damage to his left rear. Here comes Pete Walters to the outside for second place. So after a great start for David Yates, he's down to third already and could lose more places because Harry Cook and co are going to try and get onto his tail as quick as possible. So out of Tower Corner, up for the Jim Clark S's for the first time. Looks like Hoffman's got the advantage, but Walters is there in second. Of course, Walters, as we said, comes into the weekend leading by 13 points on drop score, so he's going to try and get as many points as he can because we're into that crucial point of the championship now. We've got this weekend and 2 more, particularly at Snetterton, and then we have Cadwell Park to finish off the season. And this is going to be where it's all critical to score those vital points because drop scores will come into play in those last couple of rounds, and it really can make the difference between winning the championship or find yourself back down the order. Into the complex for the first time. It's Hoffman that leads, Walters second. It's then third place for David Yates. Fourth up there is now Lewis Thompson. He's certainly not one to watch out for. He's in the sort of orangey, sort of brownie, iridescent coloured car in fourth position. Wide there for Pete Walters on the exit of the hairpin, and straight back through has gone David Yates in second place. But there are yellow flags, double wave yellows. It might be possible for the stranded car of Andy Lees because we saw that car was struggling earlier on, so he might be in trouble. Hoffman leads the way though. Yates is currently in second place, but he's so Yates came across the line in second place. Walters has got back through by the time they turned in through Clairvaux and Hawthorns. Thompson's into fourth, Cook is fifth, but it's Wingfield, Landy, Murgatroyd, Sam Bailey, who's in his first Caterham racing weekend, I believe this weekend. He's an ex-Mazda racer. And then Douglas Christie rounds up the top 10 as they head down the back straight and towards Tower Bend for the first time. And so the yellow flags, I think, have now been cleared. So, Andy Lees has gone past the pits with his left front wing sort of ajar on the front of his car. So watch out for that as he comes past. It might fall off. If it doesn't, he might get a black and orange mechanical flag as a warning for one of the damage that he's carrying at the moment. Through Jim Clark S's for the second time. Hoffman tried to extend the advance. He was nearly 5.5 tenths ahead of what was then David Yates at that point in time. But they race off towards the back of the circuit and now out towards the corners of Sunny In and Sunny Out. And now they make their way onto that back straight, back towards the complex for the second time. This leading group of about 6 or 7 cars is quite close. Harry Landy's at the back of that, and now we're looking here. And Andrew Murgatroyd being chased down by Sam Bailey. So Sam Bailey in that sort of black car with the martini stripes down the side, making decent progress in one of his first few Caterham races. As I say, made his name in Mazdas, as is also his son Jake Bailey. So good to see Sam back out in another small sports car, making his Caterham debut this weekend. So onto the pit straight now for the end of lap number 2, and it's Hoffman that leads still, but now he's got Pete Walters in the slipstream to try and close him down on the run towards Clairvaux to start lap 3. So fast and frantic at this first point in time, and of course it's going to be tricky for these drivers because they qualified in essentially bone dry conditions. We have had that small sprinkling of rain. It's now down the inside where Pete Walters tried to make it stick, ran wide on the exit, and Hoffman went straight through on the undercut, so back into second place. It might have killed his momentum a little bit, but now as Thompson's now up into third place past Yates, he'll be trying to charge through. He's been doing the winning all through the last few races of the season. Past couple of meetings, it's been all about Lewis Thompson, and he's not hanging around. He's got past David Yates. Now he's looking to the inside for second place, up past Pete Walters, underbrakes into Tower Corner, and he makes the move 6. So Lewis Thompson really isn't hanging around here. He's up to second place and already coming up to challenge the current, at the moment, double defending champion. As we said, he was Hoffman was Roadsport champion in 2019 and 270R champion in 2020. He's got quite a mountain to climb on these last few metres if he wants to try and make it 3 on the bounce. As David Yates now tries to make an attack on Pete Walters, who, quite frankly, can't afford to keep on losing positions like this if he wants to try and keep on to his lead. Of course, those drop scores that will come into play might help if he starts to gain points back if he has worse results. But we'll have to take a look at those in a second as the race continues to develop. It's a half-an-hour race, so 30 minutes. And as this race carries on, it might well be this story continues on. Now, Thompson's gone up the inside into the complex past Hoffman. Round the outside at the second part of the complex goes Pete Walters. And also in the blue and black car, that's David Yates, who started on the front row. He might try to get himself involved. Walters tries to elbow him out wide over the curb and just about holds on, and Yates will try and get the run off the corner as well. He's swarming over the back of Hoffman. I think possibly missed a gear because he's lost out of place to the Yates, and also now to Harry Cook as they come down the pit straight. And what was Andy McHugh in a lead briefly for Lars Hoffman is seen tumble from first down to fifth in the space of a single lap. That's how quickly it can change in Caterham racing, as we both well know.
Dear me, and it continues to change there as they head through Clairvaux once again. It's getting a bit frisky out there at the moment, isn't it? That was the number 21 of Harry Landy, the green car, coming out on top of that ahead. of number 13, which was Wingfield, James Wingfield. This battle going on behind that lead group. I think part of this sort of slightly jumbled start to the race, Scott, has been because of the weather conditions. It's definitely a bit drizzly out there at the moment, and that will make this circuit quite slippery. The lead battle comes out through Tower Corner, and these four of them really tripping over each other. I don't think anyone really wants to lead, though, because if you're leading as the conditions worsen, you're the first to discover just how slippery it is, and you can see there the rain on the camera lens, so it's definitely getting tricky out there.
Yeah, definitely affected the Roadsport competitors when they were out there for qualifying just now before the racing got underway. So those guys know exactly what that's about. But I'm surprised it wasn't a slight possible. I think the conditions didn't deteriorate enough for it to be a 2 green flag laps rather than just the 1. But as they head down towards the complex, and certainly seems to be adapting okay. It looks like whatever rain we did have has abated for the moment. But as we said, Pete Walters back into the lead, and Lewis Thompson here is in a bit of an unusual position because the last couple of meetings, he's really been the one that's been dominating so far. But Pete Walters back on form. It's interesting to see that now that he's back in the mix, then Thompson's got to do the chasing, where effectively Thompson's been the one that's had everyone chasing him in the last couple of meetings. Yeah,
most definitely. Speaking of chasing, Harry Landy there, having got into 5th place at the start of that lap, has already bridged the gap to the leaders. So we've got no longer a 4-car fight for the lead, but about an 8 or 9-car one as they dive through the first couple of corners once again. Side by side in the background there, as a move had just been completed by number 84, Andrew Murgatroyd there, who's shed his right rear wing, it would seem, in his attempts to defend that position from number 73, which is Sam Bailey, who started on the back row of the grid. So Bailey coming through nicely. The leaders are side by side again, are they? Heading down towards the braking zone. Thompson's back through into the race lead then. Walters defending his inside line. Poles it to Harry Cook round the outside. And that was very, very close between he and the number 15 of David Yates, who slots back in line in 4th position. Typical Caterham racing this, though, isn't it, really? They're going to stay this close together, I would imagine, for most of the next 20 minutes. And it's only really that last couple of laps where they'll be pushing hard to get to the front. Thompson, though, leading strongly at the moment.
Yeah, you're not wrong. This is pretty much Caterham racing from start to finish in these races. Usually everyone gets into a pack, stays there, and as they start to fight more and more, the cars behind start to latch on and make that leading group bigger and bigger. Now, Hoffman, who's been dropped back a little bit, he is now, I think, once again behind Wingfield. He's coming back into the complex, and he is now behind Wingfield at this point. So he's down to 7th place. At one point he was in the leads. At the back of this group now in the red and white car number 70. And again, as I mentioned, if these first few cars start to continue fighting, it's going to bring the second group of cars behind, thereby Andrew Murgatroyd back into the mix. He will bring with him Bailey, Christie, Price and Curtis, which means it's not just a 7-car trip we've got here, it could be more than 10 in this league group, and it's not uncommon that they start to fight amongst each other, and it becomes like NASCAR when they have tandem drafting, and that bigger patch should be intriguing. Looking down the outside from the lead there was Lewis Thompson to get past Walters. He defended it nicely on the inside through Clairvaux and up through Hawthorns, but now here comes Harry Cook on the tail of the 79s. They come up through towards the S's, and at the moment David Yates is doing a fine defensive job from Harry Landy and James Wingfield, who seems to have found quite a bit of pace this season into 6th position, and he's dropping Lars Hoffman. So Hoffman seems to be maybe not loving these slightly greasy conditions, but also the setup might not be treating him well and might have been a bit rocked after he lost 5 positions in one lap.
Harry Cook there around the outside to the lead from 3rd position going out of the chicane, but then disappears, does he? Down at yes, he's gone off. Harry Cook has gone off at Tower Corner. He got into Tower as the leader, but he came out very, very wide over the grass. So perhaps the slippery conditions catching the number 9 car out, and he's fallen right to the back now of this pack. That puts Thompson back in the lead, Walters 2nd, and Yates now, David Yates, the blue car, number 15, into 3rd place. But that is a disaster for Harry Cook then, 2nd in the points coming into this weekend, and he'd just taken the lead. He'd taken advantage of a mistake for Pete Walters coming out of the chicane. That backed up Thompson, gave Cook the run, but then so easy to miss your braking point down at Tower. It's really fast, it's slightly downhill, it's a very bumpy braking zone as well, and that little mistake for Harry Cook, I reckon, has dropped him outside of the top half dozen now.
That's the hairpin. Thompson now will try and make the sprint down towards Clairvaux with Walters in his slipstream as they head down there. Now Lars Hoffman's got, but his front left wing's been dislodged. It's going to have to fall off by itself. Otherwise, he might get a black and orange flag by the clerk of the course for possibly having a piece of bodywork that could cause a problem for other drivers around him. There's a scrap going on between Harry Landy and the green car number 21 and the sort of orangey red and yellow car of James Wingfield. Lars Hoffman stayed with them as they turned through, so this is now, of course, battle for 5th, 6th and 7th after Harry Cook dropped back to 8th position after his off at Tower Corner. But the leaders, as they run wide and exit the S's, using all the track and a little bit more than they might be allowed, as Thompson now fires it up the inside into Tower, but Waters breaks that a little bit later, just trying to hold on as best he can as he turns in. So this should be quite intriguing as they turn back into the right-hand and back down, but now they're side by side on the exit. A better run off Tower Corner allows not only Thompson to get through, but look at the way David Yates was side by side heading into Jim Clark-Esses. They were very close just outside our commentary box window, but Yates quite smartly, I think, Andy, backed out of that before there was quite possibly something that I didn't really want to think about.
Yeah, that would not likely have ended well. Running side by side through the Jim Clark-Esses is not advisable, especially with still 19 minutes and 40 seconds to go. There is absolutely no point in sending it with a wild move like that at this stage. On the final lap, maybe, but right now, better to keep your powder dry so they come back through the complex then. 4 of them for the lead again now, because Harry Landy has definitely reeled them in a little bit, and Harry Landy has not yet had a podium this season, has he? In fact, this is by far his best showing so far in 2021. The green car there in 4th place. He's just struggling to keep in touch with the leaders, but once those top 3 start fighting again, which is imminent, I would say, he seems to close back in again. So Harry Landy for the podium, that would be a good story, wouldn't it?
You do find often drivers that are having the opportunities where they'll get a chance to get themselves in the pack and haven't quite had that first podium or that first win, but they just stick in that lead pack there or thereabouts and try to find an opportunity to try and pounce and try and get themselves a little bit of glory for their own. They come out of the S's now onto the back straight, and again, a couple of cars running a little bit wide as they all start to close in, and now we see Yates has got a double toe from Walters and Thompson as those two start to go into combat again. Walters fires it back down the outside, but Thompson, ever defiant on the brakes on the inside, holds on, but we know how strong the undercut is on the exit of that corner. Yates is trying to come back at Walters. He's trying to put himself just about alongside as they come up towards the S's. We're looking back there, I think that's Jeff Price getting involved there with Sam Bailey as they come up through the Jim Clark S's again, and they're side by side almost with the leaders. Walters gets right onto the tail underneath the roll cage of Lewis Thompson, back through Barcroft and up towards Sunny in and Sunny out. So Thompson back in that lead position, but not as commanding as we've seen in the last few races, and that's crucial particularly if Walters wants to keep himself in touch to hold on to his championship lead, but also if Thompson wants to keep himself in contention to potentially steal this championship, and he's not that far away on drop scores, but actually he leads on drop scores, forgive me. They were a little bit sort of jumbled up, so Thompson leads by 7 points from Walters, so every point that Thompson can take from Walters now gives him a much better chance of getting the title as we come into these last couple of rounds.
The problem for Lewis, though, is that he didn't race at Donington Park the season opener, so he missed those 3 races. Now, they become his 3 dropped scores that all drivers have to make, but that means he can't afford a DNF. Another DNF now, he can't count that as an extra drop score. They're allowed a maximum, well, they all have to drop 3 results. However, his hit rate for race victories this year, Lewis Thompson, has been extraordinary, hasn't it? Every single race that he has entered, 2 at Knock Hill, 2 at Silverstone, 2 at Brands Hatch, he's won them all. So he's on course to keep that unbroken win record going here today. But as you say, he's got slightly stiffer opposition, it would seem. Again, 1 or 2 of the leaders there were a bit wide over the grass. In fact, that looked like it was David Yates maybe who made the mistake, and that will allow, I think, the green machine of Harry Landy to attack for 3rd place. On the outside line he goes. Can he get the job done? No, not quite. Yates fends him off, but that defensive drive now from the blue number 15 car has just allowed the top 2 to escape, and those top 2 are side by side again going into the Jim Clark S's. That looks to me like, well, they're still side by side coming out the other side, and that gap that they had over Yates evaporates immediately. Into 2nd place goes David Yates. What a great example, Scott, of how much time you lose from running side by side. Yates was, what, 3/4 of a second behind them going out of Tower. A corner later, he's into 2nd place.
It's tally-ho time for David Yates at this point. He's absolutely flying at this point. And we saw the opportunity and almost just carved away through, like, excuse me, Peter, out of the way, I'll come through, even if it is at Jim Clark S's. So David Yates is certainly going for it. He's a popular figure in the paddock, and I'm certain that if he does get the victory here, it will certainly be a popular victory amongst everyone, both his competitors and those within Caterham, because he's someone who quite a few people like as a character. He is on the tail of Lewis Thompson as they come out of the hairpin. Now they're going to head down. They're all in with 1 big toe here. The biggest beneficiary of this big toe is going to be Harry Landy. He'll get a triple toe with the 3 cars in front. Whether he can make a pass or not remains to be seen. So they head down towards Clairvaux, possibly in the mix here, but no one's making a move and just keeping the powder dry here. No one was close enough to make that pass, make that dive up the inside to move a little bit further up alongside. They turn up through Hawthorns now for the 10th time in this first race of the weekend for the Caterham 7-3 10-hour championship. Thompson still in command, but David Yates, who we know is very strong off the corners, has got the mother of all runs there to look up the inside line. Look at the way he's got that straight line pace down towards Tower Bend. He's up the inside. Thompson, as he goes deep, he's not going to be able to hold on to this one as they turn in. not only is Yates going to get through, but Waters goes, if you're going to leave the door open, Lewis, I'm just going to come past every single day of the week, and they're going to be side by side again. Ooh, I almost can't watch. Here comes Harry Landy as well. This could be interesting.
Yeah, he is alongside the third, but bails out of it. It's Yates that gets the lead, though, from Lewis Thompson. So David Yates and Lewis Thompson, two part-timers, really. Neither of them have competed in every round this year. David Yates, though, has got one podium to his credit, a third place at Silverstone, yet to win in 2021, but he finds himself at the point now. Also, keep an eye to the car, I think, yes, right on shot there. Harry Cook going up the inside of Harry Landy. So Cook has finally got himself back into this group now after his off at Tower. He's in 6th place as they come through the complex, and he's now starting to think about moving into contention once again. Do not count Harry out of this race. We've still nearly got half of it to go, Scott.
And also, I'd say I wouldn't count out either the guys in 6th and 7th, which is Harry Cook, who is recovering after that off he had earlier on at Tower Bend. And also, this man, Lars Hoffman, he had a bit of an up and down race in this first part, but the second part, he might come a bit stronger now he's in that leading pack. Now there's a, oh, it's up the inside goes David Yates. He's done the move up the inside, under brakes into Clairvaux. Through goes David Yates. So Yates is up into the lead now, the expense of Lewis Thompson, and now it's James Wingfield taking up the mantle, because watch him in 4th position. He's moved past Harry Landy. He's now into that deep inside that top 5 position, and he is now right on the tail of these three. So genuinely, any one of these 7 cars could at least find themselves on the podium, let alone win this race. And that's what makes it so fascinating. 14 minutes to go. There is no telling who the favourite is at this point.
Oh, Yates and Thompson side by side. Every time they arrive at Tower Corner, I'm convinced one of them is about to fire themselves off into the farmer's field, but somehow they all just about get it stopped. Harry Cook, by the looks of it, is into 5th place now, so he's ahead of Harry Landy. So Harry Cook then, second in the points, as we've said, winless so far this year, though, thanks in no short part, I'm sure, to Lewis Thompson's dominance over the last 3 events. But Harry Cook is really looking to try and get that first victory and properly cement his place as a championship contender. That off at Tower didn't help him, but there he is. Look, the number 9 car heads up the back straight towards the complex into the top 5. His next target then is going to be James Wingfield, who started this race 8th, by the way, the red car with the yellow highlights and the yellow roll cage. He's in 4th position now. It really goes to show that qualifying only tells half of the story. Towards the hairpin they go then, seeing very little overtaking into the hairpin so far, because they all know that they can rely on that slipstream down the back straight into Tower to do most of their overtaking. So that is definitely going to be the crucial part of the circuit, I think, on that final lap, Scott.
Yeah, particularly with the potential to try and outbrake your rivals. That's the tight hairpin. Even though it is quite a slow corner, the opportunity for drivers to try and sneak up the inside and make a last-minute dive is always possible, particularly if we're close enough. So definitely watch out for any last-minute moves if we do get them in that last complex before the checkered flag. And of course, there's the long sprint down the pit straight, which, like in Tower Bend, we'll see drivers trying to break the toe as much as possible. We could see a photo finish, as it's always possible in Caterham races, every single time we do get them out on track. 12.5 minutes to go. David Yates is back on the attack. He's now back behind Lewis Thompson now. At the inside of Harry Cook, the recovering Harry Cook has gone James Wingfield. Just got in front of James Wingfield. That was very close. That always made a little bit of touch, the sort of rear end to front nose. And these front noses can dislodge a little bit easier if you get too much, if you bump them too much. But Thompson now back in that lead position. But again, as I said earlier on, not in the dominant position that we've seen in times before. These guys are giving quite the runaround in what's already this exciting first race, and there is still 12 minutes to go, so there's quite a lot that could change and will change if Harry Landy keeps running wide like that, exiting Sunny out as Hoffman goes to tail him down towards the complex. So all sorts going on in these top 7, but so far at the moment Thompson back in front, but Yates and Co are certainly on the prowl, and at any moment, any corner, they could pounce and possibly take it back from him.
I will say though, Lewis is leading the race well, isn't he? You're right, he's not got a big lead, but he is holding the lead lap after lap after lap. Even if he loses it temporarily halfway around the circuit, he always seems to be back in front again by the time they get into that final sequence of corners. So that bodes well for the end of the race. It's very hard to defend a lead usually. Oh, contact for second place, and that's going to disrupt Harry Cook again. That was a real attempt to get up the inside by Pete Walters. Harry Cook now gets elbowed out wide by James Wingfield into Hawthorne corner. That was not Harry's fault, really. Pete Walters launched it up the inside of David Yates. They made contact at Clairvaux, and Harry Cook had nowhere to go, slammed on the brakes to avoid them, and then got a hip and shoulder for Wingfield, and that splits the pack now. Yates somehow survived that in second place, and he and Lewis Thompson now have a gap over Walters third. Wingfield up the inside there for fourth. I think that's Lars Hoffman, isn't it? He was repassing through Tower Corner. And poor old Harry Cook, through no fault of his own, has it all to do again.
Yeah, for the second time already this morning, so must be thinking it's Groundhog Day, thinking, oh, I've been here once before, I'm going to try and do it all again now. So the man who certainly is still in the prime seat, behind Lewis Thompson, that is David Yates, because the one thing they always say in Caterham racing is, ironically, the worst place that you want to be in a Caterham race is in the lead, out of the last corner, on the last lap, because as we both know, there is absolutely no guarantee that you will stay in the lead by the time you get to the checkered flag, if your main rival behind in second is right underneath your roll cage, so to speak. So watch for these two out front if they get to pull away. This could also be a bit of a tactic here as well, because these two might see a chance to work together, because two Caterhams in the air together work better than one, so possibly these could punch quite a bigger hole in the air, and these two could start to draw away, so we could see in these last few 10 minutes or so, Andy, a one-on-one battle for the lead, whilst Pete Walters and Co tries to catch up for third, and they might well get separated and be in their own little individual fight for third, whilst the top two draw away.
Well, the gap at the moment is 1.5 seconds between second and third, but we have a new second place man. It's now Lewis Thompson, so David Yates not working with him, wants to go ahead of him and get back into the lead. You'd have thought David would still be catching his breath after that a heck of a whack that he took at Clervaux a lap ago. How he's still in this race is a bit of a miracle. Not only is he in it though, he's leading the way as they head out to the chicane once again. There's Pete Walters then, his aggressor, in third place. James Wingfield trying to challenge for that position into Tower Corner. Lewis Thompson is back in the lead now. What's going on for third? It is still going to be Walters ahead of Wingfield, but Wingfield has the better exit from Tower and gets to the right-hand side of the road. That will potentially give him a chance to get back through the Jim Clark S's. Has he done it? Yes, he has. So Wingfield then back into third spot now, and fighting hard for it there with Pete Walters, whose car may also have sustained some damage after that contact with David Yates. So Thompson back in front then, Yates second, Wingfield in third position. James Wingfield, I believe, has he had a... Yes, he has had a few podiums, but he's not won a race yet this season. And if he's going to, he needs to really work with Pete Walters here to close back in on the leading two. To the eye though, Scott, I would say the gap between second and third is creeping down again. It was 1.5 seconds at the line. I think it's a bit less than that now.
Well, it might not creep down too much more if Wingfield keeps on battling with Pete Walters, unless he starts to drag the rest of the pack with him. He might just start signaling to Pete, don't fight me, let's go and try and catch the cars in front of us, because if we don't start to work together, they're going to start pulling away. The gap now across the line has gone from what was 1.5 down to 0.7, so I think they have started to get the message a little bit as they come down back towards Clervaux. Lap 15 with about just 8.25 minutes to go. There's Harry Landy then just ahead of Lars Hopper, and then the recovering Harry Cook, who's in that position again for the second time. He's going to do it all again, try and pick his way back through the order as David Yates has now hit the front. So Yates has got past Thompson. That must have been on the exit through Clervaux and Hawthorns, but Thompson will come back at him on the back straight as they come down towards it. You're just seeing there Wingfield. There's the leaders. Back down the outside goes Thompson, gets the lead back before they even turn in on the brakes through Tower. But now James Wingfield is in the mix in car number 13. Who says 13 is an unlucky number as he comes down towards it? Oh, one car's off the road. Is that Hoffman? I think that's Lars Hoffman's off the road. I recognise the Motul on the back of that car. It is parked on the run down towards Tower. Looking outside of our window, it might be just parked behind the marshal's post, I think, from our commentary box view. But now as they come out through the Jim Clark S, he's back towards Barcroft again. And then the sunny corners, Thompson still leads. Yates is still in second, but James Wingfield is there in third. Double wave yellows are there, and it is Lars Hoffman. So Hoffman then, unfortunately, more woes for the German. He's out of the race, unfortunately, in the closing stages. That will mean, unfortunately, Andy, he's already had a couple of non-finishes so far this season, so therefore that's not going to do his points title or his potential title chances any good whatsoever.
No, it's not, is it? He had that win, didn't he, back at Donington Park, but that's the only time he's been on the podium. And yeah, those two non-finishes, or non-scores at least, at Knock Hill, mean that this will now become his third zero-pointer of the season so far. And this will therefore take up the space of his final drop score. Right, into the final 7 minutes of racing then. It's flown by, hasn't it? We're back to one big lead pack again, because as Lewis Thompson once again gets back ahead of David Yates for the lead, you can see that James Wingfield and Pete Walters and Harry Landy and Harry Cook almost are right back with them, certainly four for the lead as they go back out through the chicane. And Lewis Thompson continues to be the man that can stay out in front. He may well lose the lead down the back straight here. Actually, no, David Yates, oh, he couldn't because there are yellow flags out, so he will not lose the lead this time, Lewis Thompson. But he always seems to be able to get back ahead when it counts at the end of the lap. And it doesn't matter on that last lap whether you lead through the first two-thirds of it. You only have to have the lead out of the final corner and across the line. So Lewis Thompson, I think, has... it's definitely his race to lose at the moment, unless Yates and Wingfield and Walters can shuffle him back in the pack a bit. But so far, that hasn't happened.
Yeah, we have to remember that Lewis Thompson, if you've been watching, essentially, ever since Knock Hill, he has been undefeated. So if you look at how many races that he's managed to put together, he's put together 6 race wins on the bounce, and that's 6 race wins plus a fastest that ever since he didn't do the first 3 rounds at as Andy alluded to, the first round of Donington, which means that every single score he gets has to count, and it has to be a top score. And that's incredible that even on drop scores, that he's actually able to get himself into the lead of the championship on drop scores by 7 coming into the weekend. So this will be a pretty sensational performance for him. But of course, we've got to watch out for David Yates, who his best results, I keep an eye on the battle down towards turn 1. He's back down in 15th in points, but his best result so far this season has been a 3rd place, and that was at the first 2 races at Silverstone on the Grand Prix circuit a couple of meetings ago. So if he gets 2nd, it'll be his best finish of the season. As for James Wingfield, who's 3rd in the points, his best result so far has been a 2nd place, and that was at the 3rd race at Donington Park. So he has been higher than 3rd place before. He's had a couple of 3rd positions throughout the season. But now through Tower Bend, out of the S's and down the back straight, and that must have been a missed gear, because looks like, ooh, that's interesting. Now, that's intriguing, because David Yates got past, but did he get past 4? Oh, car off the road. There's a car off the road down at Clairvaux. I was so busy looking at the battle down the back straight, I didn't spot the car that was off the road. Now, again, can't see the number, so unfortunately, I'm not sure if it was in the lead group. We'll have to see if there's someone missing from that lead group to see who it might well be. I think that top 6 are still there, so I'll have to wait and see what the order is. Now, meanwhile, David Yates has got through. Now, the one thing I was questioning was, David Yates got through, but did he do so just before? Well, that's interesting. He got through just before they got to the yellow flags. Meanwhile, red flag is out, race has been stopped, and I figure it might well be called there with 4.5 minutes to go as a result. So what they'll do is they'll count it back at that, which means I think Lewis Thompson will get his 7th win in a row, which is quite sensational. So despite David Yates getting through, they will do count back on the last complete lap. And unfortunately, while David Yates might be in front, he may well have to settle for 2nd place. But it will be his best result of the season, so he'll certainly be kept pleased with that. So red flag, race has been stopped here in this first race of the weekend for the Caterham 7 310R Championship. And just for the benefit of how it looks, again, it'll go for the last complete lap, I think, which was lap 16. So if it counts as it says on the screen, it should be Lewis Thompson who picks up his 7th win in a row. Again, undefeated since he began racing at the 2nd rounds that we had at Knock Hill, because he missed Donington Park, as we mentioned. 2nd then should be David Yates, and 3rd should be James Wingfield. So congratulations to them. We'll get a confirmation to see if they do reset the timing screen at all or not. They're coming into the pit lane, but it's showing David Yates in front, but it shouldn't be, because Thompson was ahead, for as far as I could see, when they came across the last complete lap. So just before we finish up this race, we'll give you quickly the results. So David Yates then picks up the victory. Sorry, I think it should be Lewis Thompson who picks up the victory, as he was in front of the last complete lap. David Yates should be 2nd, and then Walters 3rd. It's then, Wingfield 3rd, Walters 4th, Harry Landy is 5th, and then from Cook in 6th position, Murgatroyd 7th, and then it's Jeff Price 8th, Douglas Christie 9th, Alan Curtis in the top 10, then it's Welch, Metcalf and Bullock. And then I think the 2 cars that have been involved, I think possibly Sam Bailey's the car that went off, because he's the one that's gone tumbling down the timing sheet, sadly. So car number 73, Sam Bailey, appears to be the one I think that's been off the road down at Clairvaux, causing the stoppage. And then we have Henry Williams, who has just been reversing up the pit straight towards the top here. Should be classified 15th. Andy Lees will be 16th, and then Lars Hoffman will be the retiree after he stopped on the back straight with whatever mechanical issue he had down there. So unfortunate for Lars, but again, that should declare the result, I believe, in Lewis Thompson's favour. The timing screen still showing and the order as they came into the pit lane, but I believe they should count it back and give it to Lewis Thompson, I imagine. If they do give it to David Yates, then it might well have been something that I didn't spot, but I imagine that that result possibly will be reversed, because it says laps completed 17, but it should be after 16 complete laps when the red flag came out. So we'll keep an eye on that and see how that result changes, if at all. But of course, next coming up, we've got our 2nd Caterham race, our 2nd race before we go into the lunch break. Then we have one more Caterham race, I believe, for the Caterham Roadsport, and then we have our main event for today, which is the 4-hour Fun Cup Endurance Championship race, which usually, despite the race length, is always pretty entertaining from start to finish, and that'll be certainly quite a fun one, particularly off the back of one of the best races of the season last time out at Alton Park. So cars have made their way down toward the assembly area. We'll be heading with these on our live stream coverage. If you want to watch the live stream coverage, we'll be able to throw down to Andy McEwen, who'll have a chat to a couple of the drivers on the live stream for the next race, which will be the Caterham 7 270R Championship, I believe. I will just double check that on my timetable. And then as we go through to the next few rounds, we'll be able to see how this next series plays out. So we should have the 270R cars coming up next. And we'll give you some more information on those very shortly. So, just to check the timetable, just to make sure where we are. So, yes, 270 hours will be next, then we have our lunch break, and then we have Roadsport and Fun Endurance. So, just to recap on the live stream for our results, it's then showing, as I predicted on account of the lap back, so it's Lewis Thompson that's declared the winner by virtue of being in front of the last complete lap. David Yates is second, then it's James Wingfield third, Pete Waltz is fourth, and Harry Landy is fifth. Then it's Harry Cook, Andrew Murgatroyd, Jeff Price, Douglas Christie, and Sam Bailey will be classified 10th, as he was in 10th before he went off. Then it's Alan Curtis, Henry Williams is 12th, Welch is 13th, then it's Bullock, Metcalf and Lees, and the only car we didn't have running was Lars Hoffman, who stopped on the back straight down towards Tower. So Thompson then does indeed pick up his 7th win of the season, in a row we should say, because ever since he joined, we have to wait and see. So we're going to hand down to Andy, who's going to have a chat to some of our 270R drivers before they get underway for their first race of the weekend on the live stream here at Croft Circuit.
Yeah, thanks very much, Scott. What a brilliant way to start the weekend off. We've got more Caterhams, though, lined up behind me. This is the Caterham 270R Championship now, so the next step down the Caterham racing ladder from 310Rs. And a very interesting grid we've got as well. We've got Stephen Lyle on pole position with championship leader Blair McConaughey alongside him on that front row. Blair really looking to try and get another race win, extend his championship lead, whereas for Stephen, he is winless so far in 2021, so he's going to be determined to try and kick-start his campaign. Whilst there's a bit of recovery work going on track, should we try and have a chat maybe with our pole sitter Stephen, who's just having a conversation. Right, I'm going to just butt in if that's all right. Stephen, you're on pole position, you're looking for that first victory. This is a good way to start, isn't it?
Yeah, I think we deserve one now, but yeah, we've found a bit of speed, so we should be right in the race. We were off the pace in testing, but Darren Burke lent me his balaclava and he said it was worth 3/10. So I've got his socks on now and I reckon we've got a win coming.
So the team put all this effort in making sure the car's as quick as possible, and it's just the equivalent of lucky underwear that's done it.
Oh yeah, Darren's balaclava, the 3/10. He's selling them down at DPR.
You're going to need all that extra pace though, aren't you, to stay in front? It's so hard to stay in the lead here, even at a track like Croft.
Yeah, I mean, I kidded myself. I thought defending was probably the way in Caterham's, but I think you can work with somebody and get away. So we'll see what Blair and I can do. We might be able to work together and get a gap and go for it at the end.
Well, let's go and see what Blair McConaughey thinks, shall we? I think we might have time just to have a chat with our championship leader then. Starts on the outside of row number 1, and Blair McConaughey, well, Stephen reckons that you two might be able to work together here to pull away. Is that your plan?
I hope so, but I'm pretty sure we agreed that at Brands, then we just started fighting, so it's, I'm hoping that we'll do something working together. We've both got good lap times. I don't think we know each other's pace down the grid yet, because there was a lot of towing going on in the qualifying, so it'll settle out fairly soon, as you know, and I'm sure there'll be a big pack fighting for most of the race.
From a championship perspective, it's been a good season for you so far, hasn't it? So I guess in the back of your mind, you've got to consolidate that too.
I was maybe thinking about that at the first race at Brands, and kind of got told off a little bit for relaxing too much. Being on the bus, I think, was the phrase. Watching from my sofa in my car. So no, I'm going to go out and win it like I should.
Fighting talk then from Blair McConaughey, who starts on the front row with Stephen Lyle. Keep an eye out there for Harry Eyre and William Brunt. They're the second row, both very quick drivers as well. Scott, this should be a good one.
So, just about getting ourselves underway. Thank you for having a chat to our couple of our front runners there, Andy, as we get set for our next race here of 4 that are just today, which is, of course, the 3 Caterham races, and then we have our Fun Cup Endurance race as well coming up this afternoon. But next, of course, it is the Motul Caterham 7 270R Championship, the middle ground, as they see it, is the coming of age championship for those who have gone up through the academy and then through the Roadsport Championships. And these are typically 4 cars which are for the academy for 2014 onwards. And these cars, in terms of upgrades, do get from the Roadsport category, they get for Roadsport, they get Avon ZZS tyres and a rear anti-roll bar. But then for 270s, they'd also pick up stiffer springs and dampers, a wider track front suspension, and also one big difference is you notice they have no windscreen and no lights. And that could have a difference on aerodynamics and also on the amount of buffeting they might get in terms of a driver from their helmet when they're going down the straights at high speeds. And the stiffer suspension and track-orientated tyres increase the grip that's available, and they give a real race car feel and experience. That's why they tend to feel that once you start to go into the 270R ranks, it really does become a coming-of-age championship for those. You've had your learning points in the academy in your first season. You've built on what you've learned in season 1 by going into Roadsport. Now you start to get the grips of the circuit, the cars, the competition, the whole feeling of being a Caterham Motorsport race driver, and then you start to really push on and find your feet from 270R onwards. It should be another fantastic race as the season has been progressing in quite fine fashion. So coming into the weekend, it is Blair McConaughey who leads the way, not just on overall scores, but also on drop scores as well. On drop scores, he's ahead with 150 points, ahead of Harry Eyre in second place with 137. Carl Jones then comes next on 129 points. It's then a tie for fourth between Stephen Lyle and Wesley Payne, although Wes Payne is only back in tied on fourth due to having 9 penalty championship points applied due to some judicials from earlier in the season. And then they're only a point ahead on drop scores by Fraser Jones. So the gap at the front between the top 3 is separated by just under 20, just over 20 points, 21 to be exact, between Blair McConaughey and 150, Harry Eyre at 137. So there is a 13-point gap there, and then a further 8 points back is Carl Jones. So looking at the results that we've had so far this year before we get to the grid, we'll be able to run you through who's been there. But the key thing for this season really has been Blair McConaughey's chance to jump out and become a championship contender. If anyone who's been following the Caterham Motorsport roster the last couple of seasons will know that Blair McConaughey started in the academy, had his main rival Tom Willis alongside him. They went head-to-head in the academy, and Tom Willis came out on top. They both moved into Roadsport, they went head-to-head again, and Tom Willis came out on top once more. And Blair McConaughey has twice been the bridesmaid, but never the bride, so to speak. But this season, whilst Tom Willis has been competing this year in certain rounds, he's been competing as an invitation driver, which means he is invisible to points. So that means any time that Tom Willis has beaten Blair McConaughey on track, he hasn't taken any points away from him. And therefore, Blair McConaughey's been able to not only assert himself as the main driver in terms of the standings, but also as the fastest driver out on track, and taking the fight to Tom as and where possible. Cars now have already made their way out onto the circuit, and this will be a 30-minute race, as it was also scheduled to be for the 310R Championship. So they head out onto the circuit. The weather conditions, whilst it is quite still overcast and a bit grey overhead, the earlier drizzle of rain that we had during the Roadsport qualifying hasn't reappeared, although typical commentator's curse, that could always change at the drop of a hat, so we'll have to wait and see how the weather conditions play out. We'll give you the grid in just a moment. Head off on the back end of the circuit to explore the conditions, which shouldn't be too dissimilar to what we saw earlier on. So the grid then, coming into this first race of the weekend for the Motul Caterham 7 270R Championship, is as follows. It's number 5, Stephen Lyle, who will start on pole position. Alongside him is the points leader, both overall and on drop scores, that being Blair McConaughey. Harry Eyre and William Brunt then come next on the second row in cars 55 and 88. Then it's the number 11, Carl Jones, alongside Wes Payne. So a lot of the main championship contenders pretty much all at the front of the field, looking to try and make an instant impact in the mix. Max Gaunt will start 7th on the 4th row of the grid. He will start alongside David Morgan. Then Darryl Cresswell and Alan Curtis round out the top 10. Fraser Jones is back in 11th place, got some work to do from the 6th row alongside Duncan Cook. Then it's Dan Clayfan and Peter Wales on the 7th row from Michael Curley and Tim Steele. Then Craig Mingus and Angus McLean on the 9th row from Paul Herndon and Ryan Errol. Can make all the difference in getting a little bit of extra performance out of the car and making the most of it as much as possible. So, quick colour ID check for you. It's the dark grey and orange car, Stephen Lyle, on pole position on the left of the track, looking down it, but driver's right, and alongside him in the white car with the black nose, that is Blair McConaughey. Then alongside him on the second row in car 55, Harry Eyre. That's the car in Team Lotus colours, the British Racing green car with the yellow nose, and then the Gulf coloured car, the fluorescent orange and blue machine, that is number 88 of William Brunt. Carl Jones then comes next in the black and green machine, and the Wes Payne in a rather brightly coloured sort of pink, sort of pearlescent sort of, I don't want to say the word sparkly, but it's kind of like a very pearlescent looking sort of shiny livery on that car, so watch out for it in car number 38. Quite a flamboyant livery, so to speak, but do watch out for it towards the front of the field. Last couple of cars are just getting themselves into position towards the back of the grid. Richard Hoare and Oliver Smith are lining themselves up, and then in a few moments' time the green flag will fly, and we are all set to get underway for our second Caterham race of the weekend, the first of two for the Motul Caterham 7 270R Championship. Green flag at the back. It'll be between Stephen Lyle and Blair McConaughey to win the sprint down towards turn 1. The red lights will come on in second. Now they go out. It's a pretty short hold, and away they go for the 270Rs. Decent start for the first few rows as they charge towards Clairvaux for the first time of asking, and it's a better start from the outside of pole position again, as it was in 310s for Blair McConaughey. So into turn 1 he will go. He gets the whole shot. Second for Lyle, third for Jones, fourth I think for Harry Eyre as they turn wide. A couple of cars running a little bit over the runoff areas and over the curves, but they seem to have held on just fine. Lots of battling in the mid. Pack 99 is in there, and that's Mike Curley. Yeah, he started back in 15th place, has dropped a couple of spots, but out they go through the S's for the first time, and already it's Blair McConaughey under pressure from Stephen Lyle as they come down the back straight. There's William Brunt side by side with Wes Payne down towards Tower for the first time. McConaughey, whilst he was under threat from Lyle, has been able to hold him off for the moment in time. It's then the number 11 of Carl Jones in third position, fourth for Harry Eyre, and fifth now for Wes Payne ahead of William Brunt, so he stayed in front as they come out through Tower and down the back section through the Jim Clark S's for the first time. There they go. So Blair McConaughey, championship leader, trying to hold off Stephen Lyle, who comes into the weekend. As I mentioned, he is equal fourth on points with 107 on drop scores. But I would think probably arguably he might be ahead due to the fact that he has no penalty points. But out through the sunny corners and back towards the complex for the first time. Some great battles also there. I can see Max Gaunt's made a good start. And there in his car 43, which is Alan Curtis. He's up there inside the top 10 too. Into the complex for the first time. And it's there McConaughey a little bit sideways as he turns in through the right-hander at the exit of the complex into the hairpin. So it will be across the line for the first time. McConaughey that leads the way, Lyle in second place. It's Carl Jones in third place, followed by Harry Eyre in fourth. Wes Payne is still in fifth position for William Brunt in sixth. And Max Gaunt's made a decent start. He's up to seventh. So eighth place horseman there for car 56. David Morgan's made some good progress up the order as they now charge back down towards Clairvaux for the first time. So McConaughey in command as they turn in on lap 2 here at Croft. And as I say, Carl Jones working well in third. And one thing I was going to mention is that I think as part of the resurface, right at Clairvaux on the apex, I noticed this watching the cars down in the assembly area qualifying as they were out in their sessions earlier on. There's quite a nasty bump on the apex off the curb here at Croft into Clairvaux, and that can really unsettle the car, and it did catch out a few drivers, not just getting them sideways, but also one or two being sent off into the gravel as a result, so they have to stay careful for that. Side by side between Wes Payne in the 38 and the 88 car, William Brunt, the golf-coloured car against the kind of more flamboyant, sort of shiny, sort of pearlescent car in front of him. He's going to go side by side, possibly into the Jim Clark S's. He has a think about it, but backs out at the last minute because he thinks that discretion is the better part of valour at this point in time. Of course, it's quite an early part of the race. We're only on the second lap. We've barely even had 2.5 minutes in this 270R race, and still they are as close as ever. So everyone appears to be sort of pairing off a little bit here now. We're going to the tandem groups here. The first, third, and fifth place battles are all between two cars at the moment. You've got McConaughey and Lyle trying to pull away. Then you've got the next group, the two-car group, which is headed by Carl Jones and Harry Eyre. Then the next two-car group, which might become a trio in a second, as Max Gaunt starts to get onto the back of both William Brunt and Wes Payne. You can see on the screen if you're watching on the live stream, both on Facebook and YouTube. As there, William Brunt sticks his nose up the inside into the hairpin and gets himself side by side. Wes Payne looks across and says, "Hold on a minute, where did you come from?" He's going to be side by side. He'll be on the outside line down towards Clairvaux, but if he can brake a little bit later and get the toe down towards the right-hander, he might well find a way through. He's swarming all around him to get past. There are the leaders. There is McConaughey, Lyle, Jones, Eyre, and still Wes Payne in front of William Brunt, so still Brunt hasn't made it through, remains in 6th position, but now the battling that's going on is just bringing Max Gaunt into play here in 7th place. Rest of the top 10 is being finished out by David Morgan, Alan Curtis and Peter Wales, and a couple of drivers that have dropped down a little bit. I think Dan Clayfan's a little bit further down. He wants to be, is now side by side again for 5th position. Down towards Tower they go. They're going to be side by side. Brunt's on the outside line, and look at that, sweeps across, under braking before they even start to turn in for Tower corner. Wes Payne knew his beat before he hit the middle pedal, and just about held on to remain in tow. But all this battling is just losing them time to the first 4 cars in front. Meanwhile, with the leaders, it's incredibly close between the top 2. We're seeing Harry Eyre on the screen on our live stream as we turn in through Barcroft, now into the sunny corners, but I think potentially we could see an imminent change, possibly, if they don't start to draw away too much more between Blair McConaughey and Stephen Lyle, unless there is a bit of an inadvertent truce. Oh, one car's off the road. I saw a wing flying up somewhere. I didn't quite catch exactly who it was, but I can only imagine it was one of the leading few cars. Is there a car that's missing without a wing? I think it's Harry Eyre's, in fact, but whether he made a touch or not, I'm not sure. So whether he's ran wide and has knocked the left rear wing, Harry Eyre's car definitely is missing a left rear wing, but how that fell off, whether he just ran wide and it hit one of the markers or hit a curb somewhere. That was quite odd, but it looked like it was a bigger accident than it actually was. It looked like it was simply just looked a bit dramatic with the dust being kicked up, but Harrier carries on regardless, and that time hasn't been affected. Carl Jones sets the fastest lap of the race with a 1:32.766. So initially trying to pull that gap in as they turn in through Clairvaux for the 4th time. So Blair McConaughey then, Andy, at this point in time, has that lead, but I suspect possibly at this early point in time, Stephen Nye is kind of inadvertently, and I say this in inverted commas, working together at this point. But given the fact that Carl Jones just set the fastest lap of the race, he's not allowed to get away too far, and he wants to be part of this lead group as much as possible, particularly with the pace that he's currently setting.
Yeah, McConaughey then out in front, as we're sort of used to seeing, but it's nice to see some new drivers getting up there, isn't it? Stephen Lyle in 2nd place. He's had those 3 podiums yet to win a race, and I'm sure he's very much sort of thinking, as he said to me down in the assembly area, he's playing the long game. He doesn't really want to start scrapping with Blair in the early stages. He'd prefer just to stay in his wheel tracks, work with him, and sort of try and pull a gap on the rest of the field. The trouble is, that's a brilliant plan in theory. It's not really working though, because McConaughey is starting to get away from him, and actually Lyle, as he loses a bit of slipstream from the leader, is in danger of falling back into the clutches of the 3rd and 4th place cars, isn't he? So we'll see how well this plan works as we go deeper and deeper into this race. A 30-minute race is a surprisingly long time, and in a Caterham race, an awful lot can happen over those 30 minutes. Some good side-by-side battles going on there in the midfield, coming down towards the complex. The race leaders, though, come out of the final hairpin, and it is going to be Blair McConaughey that leads the way. Then Lyle in the number 5 car was half a second behind at the start of the lap. He comes through at the end of lap 4, and the gap's just crept up by another 10th, Scott.
Yeah, 0.6 of a second between those top 2, but Jones is just about keeping him in touch. There he is in the black car with the fluorescent green roll bars. Maybe a bit further back, we're looking at some other battles further in the midfield. So we'll just catch who this is in the straight. I noticed that definitely one of them is Darren Cresswell. I think it's Dan Clayvan, Peter Wales, Darren Cresswell, because I recognise the white, pink and blue car kind of red. That's another distinctive car in the field. Just behind him then is Curtis Jones, who, Fraser Jones, forgive me. So Fraser Jones, he should be a little bit higher up than I would expect him to have been, but currently sat back in 13th place in car 14, just at the back of this group. There he is, car number 14. But not having the same race. He's been up there in the leading group before in the early few races, but not really finding the groove here at Croft, it seems. Dan Clayfan goes defensive on Peter Wales, and likewise Cresswell just holds Jones at bay. Just behind them is the sort of plain silver and yellow car Tim Steele in 14th position. So plenty of battles mid-pack. That's the great thing about Caterham Motorsport, is that as many of the championships, you're not short of someone to race with, whether it's front, middle or rear of the field, regardless of your pace. You've always got someone to have a play with and work with at some point, and have essentially a great race with, no matter what position it's in.
Yeah, it's a shame we don't always get to see that as a viewer, because we're always so focused on the lead battle. But yeah, this is a great example of just how close it is right the way throughout the field. A good exit there from the Sunny complex for Darrell Cresswell. He's trying to make a bit more progress through that midfield sort of scrum. This is one of the bigger groups of cars that we've got racing. One of them on the grass a bit at the background there, number 53. But yeah, you really don't get to appreciate just how competitive these grids are throughout the entirety of the grid until you come and watch trackside, because then every single group that comes past you, you really get to see just how hard they're pushing. Bit of a mistake there from Stephen Lyle through Clairvaux corner. He did, though, get that gap back down slightly to McConaughey, so I think he's still just about within slipstreaming range, but he might now be starting to worry about Blair's pace. If Blair can get his head down and pull away here, that could give him the win.
We might want to look a little bit further back on that group, ironically, that's behind the group we were looking at, because that group's even bigger. Regardless if it's in the bottom half of the field, they're having a fantastic scrap amongst each other, so we can get a view on that in a moment. That might be handy to see. Just whilst looking at the leaders, I can see one car, I think Mr. Gear went a little slow in the chicane. It was 52 Peter Wales, so he dropped back a little bit. We're still watching the scrap going on between these first few cars at the front. And they've come out of Tower Corner, and now waiting for them coming up for the Jim Clark S's now for the 5th time. Come through now towards the complex. Site they go again. That's Max Gaunt that's been chased down by David Morgan and Alan Curtis. This is the scraps going on for 7th, 8th and 9th, just towards the second half of the top 10. He still leads. The gap across the line last time was just over half a second, and a further 3/10 back to Carl Jones in 3rd place. Still watching the David Morgan with Curtis in the mix. The leaders have just gone through. And then we're waiting there for Gaunt and Co as they come back into the complex. Just ahead of them, you've got William Brunt, who's pulling away from Wes Payne. As they come back through, continue to watch Gaunt, Morgan and Curtis. That's over 7th, 8th and 9th place. So leaders that came across the line, the gap has come down ever so slightly. It's down to just under half a second now, and ironically, the distance between McConaughey and Lyle is now identical to that between Lyle and Jones. It's exactly 0.488 of a second for each of those gaps, first to second, then second to third. That just shows how close it is. Top three are separated by less than a second as they come onto the back straight. And now a bit further back, we're watching that scrap that's going on between Clayfan, Cresswell, also in there is Jones and Steele. We lost across the back of that, at the back of that train now is the 52 of Peter Wells. He dropped back a little bit. Now, as you watch this battle between Cresswell and Clayfan, Cresswell gets the toe down the back straight down towards Tyre Bend. You've seen this so many times already in the first race. In the second race, it's quite easy to go down the outside under brakes, sweep across, and that's pretty much an easy move to make if you can get enough momentum off the not only just the right-hander at Hawthorne, but through the S and carry that speed through to get the run down Tyre Bend, to get the toe and to pull in front before you even hit the brakes into that right-hander.
And that's the key, because then it means you're not having to go side by side through the corner, and that's what loses you so much time. It's all about momentum in these cars. If you have to run side by side, even through one little sequence of corners, it loses you a big chunk of time. Now, side by side, I just saw out of the window, it were our race leaders, and we've had a lead change. I think our first for a little while, and it is now Stephen Lyle into the lead, with McConaughey actually demoted down to third. So as we watch again,
across and says, "Thank you very much, I'm back into the lead, come chase me down the pit straight."
yeah, so Blair McConaughey then back in a position that he said he was in at Brands Hatch, where he is sort of following the lead battle. He got told off at Brands Hatch for not getting stuck in enough, so let's see whether he decides to do that differently here today. They're side by side ahead of him though, and that is giving McConaughey a run on both of them. They're going to be 3 wide for the race lead down to Clervaux with 17 minutes to go. To the outside goes Lyle, to the inside went McConaughey, but he bailed out of it, and so actually they stay in the same positions then. Lyle leads the way, Jones second, McConaughey third, but you're right, Scott, Harrier is right there with him now, and these four with a decent gap now, 6.5 seconds or so over William Brunt, who is in that 5th place. But that was brave stuff there from Stephen Lyle. He was under a lot of pressure into turn 1, and he refused to
get that car to the finish, and real chance he had to try and defend the lead was to simply go later brakes than everyone else, pray he could get it stopped and get off the racing line, which he did thankfully, and it's worked. And now what's also working is the run he's got off the corner from Sunny out, but Charles Jones immediately throws the block and he does a little bit deep. Now there's slippery surface flags being waved down here at the complex, so I imagine either someone's either just dumped some dirt or even dare say some fluid or something onto the circuit, but either way, there was a slippery surface flag down at the complex. It's just off the screens, but I can see it out of the commentary box with the marshal holding it, so that might be a bit interesting. Down the pit straight they go again then. Carl Jones, as you say, is the new race leader, but now Stephen Lyle's in 2nd place, and now coming back under threat from Blair McConaughey down towards Clervaux again. That time-wise, Carl Jones did a 34.5. Everyone else doing low to mid 35s, 35.1 for Lyle, 35.2 for McConaughey, 35.3 for Air. So at this point in time, Carl Jones in clear air compared to the other three in this moment. Andy seems to be more comfortable than being in the pack, whereas others seem to be more comfortable in a tow following everyone else to get their speed, rather than being out in front and losing all that time by being the one that's giving the tow to everyone else behind him.
Yeah, and it's one of the hardest things to do is escape in a Caterham race, as we know. So if Jones can do it, that really is a strong message that he's sending to the rest of the pack. 3 of these 4 drivers now have had a stint in front, and although Blair McConaughey did manage to get, what, 0.6 of a second over the rest of the pack at one point, we haven't seen anyone break towards that magic 1 second buffer, have we? Let's see what Jones can do. He was 0.8 clear at the start of the lap. Now it's about 0.8 of a car length. In fact, less than that, because they're side by side, and Lyle shoots back through going into Sunny. So forget everything I was just saying about Carl Jones building a bit of a gap, because by the time they come back towards us at the end of the lap, he's not even in the lead of the race anymore. Lyle back out in front, Jones second, McConaughey third. Sometimes it's better almost to surprise them in the last 5 minutes rather than show your hand too early. Perhaps that's what he's doing.
Making a small look up the outside to Carl Jones as they turned in through the right hand at Clairvaux, under brakes, but now Stephen Lyle back in front. As you say, he's on the quest for his first Caterham victory of the season. I think it might be his first Caterham victory ever, because of course he sort of made his proper debut in the Caterham earlier on this year, and I think at Not Kill, obviously he also missed the Donington rounds, but he's now got himself in the mix and scoring some strong results. And he's come close a couple of times for that first race victory. Possibly could be here at Croft, as McConaughey was very close to getting edged out onto the grass. In fact, was almost edged out onto the grass there by Carl Jones. He looked to the outside. This again brings Harry Aid from the mix. McConaughey's now right onto the rear roll cage of Carl Jones. They turn now back in through the left-hander, now through the right of the Jim Clark S's and back onto that complex to Barcroft. And here you can see that Stephen Lyle again not being allowed to get away too far, but it seems as though that whilst he wasn't all that comfortable initially when he was in that lead group, now he's there, he's starting to find it a bit more, and it's a little bit of extra little tense that you can gain in the corners to try and get away. That can make a difference between giving a car a strong tow behind and giving them quite a weak one, if not at all, considering the fact that these cars are quite, forgive me for saying so, unaerodynamics, therefore they do punch quite a large hole in the air, which is why the tow is so strong in these cars, particularly in a pack. But it should be intriguing to see how he gets on as McConaughey makes the dive up the inside for second place, and Carl Jones tries to hold on around the outside line, but the better traction off the inside of the corner gives McConaughey at least the run to go level with Jones down towards the pit straight and down towards turn 1 again. I'll get the points I need and just keep banking them towards getting that championship. That's the key thing at this point.
Yeah. Ahead and defends the middle ground going into Tower Corner. Behind, not far behind at least, is the number 53 of Tim Steele. He's the yellow car, and then number 52 just behind of Pete Wales. So 4 of them here battling just outside the top 10 as they work their way back up through those Jim Clark S's towards Sunny once more. We now have 11.5 minutes to go, so we're ticking towards the final third of the race. Drivers starting to make their plans perhaps for the final stages, although as we saw in that 310R race a little while ago, all of those plans that you make in your head can be completely scuppered if there is a late safety car or a red flag, or if the weather changes, which is going to be an ever-present threat this afternoon, I think. So yes, they're sort of strategizing out there, but sometimes you just kind of have to go with it. If you get a chance to make some places up, just go for it. This battle pack stayed pretty close together as they make their way into the hairpin. In fact, we're going to have an attempted overtake there by the 52 of Pete Wales. Didn't quite get past the Tim Steele machine ahead though, and by going into the hairpin on that tight line, it really slows him down coming out onto the straight, and that didn't work. I'll have to regroup now as off Scott goes our championship leader.
Yeah, Blair McConaughey's off the race, off the
Contender, of course, so suddenly this is looking good, isn't it, for Stephen Lyle and Carl Jones, because Lyle on dropped scores is right in championship contention. Carl Jones is actually the closest man to McConaughey's overall points haul, and Harry Eyre is pitting. Harry Eyre is into the pit lane, so that's taken two of our front runners in the title race out of contention then, and that could be really significant, as Scott says, when we get to the end of the year. There are 5 races to go this season after this one, and unlike in the 310Rs where they drop 3 scores, the 270Rs only drop their 2 worst, so that will be Blair's first non-score of the season. The same is true of Harry Eyre, but that means they can only really afford one more bad race now over those final 5, and of course it could also affect their grid positions for tomorrow's race, so this could well prove to be a really immediately, even before I finished that point, the gap comes right down to virtually nothing again.
And also what this has done, it's brought in both William Brunt and Wes Payne into, I guess for them, a slightly unexpected battle for a podium place there. They were scrapping for so long. By DNF from this race, as I can see, poor Blair McConaughey is walking on the grass, unfortunately, on the infield as the race goes on. But still, Lyle Jones. I was working at the points. Now, Blair McConaughey, as a small safe race, will gain back 22 points. That's his second worst scores. He'll gain those back because, of course, he will have to use one of the non-scores as this non-score as a drop score. As for Harry Eyre, his worst score points will drop back. He'll gain back 18 points because that was his second worst score. Both of which those worst scores came at the previous rounds of Brand. So that's how many points he'll gain. So as a comfort, McConaughey will gain back more points than Eyre once we factor these non-finishes into account, but at the moment there's a little comfort in the fact that he's just out of the race full stop, so that's the key thing. Now, this will be intriguing to watch this battle because how it looks like Wes Payne's got back ahead of William Brunt now. These two have been going back at it back and forth for the entire race. They look wide from Wes Payne over the curbs, and you can't say these two aren't entertaining because they've been going at it for just about the whole race. They've still got 7 minutes to go, even more chances to keep on getting amongst each other, but a two-way scrap for a one-on-one duel for the win, and the third, looking pretty intriguing to see who we're going to get on our podium places, which are by no means certain to be coming to these closing stages.
No, not at all. Big slide there from William Brunt, it was, going out of Tower Corner. That was a really good save, and he has a good run there out of Sonny, goes up the inside. Again tries the switch back, they're still side by side as they go towards the hairpin at the end of the lap. The inside line works on the way into the corner there for Brunt, but it means he's a bit slower off it, and that's going to give Payne another good run. He jinks out of the slipstream. He wanted to go right, but he couldn't. That line hit the brake, so it is now Payne back into third, Brunt down to fourth, as at the complex, Scott, we've got a spinner.
Yeah, it's number 33, Ryan Ells had the spin, so as we still watch these two on the stream, which is there, you see just there, 33, which is Ryan Ells getting back onto the circuit, so for those of you on the stream, you can see that car just recovering, but for those who are down at the complex watching tracks, would have seen that spin in its entirety, so Errol getting back underway pretty much unscathed, and Stephen Law runs wide on the exit of Tower Bend. Now that could really put Carl Jones's tail up here. He'd be right onto the tail of Stephen Law as they come through the Jim Clark S's once again. This is lap 16. They're just seeing it disappearing out of sight from the back end of the circuit there, and now as you wait for them to come back into the complex at Sunny in and Sunny out, there they are, nose to tail for the lead. So Lyle, of course, in car number 5, being still chased down by Carl Jones. There is still just under 5.5 minutes to go, but Carl Jones really has seen the opportunity here. The fact that Lyle is starting to get a little bit ragged, a little bit under pressure now from Carl as he comes into the right left-hander. Carl Jones comes into the weekend third on drop scores with 129 points. He will gain points back on Harrier, which is pretty certain, and of course Ambler McConaughey as well. So ultimately, he is the highest placed championship contender still running as they come back into the hairpin now to complete lap 16. And just behind them, the battle for third still hasn't finished between William Brunt and Wes Payne to come back down the pit straight. There's the top two. Lyle and Jones separated by across the line. What's the gap? Under half a second now. He gained back another almost 2/10 as they come back down towards Clairvaux once again. Waiting for Oscar for third to come through. That's still going side by side again.
Does he want to do it now or wait until the last lap? He's closing in down towards Tower Corner. He's going to go to the inside, so that answers my question. He wants the lead now, and he might just get it as well. He's late on the brakes. Lyle tried to turn in, but Jones was still there, and so Carl... Well, if he can break the toe, that could give Carl Jones his second win of the year. He's come on strong, hasn't he, Carl, over the last couple of events? He had his first podiums, actually, at Brands Hatch last time, a win and a second-place finish, first podiums of the season anyway, and now here he is looking to try and back that up with another race victory. He's been consistent all season, but if he's going to win a championship, he really needs to start winning more races. He's going the right way about it now.
And it's particularly keeping it on the road when you get drivers like McConaughey and Eyre who are in these unfortunate situations. That's what keeps it there, because even if you have a bad day, just banking the points can be crucial, because anything can happen to your championship rivals, and that can really prove crucial towards the end. So that's where every single point quite literally counts as you come towards those last few meetings. You have to keep it on the road and have to be there at the flag to get those points. Now, these two still haven't finished battling for third place, with these two being William Brunt and Wes Payne for third place. So just for those, a benefit of possibly watching trackside, it's the golf car and the sort of shiny pearlescent car in fourth position going at it. Meanwhile, for the lead, they're side by side again with Stephen Law going at it, getting back into the lead before they get back towards Tower Bend as Carl Jones outbreaks them on the inside line. There they are on screen if you're watching on the stream. And for third and fourth as they come back into view in a second, which they will, we'll look at them in a second, but still the leaders going at it for front. Quick check-in as we look at this battle for the rest of the top 10 behind the top 4. So Max Gaunt is now in 5th position. He's been battling. Couldn't quite catch who it was exactly, but it's red. It's red, black and white towards the back of the field. Just off our screen here on our total, we just spotted it, quite actually the number. I think
Craig Menzies maybe, 28?
Possibly, yeah, I think he was the one that went around. Looking back on the stream though, we've got third and fourth position, so it's still Brunt versus Payne in this battle for the final podium spot. So I think, yeah, you might be right. Yeah, it looks like Craig Menzies, looks like it fit. There was a 20 out on the side, so Craig Mingus holds on for 7. Well, you drop back down towards the top 20, I'd imagine, after that spin. Down the pit straight for third place, but on to the penultimate lap of the race, it seems. So in towards Clairvaux they go again. Wes Payne, oh, that's a car off the road. Now then, that is, I think it was Carl Jones made the mistake, because they're still running first and second, but Carl Jones ran wide on the exit through Clairvaux, so now you'll see them when they come back on the screen, there'll be a big gap. We're looking at the battle further back between, I think that's going to be Clay Van, Fraser Jones, Tim Steele, I think also in there somewhere still is Peter Wales. So they're having a scrap over, well, that's now 9th down to 12th position. McLean's in there as well somewhere in car 61. I think there is McLean in car 61. So watch out for him as they come up through the right-hander into through the complex. But that's a big dust cloud.
That caught out Carl Jones going into Clervaux corner. Down through Tower comes the, what's this, 9th place battle then. Clayfan, Jones, Steele and McLean still in that order as they disappear from view. The leaders there were about to come on to their final lap. His way around to the hairpin, and Carl Jones actually has almost been reeled in there, look, by the 3rd and 4th place cars, William Brunt and Wes Payne. So a 3-way fight for second about to kick off, I think, leaving Stephen Lyle free to take his first win.
And I tell you what, Stephen Lyle, if he first win, because he was in that position of being in the lead, last corner, last lap, and Carl Jones just stole it on the line by a matter of a few thousandths of a second, which will really have gutted, made Stephen Lyle feel very gutted. But if he holds on, if he can hold on to this last lap, that will William Brunt, they're closing in, so Carl Jones is second place. He's not actually fully sorted. He could be losing this down to 30th and 4th. He could be off the podium after all this, Andy, after so long chasing behind Stephen Lyle, battling with the lead. Ironically, if he can't stay ahead of him in the last few laps, he might have been on the podium at this stage.
Yes, and that would not be good news, certainly with him looking to try and take advantage of Harry Eyre and Blair McConaughey's non-finishes. Paul Herndon, by the way, just had a big spin coming out of the hairpin. He has rejoined. None of this, though, matters to this man, because the race leader is Stephen Lyle. He's got only 3 corners to go now. He can cruise home from here because Carl Jones was 5.8 seconds behind him at the start of the lap. He turns into that final complex of corners, and this is going to be a really well-deserved first victory of 2021 for Stephen Lyle. And as we've said, he's dropping no points really so far this year, so he is in a good position for the championship.
Certainly is. He just missed out at Brands Hatch, but no one's denying him this morning as they go up towards the checkered flag for the final time. Finally, Stephen Lyle will head to the checkered flag as a Caterham race winner. He wins the first race of the weekend for the Caterham 7.270R Championship. Carl Jones is second, and after William Brunt, I was getting a bit excited, animated physically in the commentary box whilst Andy was talking there, is because William Brunt went wide through the exit of the complex, hitting with that long left-hander. He lost out the chance to get third place. It goes to Wes Payne in the end. So Payne gets third, Brunt gets fourth, and it's Gaunt in 5th position. Morgan, Cresswell, it should be then Curtis, Clayfan, Jones and Steele who round out the top 11 cars to come across the line. In fact, they do in that order. Paul McLean Herndon, Errol, Gaunt, Mingus and Cook will round out the 21 finishes. Of course, we lost Harry Eyre, Blair McConaughey and also Richard Hoare towards the earlier stages after just 7 laps, so he also pitted with a problem. But ever entertaining his case. With William Brunt all the way through from start to finish. Felt like it was endless through that half-an-hour race, but great fun to watch. And again, for someone to win their first race, I know at the moment we don't sort of know exactly what that feels like, but for a driver, it's got to be just a mixture of relief, of excitement, of a little bit of emotion in some cases as well. All of that will be going through his mind. He'll be going through the motions quite literally with Stephen Lyle with that one. That's a victory that he will savour for a long, long time, because your first is always your sweetest. Especially when you've come so close on a number of occasions before that. You know, he's finished on the podium 3 times. You mentioned that win that was snatched away from him on the line last time out at Brands Hatch, and that race was then followed up by a non-finish in the second race. So you must have thought, oh, was that my chance to get the win? Is it ever going to happen again? And here he is, the very next race. He's managed to survive an almighty battle at the front amongst the championship frontrunners, the rain coming in towards the end as well, and whilst everyone else lost their heads and made mistakes, he calmly and quietly got on with his job and put in a really, really professional drive there. And as I started to make the point, because he's not dropping any points, because he missed those first 2 races at Donington, he is genuinely a championship contender. If he can pick up 1 or 2 more race victories over the rest of the season, don't count him out to be up there mixing it with the likes of McConaughey and Jones and Eyre for the championship come Cadwell Park. Absolutely so. So let's quickly just remind you of the results then. So Stephen Lyle does indeed take his first Caterham victory in the 270R Championship, and he does it by 4.5 seconds from Carl
Uwe Hoffmann's Lotus that have just dominated the season so far. I think we're in for a really, really exciting 4 hours of racing. So make sure you all stick around for what should be a brilliant 6th round of the championship later on today.
Yes, indeed. So Caterham's and Fun Cup this afternoon.
everybody, how you doing?
Good.
How's your day?
Good.
Scoring goals? Oh. controls. On.
So good afternoon everybody, welcome back to racing here at Croft Circuit in North Yorkshire for this afternoon's action. 2 races in store, the third of our Caterham Motorsport races coming up being the Caterham Motorsport Championship, and then the 4-hour Fun Cup endurance race to come up later on this afternoon to round off today's action. Scott Woodward's here on comms, Andy McKeon will be joining me very shortly as well for this race, and then our 4-hour Fun Cup race. And as the cars are making their way around onto the grid and what essentially their green flag lap, we will take you through how they're set to line up for this first of 2 Caterham Motorsport races for today. And there's a fantastic title fight going on between the top 2 of the championship, that being last year's Academy champions Taylor O'Flanagan and Tom Cockrell. And ironically, both of them will start on the front row of the grid, or quite fittingly, with Taylor O'Flanagan on pole, only just ahead of Tom Cockrell. They're very evenly matched in terms of times. Gwyn Jones and Dominic Mansberger come next, Hugo Bush and Alex Vincent, and it's Peter Mott and Steve Lancaster. Andy London, Nick Timpson round out the top 10 from Christopher Broome and Ron Mounsey. Then Kevin Turner and Ryan Lovett come next from Ian Hapgood and James Hall. Andy Berg and Sam Gibbons are next from Chris Griffith and Simon Arnold. Then Adrian Mariadis and Marcus Eels round out the 22-car grid that we have coming into the weekend. So, the battle at the front of the field in the championship, 4 points on drop score separate Taylor O'Flanagan in the lead and Tom Cockrell in second place. They are the 2 main men, but watch for the likes of Hugo Bush, Gwyn Jones and Dominic Mansberger. All 3 of them will be in the mix to try and spoil their party and gain key points. Quick ID check, Taylor O'Flanagan's car is the yellow car in pole position on the driver's right hand side of the grid, and then to his left he will have the red and white car of Tom Cockrell, but then watch also for the grey and orange car Hugo Bush, which if you're watching on the stream is just on the 3rd row of the grid. Gwyn Jones's car is the red car with the black stripe on the 2nd row of the grid, and alongside him to his left with the black and green car of Dominic Mansberger from Germany. Marcus Eels and the last couple of the cars getting into position. Just Chris Griffith and Adrian Mariadis is trying to find their way into their grid slots. It'll be a 20-minute race, and all these drivers are in their 2nd year of racing out of the academy. They've had some small upgrades, including different tyres, a different anti-roll bar to make them a little bit quicker, around about a second or so quicker than the academy cars they had last year. As the green flag flies at the back of the field, the 5-second board goes up, and we're all set for the first of the Mission Motorsport Caterham Motorsport Championship races here at Croft. Red lights are on. Who's going to win the sprint down towards turn 1? Well, it's a great start from pole from Taylor O'Flanagan, and a great jump also from the 2nd row for Dominic Mansberger. They're 3 and 4 wide off the grid already down towards Clermont for the first time, and then Flanagan will get the whole shot side by side for 2nd place, and it's Mansberger around the outside. Mansberger into 2nd place, Cockrell 3rd, Gwyn Jones is 4th, and Hugo Bush is down to 5th. They're all just for racing room. Ron Carl winning rides number 12, that's Ron Mounsey. He looks to try and go up the inside of Chris Brews. They come up through the right-hander of Hawthorns into the chicane and down the back straight for the first time. So O'Flanagan leads it. It's Mansberger in 2nd place, and now which is Nick Timpson, but down into the right-hander they go. There goes Gwyn Jones, number 97, and sliding out wide there is Tom Cockrell, who will just about hold on to the car, but he loses the clock, and they're going to head down towards the right-hander at Croft, and then the sunny corners, and there on screen, if you're watching on the live stream, is the yellow car of Taylor O'Flanagan, followed by Mansberger in 2nd place. So these 4 or 5 drivers at the front have been arguably the class of the field. There have been a couple of drivers getting into the mix, such as the likes of Alex Vincent. Nick Timpson's been there in many cases as well, but a couple of drivers also starting to find some pace, like Peter Mott and Steve Lancaster. But it's this sort of collective of cars at the front that's been dominating the way. And Taylor O'Flanagan, as you mentioned, one of the 2 Academy champions from last year in 2020, has been the pace setters, and 4 points separate them on those drop scores as we go into this crucial second half of the season. Down the pit straight then, on towards the right-hander at Clermont for the 2nd top across the line. So Flanagan does indeed lead. It's then Mansberger up to 2nd, Jones 3rd, Cockrell 4th. But then, how long is that going to stay in place? Because here comes Cockrell making a dive up the inside a little bit later on the brakes through the right-hander at Clermont over that bump in the middle of the apex, which can really unsettle cars and has been unsettling them all the way through qualifying the first couple of races today. Come up through the right-hander at Hawthorns, back onto that back straight, out of the S's, and now it's slipstream aplenty down towards Tower Bend. The top 2 try to break away as we watch Alex Vincent being chased down by 49 Steve Lancaster. Meanwhile, here comes Mansberger, the black and green car, trying to make a move. Back up the inside for 3rd goes Gwyn Jones into Tower. Cockrell will try and hold on around the outside where he slid wide last time. He's got the grip and he's got the confidence on the exit, and Hugo Bush is sniffing around trying to pick up not just 1 but 2 places. They almost go breathe in 3 abreast into Jim Clarket's, and it does work for, it's initially worked for Hugo Bush, but the one that really lost out of that was Tom Cockrell. He backed out of it and lost places both to Hugo Bush and to Alex Vincent. So in one move, Cockrell's gone from one lap, he's gone from 4th to 3rd, then back to 4th. They're getting that down to 6th. So he's lost 3 places. Oh, and off the exit of the last corner of the sunny out, Gwyn Jones has lost one of his rear wings. So I think as the car was leaning on the exit over the curb, it seems to have smashed that left rear wing and off it's come. So it won't affect him too much aerodynamically, but it'll certainly be a bit of a nuisance that he's a little bit lighter on that car in terms of one of his rear wings has gone. So out of the hairpin come the leaders for the second time. And now the top 2 are trying to break away already. We're seeing here, I think Steve Lancaster trying to line up Alex Vincent, car number 17, there he is. It's the fastest lap of the race on the first proper flying lap around this time for Dominic Mansberger. So he is needs 6/10 of a second behind. Meanwhile, Hugo Bush has come under threat from Gwyn Jones, who again goes back up the inside, holds on to the position, and Cockrell thinks, right, I'll get that place back if you don't mind, tries to go up the inside of Bush and can't make it stick. And here comes Alex Vincent in the grey and green machine number 17. They turn up through the S's, also getting involved there. The 2 yellow cars behind, that's Steve Lancaster and Peter Mott, and that's the battle now it's developing from 3rd all the way down to 8th position in one group. There's the top 2 in front. Now here comes Hugo Bush. He wants that pass to get up the inside through Tom Cockrell and add to his misfortune in the other few laps. Sliding wide and outer, but Tower Bed is number 96. That's Peter Mott off the road. Loops it around the complete 180, waits for a gap in the traffic, but he'll be down to pretty much last and 22nd position, no doubt. So that's a disaster for Peter Mott after he was running so high in the top 10. He rejoins 20th, I think just ahead of Marcus Arnold and Mariadis, I think, towards the back of the field. Coming up towards the first 5 minutes of completion, and it's still Flanagan from Mansberger. Then it's Gwyn Jones leading on 3rd place, but you've got to be careful on that curve because we did have, I think it was Harry A did exactly the same thing where he ran wide on the exit of Sunny Out, and by hitting the curve it seemed to smash one of the rear wings off his car, which I thought was it make it look like it looks like a big incident when in fact it's just them losing a piece of bodywork. But nonetheless, it's certainly not something that will certainly hinder him a little bit, and we'll try and make the best of the slightly lighter car he's got underneath him thanks to that lost that rear wing. So there's Taylor and Tom Cockrell on screen to come back across the line to end lap 2, so end lap 3, and it's now Mansberger again with another new fastest lap of the race. He's dipped inside the 135 now, 134.957. Now 3rd place battle is still Jones number 97, Hugo Bush in car 22, and it's the Tom Cockrell who is in 5th position in the race, but because he's 2nd in points coming into the weekend, 4 points between them on those drop scores. And overall scores, before you take you drop any points, there's a gap of 7 points between them. So that's the battle that's going on, and right now it's advantage of Flanagan as Hugo Bush goes for it again up the inside, making a dive into Tower on Gwyn Jones on the inside line, and he slots through neatly into now 3rd position. Now the question is, if he can shake Jones and Cockrell off quick enough, can he start to charge along and catch after the 2 cars in front, being Taylor and Flanagan and Dominic Mansberger, who are in a race of their own currently. You see them on screen on the live stream here down towards the complex at Barcroft and into Sunny Inn. But whether or not Hugo Bush can not only just catch them, but whether he'll start to bring the rest of that chasing pack with him remains to be seen. He's got plenty of time to do it, 14 minutes left in order to pull that gap in a little more. Steve Lancaster on screen, that's on car 49, he's back in 7th position. Rest of the top 10 is Andy London 8th, 9th place for Nick Timpson and 10th for Christopher Broome. So a strong top 10. Cockrell had a big lock-up heading through the complex and into the hairpin now. He's trying to make a move to try and get back around the outside of Gwyn Jones for 3rd position, but now he finds himself under threat from Alex Vincent, who snuck up the inside and now puts himself level with the Academy champion from last year. He's going to try and steal 5th position from him on the run down towards Clairvaux. There's the top 2. Flanagan from Mansberger, then Bush, and then Gwyn Jones has managed to stay ahead of Tom Cockrell, who in turn has stayed ahead of both Vincent and Steve Lancaster. Lancaster having a look, try and get closer to Vincent to try and take away 6th position. Further back is Nick Timpson, who was slow going through Hawthorns, whether he missed a gear or went off the road and had to try and regather it, but he wasn't going as quick as he should have, but he's lost out a couple of spots now. He's lost out to cars 5 and 12, so that would have been Chris Broome and Ron Mounsey, so he's dropped behind 2 spots from 9th down to 11th. So less than 13 minutes left to go in this first Caterham Roadsport race. As we say, these cars are in their 2nd year of competition, having been out of the academy, as are the drivers. So this is a championship that's only for academy graduates and rookie drivers for this year, and so this really gives the chance of drivers who competed in both academy groups to race together on track at the same time in a championship scenario, whereas before when they've done that, first time we got a chance was in the non-championship autumn trophy race, which is usually an annual race which the two academy groups will competing together on one grid for the first time they do so in proper competition. As they make their way out through the complex, still watching Hugo Bush under threat from Gwyn Jones and Tom Cockrell. Cockrell's not too far away. He's got a little bit of damage on the right rear wing of that number 59 car. Maybe had a bit of a nip from somebody behind him. But now with a super exit from the hairpin, he's right onto the roll cage of Gwyn Jones down the pit straight. He'll have a look to the inside line to try and make the move. Cockrell does indeed in the process set the fastest lap of the race of a 1:34.592. There's O'Flanagan and Mansberger. For third, there's Hugo Bush. And for fourth, up the inside over the bump in the right-hander at Clairvaux goes Tom Cockrell. Another place regained for Tom. Now his next target is going to be to try and repatch and repass Hugo Bush, who's trying to pull away here in third position. 11.5 minutes to go as they head down the back straight up towards Tower Corner. So we're looking at 4th, 5th and 6th now. Cockrell, Jones and Vincent. And again, Jones just sniffing around trying to reclaim the place. Just a bit further back is Steve Lancaster under threat now from Andy Lund in car number 2. The black car with the orange stripe and the orange roll bars. A decent run so far in 8th position. As they come back up towards back into Barcroft again, and Tom Cockrell just closing a little bit more on the braking up into the sunny corners. It's a two-part complex of those two corners. There's sunny in and then sunny out, which is obviously quite creatively named, but sunny corners certainly are a double apex right-hander that takes you onto that short back straight and back to this long arcing left-hander that winds you back into the complex, and then the hairpin to end another lap. So we've got a 4-car train battle that you're developing here for that final podium spot. There's a one-on-one duel going on between Lancaster and Andy Lund. There's 5-car scrap going on, and this is for further back from 8th down to 12th position, because you've got in this mix now, you've got Ron Mounsey, you've also then got Nick Timpson, Christopher Brooms in here, Andy Lovett in car 38 and also in car 27, and that is Turner in the white car with the orange stripe. That's the scraps going on pretty much deep in the midfield, so good to see there's some healthy battling going on. Someone's run wide on the exit of Clairvaux. Some dust being kicked up as they come back through Hawthorns again. At the front, the gap is now just over a second between O'Flanagan and Mansberger, but looking at lap time, Bush is lapping quicker than Mansberger, so trying to close that gap down of about 2 seconds. So if Bush can carry on with some clean laps and possibly bring Cockrell and Jones and co with him, we might see not just a one-on-one duel for the lead, we might see a quintet of cars battling over that first place. Watching on screen here on the live stream, we've got that battle we talked about going on between 9th down to 13th from Mounsey, Broom, Timpson, Lovett and Turner, all nose to tail into the Jim Clark S's, so we'll see how that plays out. No one's making a move just yet, they're just playing it safe. Rob Mounsey, who has McDonald's sponsorship on that car, because I think he owns a chain of McDonald's franchises, so hence the reason why he's not only got McDonald's racing caterers, but also got McDonald's on the car. I'm pretty certain that as a catering racer, he's absolutely loving it. Yeah, complaints for bad puns on a postcard, please. Anyway, back to the leaders as we continue to watch this scrap. Mounsey has a lock-up heading into the complex, still being chased down by that black car with the fluorescent yellow wheels and graphics. That's Chris Broom. Mansberger sets a new fastest lap of the race, 1:34.564 to close the lead gap back into just under 7/10 of a second as they turn in through Clairvaux again. It's on lap 8. Oh, Hugo Bush with a big slide through Clairvaux. I think he's hit the bump there, which I think ever since the circuit got resurfaced, unless it was there before it was resurfaced, there's a bump right on the apex of Clairvaux. I talked about it just before the race started, and that really has been unsettling, not just cars in Caterham, but Fun Cup as well, all the way through this morning, and it really has given Cockrell a chance to really get onto his tail and have a look for the lead. There's the top two closing back in as Mansberger gets close to O'Flanagan. Meanwhile, Cockrell looks to the outside into Tower Bend, and you can pass around the outside at Tower if you've got enough grip and confidence, which Hugo Bush doesn't appear to have. He's squirming around on the exit, trying to find some traction, but at the same time he's putting his car in all the right places in all the right times, and somehow managing to keep his nose in front. So they come back up through the Jim Clark S's, back towards Barcroft, and this is a great chance for Tom Cockrell now to try and get himself into that podium place. Once he gets through, he's then going to try and close down another 2 seconds to try and catch up to the leading group, which I'd say he has got just about enough time, but it's a matter of when he gets past Hugo Bush rather than F, and Hugo Bush is swerving around again in the backgrounds. We're looking at our top two heading through the complex. We're looking further back. I think there is going to be a change for third place. We see now Flanagan and Mansberger. Now there's a slippery surface flag out there, which just either fluid or something on the circuit, which is either that or that piece of bodywork might be the cause. Meanwhile, here comes Cockrell then for third place. He needs to get past Hugo Bush now, otherwise he'll run out of time to try and catch these two at the front of the field. So Flanagan and Mansberger continue to lead, but for third place, what's happening into turn one? He's going to come out on top. It's Bush for the moment. He clouts the curve, as he says, ahead of Cockrell, who in turn has now been backed up into Gwyn Jones, who in turn is still being backed up into Alex Vincent. So it's third, fourth, fifth and sixth all together as the top two continue to run away. The gap between second and third is now 3.3 seconds. It's all the defending that Bush is having to do from Cockrell and co behind that's losing in time to the cars in front. And that in turn is causing him quite a few problems. So at this moment in time, it looks as though first and second place, it's at the moment pretty much guaranteed between one of these two drivers, between Flanagan and Mansberger. But for third, it's anyone's guess, because Tom Cockrell once again is all over the back of Hugo Bush as they turn in through the Jim Clark S. It's a fast, high-speed, almost flat-out section at the back here. It's a very fast, flat circuit, it's Croft, but that's why it gets such high lap speeds, and it's fantastic to see these cars going absolutely properly wheel-to-wheel. First time we've had Caterham here since 2019, so it's one of the first proper chance they've had a chance to race on this resurfaced Croft, because it was resurfaced a couple of years ago, and that certainly seems to be adding quite a bit more grip to these cars and certainly providing some great action at the front. So Flanagan and Mansberger continue to hold the advantage. We're looking at this scrap for third down to sixth, still with Hugo Bush. It feels like clinging on for dear life behind for these cars in front. Still that slippery surface flag is down there. I suspect it's for just a warning for the debris that's down there. Someone's lost a wing or possibly even a nose section by the looks of it on the front of someone else's car. 5.5 minutes to go, and still that lap of the third will not calm down. There goes the top two out through Clervo again. Lap 10 in this race now. Another big sideways moment there for Hugo Bush, really throwing the car around, and Cockrell had to stand on the brakes a little bit there, not to go straight to the back of Bush on the entry into Hawthorns. As they come back in through the S's, using all the curb, and now that run down the back straight, and again Cockrell will get in that slipstream. A massive slingshot on the run down towards Tower Bend. He looks like he might have had an advantage, but he pulled out for a second, and now Cockrell tries to go to the inside. Bush sweeps right to the inside line to defend, forcing Cockrell to go a long way around into Tower Bend, but he has to try and get through if he can hold on to the outside line, which he has. Oh, there's contact! Round goes Hugo Bush. There was contact with Bush and Cockrell, and I suspect maybe it was Cockrell trying to keep himself on the racing line and trying to get himself, because if he found himself on the outside line at Tower Bend, and then Bush tries to take his normal racing line or tries to defend, but because Cockrell almost had two wheels onto the guard, he tried to come off, didn't realise he was that far alongside. The pair made contact, and sadly Hugo Bush has dropped down, I think, just outside the top 10, whereas Tom Cockrell has carried on. I'm sure it's not the way he wants to get past Hugo Bush, and Hugo might feel a bit aggrieved at that, but I think we'll let the stewards decide if there's any repercussions for that one. Meanwhile, the top two remain unchanged, completely unscathed and completely unbeknownst to the top two that instant for third place has happened. But Hugo Bush will carry on then, and I think it was minimal damage. It was just an interlocking of wheels between the two, and I think they would have got away with it without relatively any damage. Tom Cockrell's car looks pretty much unchanged at the front, so no real changes between them. But Flanagan will certainly take comfort from the fact that he's taking more points out of his main rival Tom Cockrell, who is back in third. That will be a little bit of damage limitation in terms of trying to keep up. He will try and push on, but given the fact the gap is 5 seconds between Cockrell and Mansberger in second place, and with the top two as close as they are, I can't quite see Cockrell trying to close in here with enough time, unless he puts in some incredibly quick laps and sets a string of new fastest laps. I can't see him catching up to these two in time. Certainly give it a good go, but I think possibly the damage of the gap that's been pulled out has already been done. So all he can really do is pull away from these two battling for fourth and fifth, that being Gwyn Jones and Alex Vincent, and trying to solidify that final podium place to get back the points to go with it. There is Cockrell. He's had quite a strong run through the season, of course, back and forth. He's had his fair share of wins, as has O'Flanagan and co. It certainly has proved to be an incredibly competitive season in the Roadsports. There's a battle further back. That's James Hall battling with Andy Berg, and Sam Gibbons isn't too far away from him. This is a scrap from just ahead of them that we've got Ian Hapgood, so 15th down to 18th, having a good scrap towards the base of the field. So deep in the second half of the pack, we've got some great battles going on further down. So it looks like Just trying to close in there is James Hall, who he's had his moments so far this season. He's had one or two moments up towards the sharp end, but he's just not quite finding the pace here this weekend so far at Croft. He's back down in 16th position. And now there's a scrap there. Andy Berger's trying to get up the inside of James Hall. Couldn't quite make that stick, but he's going to try and hold around the outside and Sam Gibbons gets a good view here of this battle that's going on. He will certainly be there to pick up the pieces if anything happens. Still just over 2 minutes left to go in this race, so not long left, about 2 more laps. One car that's heading for the pits. I think that's Nick Timpson coming in, so problems for Nick as he will be what was 9th place. He's now out of the race, it seems, and in the pit lane, so at least a problem that's brought his race to a premature end, or at least we'll have to see him fix it to try and get into the end, but he will drop right down to the tail of the field, down to 21st position, because we have lost one car, being Marcus Eels in the pit lane with a problem. So a minute and 40 left on the clock in this first Mission Motorsport Caterham Roadsport Championship race, and it's still Taylor O'Flanagan who leads by 0.6 of a second, and Cockrell who is still 5.4 seconds back and surviving that contact with Hugo Bush on the exit of Tower Bend. He's managed to hold on to that final podium place, and he will do everything he can to make sure he's bagging a strong amount of points. So again, looking a little bit further back, that is car 51. That is Simon Arnold. He's back in 19th position at the moment, so he's in a bit of a race of his own here. I think we could do with seeing the leaders in a second, because not only is O'Flanagan set a new fast lap of the race, and Mansberger's on a similar sort of pace, they're going to go on to the last lap to possibly try and settle this. Meanwhile, Ryan Lovett's having a bit of a battle here, having under threat from Ron Mounsey. As we look back to our race leaders, so Flanagan's got a slightly bigger gap this time around. The gap is now just over a second, as Mansberger lost about 0.3 of a second on that last lap. Both lapping pretty strongly in the 135s. Gwyn Jones has just put in a new personal best, 134.6, so he's got the gap down between himself and Cockrell to 1.4 seconds in the end, but Taylor Flanagan's been here before. He's been a pretty commanding race winner when he's been towards the front, and even though Mansberger has pushed him hard and had his moments in the sun as well, Flanagan is starting to carrying on, taking just that another step closer towards this potential road sport title. If you look at the amount of times that Flanagan's taken a victory, won a bit of a win drought. He actually picked up his second and third wins of the season last time at Brands Hatch, because he finished either. He was either second or fourth. He couldn't finish third in the races between the first race at Donington Park and then the doubleheader that we had at Brands Hatch last time. It was pretty much alternating, being from the first race at Donington he picked up a fourth, a second, a fourth, and then 2 seconds at Silverstone before the 2 wins at Brands Hatch. And as he turns in through to the complex for the final time, Mansberger will close in, but I think, bar any dramas at the final corner, touch wood, I think we should be seeing him pick up his 4th win of the season. And Mansberger will get close under brakes, but it won't be close enough as he heads up towards the checkered flag for the 4th time in 2021. It will be a victory in the Mission Motorsport Caterham Roadsport Championship for Taylor O'Flanagan. He wins race 1 here at Croft, with Dominic Mansberger only 0.8 of a second behind him in 2nd place, and for 3rd, surviving the contact with Hugo Bush, he picks up podium Tom Cockrell, as through comes Steve Lancaster to pick up a strong result in 7th. Well done for him. He finishes by Andy London 6th, Alex Vincent in 5th, and Gwyn Jones picks up 4th. And they're still battling at the final corner, because Ryan Lovett is just ahead of Chris Broom, who has quite literally bamboozled Ron Mounsey at the final corner and stolen the position from him. So it looks like Broom has managed to pinch the final top 10 spot from Mounsey. So it was Ryan Lovett 9th, and it was Chris Broom in 10th and Ron Mounsey 11th. And Hugo Bush, meanwhile, who had that contact, he managed to get back up to 8th. So plenty going on. They're still going sideways out of our commentary box window. Adrian Marietta's got very all crossed up in front of rather bemused. He was in front of, I think it was the 20 of Chris Griffith. So very bemused in front of him, but they still managed to get to the flag and pick up 19th and 20th places, with Marietta's ahead of Griffith. The 2 cars we lost were Timpson and Eels. Timpson after he pitted, and then Eels before that. I think Eels was the one that lost his nose section, because that's the car that was possibly sat down at the head, which the marshals are going to pick up before our next race this afternoon. So congratulations to our race winners. As I say, Taylor Flank picks up his 4th win of the season. There are the results on screen if you're watching on the stream. Just to recap for those watching and here at the circuit, Taylor Flanagan wins by 0.8 of a second from Dominic Mansberger in 2nd place. Tom Cockrell picks up 3rd from Gwyn Jones, Alex Vincent, Andy London, Steve Lancaster with an impressive 7th. Hugo Bush resided to 8th after the contact, then Lovett and Broom round out the top 10. Ron Mounts just outside the top 10 on the final lap from Peter Mott. Then Ian Hapgood wins the battle between himself, James Hall, Andy Berg and Sam Gibbons, with Kevin Turner, Simon Arnold, Adrian Marianus and Chris Griffith. The 20 cars that made it home from the 22 that started, and then the 2 cars we sadly lost in the pit lane were Nick Timpson and Marcus Ehlers with their own mechanical dramas. Fastest lap of the race went on lap 11 to Taylor and Flanagan at 81 miles an hour exactly, 134.441. So, excellent stuff from Taylor and Flanagan. That is the end of the Caterham racing for today. So we are moving on to our main event for today, which is the 4-hour Fun Cup Endurance Championship race. And I believe we're getting set. We'll have JP Dennis down in the assembly area waiting to have a chat to some of our Fun Cup drivers before they head out onto the grid. And so it should be quite an exciting prospect in action. 4 hours of action in prospect, if I can get my words out. So we'll be hearing from very shortly from JP Dennis down in the assembly area before we get going. Myself and Andy and Jamie will all be taking you through the next 4 hours of action here for the next instalment of the Fun Cup Endurance Championship.
Well, hello everybody and welcome to Croft Circuit for round 6 of the Fun Cup Endurance Championship. I'm the third voice of the commentating team here. My name is Jamie Peters-Ennis and I will be down here in the pit lane getting all the news and views of the epic 4-hour thriller that we're going to be having today. We've got a 20-car grid with the Stand 2 Motorsport and Track Focus car filling the front row, but all eyes will be on the UVO Hoffman's Lotus team, who have to start last because they won the last round at Alton Park, and that makes it 4 wins out of 5 so far. So the question is, can they make it 5 out of 6? I'll hand over to Scott Woodwis and Andy McEwen, who will take you through this epic 4-hour thriller.
Thank you very much, Jamie. Epic thriller, words, Scott Woodwis, that are used far too often to describe motor races, but actually, when it comes to the Fun Cup Endurance Championship, I think suitable. The racing is always exciting. Croft has always produced really exciting Fun Cup Endurance Championship races in the past. But it's fair to say this season there has been one team that, through all of the drama and the confusion and the close racing on track, continues to come out on top. That is the former champions, UVO Hoffman's Lotus, the 225 team. We've had 5 races so far this year. They've won 4 of them. The only one they didn't win, they had a disastrous first race at Anglesey where they finished second, and they still therefore have a very strong championship advantage. Can anybody beat them today? It's not like we don't have enough other competitive teams out there that could beat them. It just hasn't happened yet, has it?
Yeah, I think there's your question. How do you solve a problem like Farkini and Fabio? Because as fantastic as they are, it's a headache for every other single team in the pit lane. That's asking exactly the same question. Apart from that one race where they came second, what do we have to do to beat these two and to beat them consistently? Because yes, they got that 1 second place, but apart from that, they started at the back of the grid. And I think even Paul Rose might have to rethink it, because not even that's stopping them. Maybe it's a team. Maybe it's possibly has to be for them the new rule, which is back of the grid and a 10-second gap, because they start from the back of the grid and they're that quick that by the first 10-15 minutes they've picked off 3/4 of the field and they're challenging in the first couple of spots. So, but yeah, one thing I was going to mention is that don't let the race length fool you. 4 hours, if you're thinking it's going to drag on, it doesn't, because Fun Cup races, as I've been learning, of course, and you know since you started covering these guys, there never tends to be, for very long, at most, a dull moment in a Fun Cup race. There's always a battle going on, a pass that's happening, a drama for a driver, a pit stop somewhere that's happening, particularly in the pit windows, and or a safety car might turn up and bunch the field again. It is one of those races where literally, like modern day endurance races become, where in the old days it's pretty much you have a team where one car would be the hare and you have a couple of, well, I say in context, tortoises, shall we say, holding back and trying to hold the other cars back in the other teams. Whereas modern day, that pretty much becomes a 3, 4, 6, however long sprint. It really is a 4-hour sprint. They treat it like a 15-20 minute, like the Caterham races, where they just go wheel to wheel. And even the open couple laps, they're battling like it's literally the last lap of the race, when they've still got 3 hours and 55 minutes to go. So there's going to be action aplenty, lots of high-quality drivers in this mix, both drivers who you may recognise and some that you might not, but you'll get to know over the course of the 4 hours in the season. And it really does produce some exceptional racing, and it is one of the top endurance championships, not just in the UK, but I think in all of Europe, given the fact that it's so popular in France, in Belgium, and in other places around Europe. And it's a reason why events like the Special Spa are 25 hours. No, I didn't mistook, it was 25 hours. I think they said it because they just wanted the 25-hour race. But it's why it attracts, I think it must be like over 100 cars usually every year when they do hold it. There's a reason for that, and it's because Fun Cup is so good, it's so affordable, and as we both know, it's incredibly competitive, and genuinely, as it says in the name, it's incredibly good fun, and there's no irony in that. It really is good fun to watch and to race in.
Yeah, the Fun Cup actually had a support slot at the Le Mans 24 Hours this year on the full Circuit de la Sarthe, which was a fantastic spectacle and really a sign of respect, I think, to this formula of racing. And you're about to see, hopefully, just why it's so exciting. Let's run through the grid then, shall we? Because it's a randomly drawn grid. The cars are making their way out towards the start of the race now, being led around by the runyourfleet.com Jaguar safety car, and so we're not that far away from getting the race underway. Drawn at random on pole position were the track-focused team, car 262. That car, I'll also be able to give you the start drivers, 262 being started by Mike McCollum. Alongside him, the 101 car, that's Stand 2 Motorsport's Martin Compton. So 2 quick drivers there on the front row of the grid. Then row number 2 is the 158 Tacosis with Raw Motorsport car. That car is being started by Paul Rivette, former legend of the Renault UK Clio Cup, with 246 EDF Motorsport alongside Vlad Vasiliev starting that car, although I believe that car's actually going to start from the back of the grid. They've had a few brake issues so far this weekend. Row 3 then for 188, that's Enduro Motorsport's Stephen Walton with 61 MJ Tech GT, that car being started by Martin Gibson Company. Row 4 is the 111 car, GCI Racing's Ian Wood, with the JPR Black Widows number 99 rounding out that 4th row. That car started by Dom Jackson. Row 5 for number 125, Greensall Motorsport's Paul Lewis, and 106 Make Happen Racing's Chris Hart. That's a car to watch starting mid-grid, but they are former champions. Make Happen Racing should move forward from there. Row number 6 we have former championship runners-up Team Viking, car 110. Nick Nunn is at the wheel for the first stint. Then Dispatch Bay Express in the 221 car. That car is being started by Andy Bicknell, and that is the only other car to have won a race this year apart from the Uvio Hoffman's Lotus car, so 221 from 12th, another to watch out for. Row number 7 then is the second of the Make Happen Racing cars, car 212, started by Stephen Walton. Then you've got the number 1 Team Olympian car, the reigning champions, Chris Doval at the wheel for the first stint. They've had a nightmare of a season, but hopefully they started to turn it around with a strong podium finish last time at Alton Park. Row number 8 then for the 248 CCS Media car. That car is piloted by Nigel Greensall for the first stint. A 248, another that really should rocket through the order. Nigel remains one of the fastest drivers in the Fun Cup Endurance Championship, but he's got to come through from 15th on the grid. The 103 Enduro Motorsport car then is next. Don't actually have a start driver for 103, so I'll try and get that information for you as soon as we can, but they start 16th ahead of number 97. That's the GT Radial car, started by Freddie Hunt, son of former Formula 1 world champion James Hunt. It really is spooky when you walk past Freddie in the pit lane, by the way. You really do have to do a double take. He is the spitting image of his famous father, but Freddie himself, a very handy driver, making his Fun Cup debut this weekend. Car 14, Team Greenheath, lines up 18th on the grid then. That car started by Gary Bate. And on the back row of the grid, we have two of the fastest cars in the championship. The 146 PLR racing car, which 19th on the grid. That car is being started, I presume, by Ben Pitch. Yes, it is, with Neil Plymouth to take over after. They've actually had a really solid last couple of rounds with a couple of podiums out of the last 3 races, so keep an eye for the 146 car from 19th on the grid. And right at the back, because they won the most recent race, is the 225 Uvio Hoffman's Lotus car, started by Fabio Randaccio for this race. The only team that know where they'll be starting the next race are the previous race winners, because they have to start stone dead last on the grid. Everybody else, though, is subject to that random draw, although as I mentioned, we will have EDF Motorsport's 246 actually starting for the back of the grid, because, Scott, they had a problem that in 20 odd years of watching motorsport I've never come across before. They were saying that in testing the brakes were not working on right-handers. They were working on left-handers, but they weren't working through right-handers. I've never come across something like that. They've changed the entire brake system on that car, and they're still not confident they've got it sorted. So just for a safety perspective, they're going to start at the back of the grid, but that is a bizarre one.
That's either maybe something to do with wiring, or just, I don't know, brake fluid not getting to one side of the car compared to the other. I have to admit, that's not a problem I've heard of before. I've heard of things happening with cars when it turns in one direction and the other, but I've never heard brakes being a problem. Yeah, and that's not to sound ironic, but that's kind of a vital thing that you definitely need if you're gonna keep yourself going, particularly for a 4-hour race, and particularly when these guys don't change tyres, therefore, and that takes long enough. So to change brakes if they need to would take an eternity. Particularly that would pretty much ruin your race in one go. So yeah, fingers crossed they have got it sorted. But as we go on to the rolling lap, again, this should be intriguing. But particularly watching those 2 cars towards back, 3 cars towards back, I need to watch out for. Particularly the Enduro Motorsport car 103, because Marcus Clough and Andy, I'll get it right now, Morgan Tilbrook, who of course this year have been dovetailing with a little championship called British GT in a McLaren, so obviously this is a bit different to a McLaren in some cases, but of course they're still getting, I think it's the advantage to them, because ironically the Fun Cup races are longer than British GT races mostly, so therefore they're kind of this is good for them. In some ways, good practice to keep them in shape, endurance-wise, for when they do tackle British GTs. Watch out for them, particularly. The Spanish race is going to be good, of course, but that'll be Andy Bicknell and Harry Mayer. Harry's one of the youngest drivers in the field, immensely quick, and he's always been quick. He's been by one of these cars. The Make Happen Racing guys, good to see Chris Hart back, of course, been a Team Vinny, he's been a former champion with Henry Dawes. Team Viking are always quick. NJ Tech GT, I think, have been particularly impressive. Scott Jeffs and Martin Gibson, while he's not racing Fun Cup, he's racing trucks, so he's one to watch out for too. And I think also one team who we hope at least has some form of better luck, which they managed to have at Alton Park before that had been horrendous, is the car just on the right screen, Team Olympian, because literally anything that could have gone wrong for them in positions when they could have been successful, arguably has. But they had some better luck at Alton Park when they got a second place behind, Uber Hoffman's Lotus. But even then, to them, they just missed out on the win. To them, second place felt like a victory because they had so much bad luck. Particularly one of those gutting ones was the first race at Anglesey, when they were 15 minutes away from their first victory in the race, and then the engine went pop. And it was only because I found out, because I think Anglesey had been resurfaced, or it had been sort of given, because the cars were going through some of these faster corners at a higher RPM than they normally had. So it wasn't anything to do with wrong with the car's mechanics, it was simply because the cars were being put under more stress than they normally would be at Anglesey. So because of that, it was putting more strain on the engine, and therefore they're running at higher RPMs, which meant, unfortunately, we had those series of engine failures, which hopefully should be sorted for next year. We don't have those same problems, but nonetheless, lots of stories in this race, lots of cars out of position, as we'd like to see with that random grid draw. And I think certainly do watch at least Uwe Hoffer's Lotus Black and Gold car, because one thing we can probably guarantee, Andy, that ain't going to stay there very long, is it?
No, I don't think so. The game this year we've been playing is how long will it take them to get to the lead, and it's usually less than 20 laps, so we'll see what happens here. Always a high probability of safety cars here at Croft as well. We've only had 4 Fun Cup Championship races here over the years. We've had 14 safety car periods across those races, an average of about 3 or 4 per race. And usually the first one comes out within the first half an hour, so early safety cars during pit windows, that can all really change things around. And all of this, of course, happening at a pivotal moment in the championship. We've had 5 races, we've got 4 more to go. This is then well and truly the start of the second half of the season. So track focus then on the pole position. As I said, that car being started by Mike McCollum, alongside him the 101 car, the Stantu Motorsport car of Martin Compton. That is going to be a real battle into that first corner at Clairvaux. The RunYourFleet.com safety car then brings them around the hairpin. It will peel into the pit lane. The rest of the field will face the red lights, and when they go out, we're away in racing for 4 hours here. Round number 6 of the 2021 Fun Cup Endurance Championship here from Croft is about to get underway then. The run towards the first corner about to begin. The red lights go out. Now we're away in racing. A very even start from both of the front row starters there. Enduro Motorsport towards the back, ducking out of line, but it is 3 wide for the race lead already. Diving up the inside line comes the Tacosis with raw motor damage done. That was a very feisty run through the first couple of corners, and it's Rivette that gets the lead then. So Paul Rivette for Raw Motorsport gets the advantage out through Hawthorns. He's already starting to make his escape then from Martin Compton in second position, and in third place now looks to be the 262 car. Yes, that is Mike McCollum for Track Focus. Towards the back of the field, meanwhile, Uwe Hoffmann's Lotus are... Where have they got themselves?
Are they missing? I can't see them.
I couldn't see them then, you know. Is there a car in the gravel at turn 1? This is most bizarre. Looking on the stream and out of the window, I cannot... Oh no, they are there. They've passed about 6 cars. They were leaving, but they are correctly on the track and making good progress.
Yeah, we had a great little onboard shot there, one of the cars. We've got some live onboard, which is fantastic to see. You'll be able to see some of these cars driven from essentially the point of view of the driver in the cockpit. They're centrally positioned because these cars have essentially they're a single-seater body with this sort of VW Beetle-esque sort of silhouette body over the top of them, and they have sequential gearboxes, they're rear-wheel drive, they're proper race cars underneath. They might look like sort of tin tops or so, but they're proper, essentially single-seater race cars with this silhouette body on top, and they really can move some as they go through. As for Uwe Hoffer's Lotus, right now they have got some damage on the left front as they're trying to bully their way past CCS Media, who in turn have also made some good progress up through the order, but I make it they've passed literally about half the field already on this opening lap, which is quite astonishing even for them.
You ain't going to bully your way past Nigel Greensall though, and that's why the CCS car was being particularly difficult. They all complete the first lap of racing, which is good news. It is the 158 car that leads at the end of lap number 1 from Stantu Motorsport. There is the Make Happen Racing car, Scott, between CCS Media and Uwe Hoffmann's Lotus. Uwe Hoffmann's Lotus started 19th on the grid. They're challenging for 11th place now as they go down towards Tower Corner. But all of that progress they made, Scott, you come across Nigel Greensall and suddenly that progress stops in its tracks. Nigel is such a fierce racer. If I were Fabio in that Uwe Hoffmann's Lotus car, I'd be working with Nigel to make further progress rather than fighting him.
There's a reason why you look back at Nigel Greensall's CV that he's even gone as far as winning races in old Formula 1 cars and Eurobots before, because he's definitely got the experience. Basically, anything he hasn't raced probably isn't worth racing, because he's raced so much historically, different sort of championships, both contemporary and also classic and historic. So he's an incredibly experienced driver. Incredibly Wiley Fox is one of the corner marks I think, so how it goes for Roberta. But there goes that's the GCI racing car diving up into the Black Widows. That's for 8th position. But yeah, Nigel Greensall definitely not one to let them through. And look, case in point, Fabio still hasn't got through. There's a big lock up there for ironically Nigel's car behind him, which if that hasn't distracted him, I'll be amazed. But here goes finally Fabio says, right, out of the way Nigel, up the inside I've come, and that's another place gained. So he's now up into 11th place at the expense of Nigel, and already on the back of Make Happen Racing. These two, whichever one's at the wheel, Farkino and Fabio, quite literally do not hang around towards the back, do they?
No, they are absolutely charging through the field. Look at that 3-wide battle coming down towards us. The green car is the reigning championship winning car, Team Olympian, started by Chris Doval. He's got got Enduro Motorsport's 103 car right behind him. Getting eased out a bit wide there, though, was Gary Bates in the white and grey number 14 Greenheath car. Managed to keep it on the track. One car that hasn't made progress is PLR. It's a good racer, but they have, on occasion, decided just to take their time in this first stint. They know there are going to be safety cars. They know there are going to be opportunities to gain ground later on. When you know almost for a fact that you will have that safety car opportunity to close back in, there isn't really much sense, is there, in beating the car up in the first few laps, because you could be out of the race for really absolutely no reason.
It's almost still Fabio that, because of course he's damaged one part of the front splitter. So, but these front splitters, I actually saw them first hand at Alton Park. They can be sort of repaired pretty readily because they get sort of the canards, if you like, or the splitter parts on the front end of the bumper can get sort of put in pretty quickly. Might another bit in a second, because he's going wheel to wheel with the Metcalfe racing car, but. Again, he had that bit of halting progress behind. Was the other Enduro Motorsport car behind? But that car's dropped behind all three of those cars in that fight, which is Uvia, Hoffman's Lotus, Make Happen, and TCS Media. So that's battling between these three cars. With the Enduro Motorsport car 188 being shoved all the way back to 12 behind these three leading cars.
Yeah, Fabio's got a car between himself now and Nigel Greensall. That was the Stephen Walton driven Make Happen racing car 212. Now you can see Nigel actually coming under pressure himself there as they head towards turn 1 from the 188 car, the second of the, actually the first of the Enduro Motorsport cars in the field at the moment. There goes Freddie Hunt in the GT Radial car, number 97. Good to have Freddie in the championship, just easing himself in here in a casual 8 or 9 car battle for about 11th place, getting stuck in here and I'm sure enjoying his first taste of Fun Cup competition. He's got Gary Bate behind him and he's got the 103 Enduro Motorsport car just ahead, as there making even more progress is Fabio Randaccio. Now he's passed Dom Jackson in the 99 JPR Black Widows car, so from 19th on the grid he is into 8th position and we're only halfway around the 4th lap.
That's a record, isn't it? That's just how quickly he's got that high. But no, impressive stuff from Fabio, incredibly talented. Of course, and so is Farkini, and there's no wonder that Farkini's been a champion, of course, with Graham Roberts. That's a important pass in the past. Graham, of course, going to some GT racing and other things in motorsport. But good to see that that car not only is still as strong as it ever is, but of course, the fact that it's won one race, which you say they had a disastrous first race at Anglesey and finished second. But given that car, it's almost unstoppable. It's like the Terminator, isn't it? It doesn't matter where you throw it in the grid, it'll always come back to the front at some point, and I guarantee that car, at whatever point in the race, it will lead a lap at some point, because it's just that quick, and Fabio and Farkini between them are just quite simply that good between each other.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think they'll lead plenty of laps, to be honest. They'd led almost 50% of the laps all season so far. They have just been that quick, but they're going to have to go some to catch Paul Rivette here, aren't they? Rivette is 2.3 seconds up now on Make Happen Racing in second place, but Fabio Randaccio, as you can see, has just set the fastest lap of the race now, 138.181. Now he's in a bit more clean air. Through Redgate goes Freddie Hunt there, looking at the inside of Enduro Motorsport, whilst behind Gary Bates under pressure from Ben Pitch, who also has a little bit of front splitter damage. Look at the PLR racing car, and that team though have a whole host of sponsors back here this weekend. I think one of the first opportunities they've had to welcome their sponsors from Durnleys and Pentel because of the COVID-19 restrictions, of course, but they've been able to welcome them back into the paddock. It's another Fun Cup Endurance Championship atmosphere, is that hospitality unit down in the paddock, and we're so happy to be able to welcome everyone back to that again this season. Battling going through Tower Corner though, Dispatch Bay there moving.
Change different drivers, whether it's with Christian Rose or Riley Phillips at the wheel. That's when it starts to make progress. And that's no slight on Crystal. I think he's just taking a more slightly careful, cautious approach, keeping the car out of trouble, keeping the damage. Oh, 2 cars off.
That's Greenheath and PLR, isn't it?
Yeah, so 2 cars off. It's off our screen at the moment, but up at the Jim Clark S's, 2 cars have gone off. I suspect that's 2 cars trying to go side by side through Jim Clark S's, which never really works. It's just off our screen if you're watching on my live stream. But the PLR car has got going again. As for Team Greenheath, that car has got front end damage and it's stuck essentially in the muddy field rather than the gravel and the grass over there. So that car might not get going, and it may well, dare I say, Andy, possibly tempt our first safety car. There it is on screen. Team Greenheath, I'm afraid, looks like it's either out of the race or it's severely hindered before it gets back in the mix if it can. Although usually the driver gets out, it's never normally a good sign. So I suspect that we are pretty much heading towards our first appearance of basically of the day. There goes Freddie Hunt on the inside of the 125 Greenheath Motorsport car. I suspect we are going to get our first appearance of the Runyon Green safety car within a race situation in terms of being used to punch the pack out, because that car at a high speed point in the race is at quite a precarious position. I think also look at the PLR car, I think that's got a little bit of some suspension damage, possibly towards the front, where it's trying to get it turned in the left-hander. trying to crab towards the rim. We're just looking at the comment watch window here if you're watching on the stream, but all sorts happening here. And yeah, coming to the pit lane, watching it, if you get it on the cameras, that PLR car, goodness me, that is, look at it on the screen, that you can see it's crabbing like anything. So that's definitely left rear suspension damage, and that is looking quite horrible. So that's going to take quite a lot of fixing to get it out. And that car, I'm afraid, Andy, looks pretty much now, because that damage out of contention straight away.
Which car was I just talking about? Having all of these guests here this weekend, 40 odd guests in hospitality, really excited to be back watching the racing.
I keep that in Neil Plymouth's way, Bobby.
Yes, that's unfortunate is what that is. You're right about the safety car. I think we are. Yes, the runyourfleet.com safety car is on the track. The earliest that we've ever had a safety car here at Croft before was lap 11, so we've beaten that record already, and we could well be on to beat the record for the highest number of safety cars in any given race, which also I'm pretty sure happened here at Croft 2 years ago. But part of the problem with Croft is we're seeing the repair work already ongoing, so the rear suspension is damaged, but there's damage to the front end as well, so I wouldn't be surprised to find that both front and rear suspension is deranged after that. Hard to tell where the damage came from. There's obviously been contact as they go in, but then once you go off the track at the Jim Clark S's, it's basically a ploughed field that you end up in. It's not a traditional gravel trap. That is very rough, very rutted, and once you dig into that sideways, you can do a lot of damage to the suspension, and as a certain Bobby Thompson found out a couple of years ago, you can sometimes end up having an even bigger accident than this one was. So thankfully both of these cars seem to have stayed on their wheels, but a lot of damage done to this car, which is going back into the garage, and the 14 car, which is still stationary at the side of the road. So the safety car makes its first appearance then. This was on lap number 5, wasn't it? So we'll keep a record of how many safety cars we end up with. Good opportunity to see the lovely runyourfleet.com Jaguar safety car, which is on board with the BRSCC for this year. We once again thank runyourfleet.com for all of their support. It's one of those weird things, isn't it, Scott? We don't really want to see much of the safety car out on track, but at least when we do, we've got quite a nice car to look at.
Yeah, and it's also got some fancy new safety cars fitted at Caterham Park, which is good to see. They go all the way across from America, actually, so they're quite apt. Now, this is quite interesting. We've got some live onboard footage here, so thanks to EDF Motorsport providing it. This looks to be the Vlad Vasiliev and Matt Dawkins car, because you can see the Vape Club Racing sponsor kind of gives that away for me. But good chance to see pretty much a good onboard shot, not just of the windscreen camera, but also a shot of the driver working away to see, in some cases, just how physical some of these cars really are, because you really have to manhandle. They've got quite narrow tyres, being a single-seater, and they are quite tricky to manhandle. So these cars really do pretty much take it out of you physically rather than just mentally being a long race. So something to watch out for, and something to definitely see how these drivers cope. And also what's quite interesting, when you see it, I don't think you'll be able to see it maybe from the onboard shot when they pit, but sometimes pit stops in the Fun Cup are quite amusing, because you have strategies where quite literally the driver will quite literally get dragged out of the car and just yanked out straight away as quickly as possible. And some drivers have a system where they have one driver gets in one side, one the other, because it's a single seater, so you can open both the doors and have one exit one side, one the other. Others simply go in the same direction. It depends on the situation, but you do get some that will literally be physically pulled out as hard as possible to get them in. So good to see that we've got some live onboard footage there. And speaking of good to see, Uwe Hoffman's Lotus course has now casually moved up to 7th place now, and still making some progress, but I'm sure it will do on the restart. I'm sure it'll be picking cars off like anything in no time at all.
Well, whilst the safety car's out, let's run through that running order then. It's the Tacosis with Raw Motorsport car that leads the way, Paul Rivette at the wheel. They'll be disappointed about this safety car. They had a big lead before the safety car came out, so 158 leading then. Make Happen Racing, though, on the flip side, they'll be very happy, because the 106 car is now going to close right in on the race leader, so we'll have a real race on our hands once the runyourfleet.com safety car heads in. Then, in third position is Stand 2 Motorsport. That's the 101 car of Martin Compton. 262 Track Focus that started on pole positions is 4th place at the moment. Mike McCollum at the wheel. And then 5th position for MJ Tech GT, number 61. 6th is the 110 car for Team Viking. 7th is Uwe Hoffman's Lotus, as we've said. 4 times winners this year. Not reigning champions, former champions, and current championship leaders. From the back of the grid, they're in 7th already after, well, just 5 laps really of racing that they'd had. 8th place then for GCI Racing, that's Ian Wood in the 111 car. 9th is the 248 of CCS Media, Nigel Greensall, and 10th for Dom Jackson, number 99 for the JPR Black Widows. Of those that are outside of the top 10 then, that still should make progress, you'd have to definitely put Dispatch Bay Express in that cat, quite the same forward progress as the championship leaders. Also, Team Olympian, 14th place at the moment for the reigning championship car, so they are not really carving their way through the order for the time being either. We were saying earlier on, Scott, that there are different tactics in the opening stint of the race. You've got the Uwe Hoffmann's Lotus tactic, just overtake everyone as quickly as you can and take all the risks necessary, because once you get to the front, you're then in a slightly safer position. And then you've got the strategy a couple of other teams are taking, which is let the race come to you, sit at the back of the pack a bit, because in theory that's safer than getting caught up in an accident in the midfield. Well, that's what PLR were doing. The first car they tried to overtake, and they ended up making contact with them. So sometimes maybe attack is the safest way to approach the start of the races.
It's particularly when you've got some of the drivers who, and I say this politely, are some of the either less experienced or kind of not as quick drivers towards the back, and I don't see that as any kind of negative. But maybe it's because of that some of the fast drivers, because you have this jumbled up grid order when you have the faster cars towards the back and the grid is very random, so you, apart from winning on the previous race, you don't know where you're going to start. So sometimes if you're towards the front, depending on what the skill level of the drivers is around you, sometimes that can be a benefit. Usually trouble can occur when you're starting to get mid-pack, when you start to be in amongst cars that have various different speed and skill levels depending on the driver and who started. So maybe PLR, I think in some cases probably just literally had a case of really bad luck getting involved in that, and unfortunately because of that it's meant that they've had these issues where it's forced them into the pits early on. Of course the PLR team will work as quickly as possible to get that car back out, because he's got it back to the pits and that suspension issue will be fixed, but the case is, the question is going to be how quickly or how are they going to be able to fix that, and how long is it going to take before they can get back out. The fact we're on the safety car right now is a blessing for them, because it means that they've got arguably a little bit more time and they will lose less laps underneath this safety car. It's when racing gets back underway again, that's when they're literally in a race against the clock, because the longer they spend in the pits trying to fix it, the more laps they're going to lose and the further it's going to put them out of contention. Essentially, unfortunately, this initial lap has kind of put them, I'm afraid, out of contention pretty much straight away, which is really unfortunate, but they can still at least try and get to the end and try and salvage some points and hope for issues for other drivers to try and pick them up through the order. So it's tough, and it's something a bit of a mix depending on where you are in the field and where you have to pick your strategy. You might have to change it on the fly or change it race by race depending on where you get drawn in the grid, or if you won the previous race to have to start from the back, because a different strategy can be warranted for different situations. And so one Fun Cup race is never the same as the other, so you might find yourself in the back and it's an easy way through to the field, or towards the back and you're stuck with the faster car trying to make the way through and you're getting really caught up in other issues. So either way, it's very tricky to try and make up time here. But yeah, different strategies work in different scenarios, and so far the UVS strategy, as it has done several times, of just attack and just pick cars off one by one has worked. As for PLR, they tried taking the steady route, got caught up with somebody else, and it just hindered their race from the outset, which is a shame, but as the age-old saying is, that's motor racing.
Helps to turn the microphone on. Yes, they are guaranteed to score points as long as they get to the end of the race, PLR, but their dropped score, of which again all teams have to drop one score over the course of the season, was a 17th place finish back at the second round at Silverstone. So they've already had one bad race. They can't really afford another one now from a championship point of view. So they'd sort of slowly move their way back into the top 10 in the points after those two third place finishes, one at Anglesey, one at Alton Park last time out, but unfortunately their misfortune coming back to bite them again. So the safety car then is still out. We continue to enjoy these crystal clear onboard views though from the 246 car. We must thank the EDF Motorsport team for providing this onboard as well, so giving us a truly unique insight into what it takes to drive a Fun Cup car. Not at any speed at the moment, it has to be said, but I'm sure when the car gets back up to pace, we'll really see just how physical that car is to drive, and also whether it's stopping for the corners properly, which so far it appears to be, but they haven't yet started to really attack and overtake people. The Greenheath car, incidentally, is on the back of a low loader now. It's just being sort of brought back across the grass from the complex area. If they get a move on here, Scott, we could possibly go racing this time, I think.
Possibly. It'll depend on how the clerk of the course sees it and how quickly he thinks this is going to go off the track. Now, I suspect, given that the safety car is going at a slightly slower pace, maybe means that they're trying to give the recovery truck a little bit more time to get off the road. Just looking at the cars that comes past, either that's just the steering just at the angle it is, or that's incredibly damaged front left on that car on the front end. So it looks to me, if it's possibly, I think maybe either the PLR car's lost it, and because of that, it's made contact with the left front of the Greenheath car, or it's possibly going to be a contact either way. So I think they might be able to get them going just as this recovery truck goes into the pit lane. We're watching on the camera here to see when the safety car comes in, whether or not it has lights illuminated or not. The recovery truck is off the circuit now and in pit lane, so if we are going to get going again, we should be safe to do so, as the track is pretty much completely clear. So we'll wait and see how that's playing out. As we now wait for the race to get underway. Still haven't had the safety car waiting for them. The lights are still on at the moment, but are they going to switch them off? I think Paul Rivette's backing everyone up in anticipation that they're going to be switched off, but I would have thought if they were going to be switched off, they would have been done so by now. So I suspect they're going to go around possibly just for safety for one more lap and then get them back underway, because I think Paul mistakenly is thinking it's going to be a safety car restart now, when in fact he's backing them all up for essentially at this point in time no reason other than just backing them up because the safety car's put them back out again. So I can hear possibly sound in the pit lane, so I'm suspecting possibly for our first time to chat to him in the race. Jamie, any news from pit lane?
Take that as a no.
So as we're under a brief safety car period, we've got a couple of drivers stood here just to my right. Mark Home from Team Viking. Mark, we'll just bring you in. You've had a sort of a bit of a patchy year, haven't you? You had some decent results, but there's also a couple of drive shaft failures, and you had obviously the accident at Anglesey. It just shows that the Fun Cup Endurance Championship is as unpredictable as ever, isn't it?
Well, you know, funny enough, this year, which is year 7 for us, has been one of our best years. I think a 3rd, a 2nd, a 4th and a 7th, and we're still only P3 in the championship. I think on drop points with the incident we had at Anglesey might put us up to P2, but we've never worked as hard as this season. It's just so close, isn't it? I mean, such good drivers out there.
It is, and obviously we've had the EVO Hoffman's Lotus team have won 4 out of 5. I mean, in Fun Cup history, it's unheard of, isn't it? And it just shows you that staying out of trouble is key. Obviously, a couple of years ago, you guys were in the hunt for the championship. I mean, do you and Nick take a different approach each round, or do you just crack on as normal? Because both of you, I mean, you do occasionally race other things as well. So trying to get your head back into the Fun Cup car mode, it's not easy, is it?
Well, we've been running historics in the Healy and the MGBs, and they're quite sprint racy. So you do need to change the way you're thinking. And the awareness of driving. It's a 4-hour race.
Well, wish you all the best. We've had the Green Heath car come in from its accident with the 146 car. They're both being repaired now. 146 has had some front steering damage as well as the left rear suspension, and Green Heath has got left front suspension damage. So I'll throw back to Andy and Scott while I find out the goings on down here in the pit lane.
Yeah, Scott and I were just actually having the conversation, Jamie, trying to figure out exactly what might have happened up there at the Jim Clark S's. And I'm sure once the drivers are back in the pit lane, we'll be able to chat to them. But that doesn't necessarily tally up with what our suspicions were as to how that contact had happened. We'll await further news on that as and when we get it. But for now, the cars are making their way around on this, what we hope will be the final lap behind the safety car. And yes, safety car is indeed in this lap, as the timing screen is confirming to us. And there you can see the Tacosis with Raw Motorsport car at the front of the field, ready and raring to go here, Scott, for the restart.
Indeed. So Paul Rivette then, who is more used to sprint starts given his experience in Clio Cup, and so he's now going to have, I think, one of his first ever Fun Cup restarts where he controls the pace. So he will then use all experience probably in situations like this in Clio Cup to full advantage, and he's already got his hammer down already through the complex. The safety car has pulled into pit lane, so it's clear of the circuit, and as Paul Rivette turns the field all the way through the hairpin, we're going to head back onto the pit straight and get racing back underway for round 6 of the 2021 Fun Cup Endurance Championship, with Tacosis with Raw Motorsport leading them back across. Green flag in the air, and we are back underway, and the Make Happen racing car has already gone with them on this restart, so good start from them as the top two pull away. Stanley Motorsport holding well with Martin Compton at the wheel, and then Track Focused in 4th position with MZ GT in 5th. As they come from the first couple of the corners, everyone's sort of spread out a little bit now, and if we just compare off, but the car to watch out for is going to be UVF Hoffman's Lotus, who are ahead of these two cars, of course, with GCR and TCS Media, and already they're on the back of Team Viking and have already passed them. So again, no hanging around at all for these guys. They're simply going for it from the outset, and already passed them and already trying to catch up to these two cars in front. This is the battle that's going for 4th and 5th, and knowing them, they'll probably get up to the back of them and pass them both in quick succession. Lock up from MJ Tech GT into the right-hander and straight onto their tail. Guess who? It's going to be Fabio Rendaccio, and he's passed one, maybe two, and oh, Fabio, don't go three abreast to Jim Clark S's. That might end in disaster, but somehow it hasn't, and somehow, believe it or not, he's passed both of them in one move. Absolutely incredible.
That incredible is the word, Scott. I have absolutely no idea how he just did that. We've just seen what happens when you try and go side by side through the Jim Clark S's. 3 wide is just asking for trouble, and yet Fabio Randaccio made that stick and got himself up 2 positions then into the top 4. Well, he's gained 3 positions actually, even since the restart. So that car is going to be fighting for a podium place before you know it. The race leaders then come through the S's for what is the 11th time of asking, and we are starting to see those top 2 really get themselves together now. Side by side in the background, Freddie Hunt there trying to go around the outside of Enduro Motorsport to get the inside line into the hairpin. That's 13th place now then for Freddie in the GT radial car. He moves ahead of John Curry in the 188. He now, though, tries to move back alongside. He needs to be careful, though, because the Queensall Motorsport car isn't that far behind, and will try to fill that gap on the inside. So Rivette leads by half a second over Chris Hart in second. Chris is only 1 second, though, ahead of Stand 2 Motorsport in third, who have a 1.6 second advantage over Uvio Hoffman's Lotus in fourth. And that car in fourth place, Scott, is the one that we really need to watch for. Now they're in clean air. I reckon Fabio should be able to catch the top 3 before much longer.
Yeah, given the pace that he's been setting, I think it's certainly will be a match of when rather than if he catches them. So we'll keep on the track of the progress of that. He goes up the inside, goes the CCS media cars make a move and look up the inside. But again, track focus have the line pretty much covered, and place lost for Team Viking because there were 7th across the line, just another spot down to 8th now. So next in line, of course, is then GCI Racing, and then looks like JPR Black Widow. So those 2 in the mix carrying on in 9th and 10th as they round up the top 10 positions. Now as they come through, we should be able to see, and if he can do it, then we'll have to wait and see how that plays out. We'll go back into the complex again. There's CCS Media going alongside Track Focus. They will be in view now as this battle goes on for 6th and 7th place. Round the outside goes Nigel Greensall, cuts in front nicely, and if Viking get their nose up the inside, they might have a chance to get it to the inside too, which they haven't just yet. But it's looking pretty intense in that battle for roughly sort of 5th position down to 10th. All sorts going on in that pack. As already Uvio Hoffman's Lotus tries to chase after the top 3, they're gapping. I thought for a second it's just here, or Uvio not come through. No, they haven't come through. Where's Uvio?
There is a green flag at the entrance to the complex, so there must be a yellow flag at Sunny. I hadn't spotted that actually, but you're absolutely right. So the championship leaders, there they are, stationary coming out of Sunny out. So the championship leaders are off the road. Now, is that mechanical or is it an off that they've had? I reckon that car's pulled over rather than gone off, but that is a major drama then for the championship. And with the best will in the world, music to the ears of the likes of Dispatch Bay, for example, who are second in the points and needed an opportunity to take some points out of Uvio Hoffman's Lotus, because they're going to go a lap down here at least, and that may well prompt another safety car period to get the car back to the pit lane. Even so, this definitely will take them out of contention for the race win. What drama!
I'll tell you what, I wonder if also has something to do. We know that exit curve on Sunny Out has been catching drivers out, particularly in the cases when it was smashing a winner. So I wonder if maybe, I'm not sure that it happened whether it happened instantaneously or not, but whether or not it's an issue which possibly is hit one of the curbs and it's not something at the rear on the bottom of the underside of the car. I'm not 100% sure, and that's Juvis GCI Racing trying to make a move under the yellow flag. I think he realised the yellow flags was there and let Team Viking go, but that's kind of interesting. And given the fact there's yellow flags all around, I would suspect that safety car's being ready for the second time. And I don't think it's gone out on track yet. Safety car hasn't officially been declared yet, but I suspect
there are balls out.
Yeah, and as it goes out of pit lane. So for the second time in in the first half an hour, with the safety car makes the moves to runyourthink.com, Django safety car to close the field back up. And so Paul Rivette will have to do the safety car restart, which he did so brilliantly ahead of Make Happen Racing. They'll have to do it all over again in a few minutes' time.
Yes, I think I said when we had our first safety car period that the record for the earliest safety car here at Croft was lap 11. Well, we've had 2 safety cars now within the first 12 laps. It's been a particularly messy start to this race, but a number of potential race-winning cars, unfortunately, falling by the wayside in the very early stages here, in the shape of PLR Racing earlier on, the Uvio Hoffman's Lotus car now. So that will certainly shake up the championship. They do get this one dropped score, but this now applies a lot of pressure onto the likes of Uvio, for whom this will become their worst finish of the year. They can't really afford another bad one then over those final few rounds that we've got still to come. 2 more races at Alton Park in a few weeks' time, and then the grand finale at Donington at the end of the year. So yeah, this is going to be certainly a race that could have a very strong bearing on the outcome of the 2021 title race. What had happened in that brief flurry of activity that we had before the safety car made a reappearance was that Martin Compton in 3rd place had been well and truly going with Paul Rivett and Chris Hart 1st and 2nd, so Compton's going to be really happy with his pace in the Stand 2 Motorsport car at the moment. It's a shame the safety car came out when it did, because he was actually shaping up to have a bit of a go at Chris Hart the last time I'd spotted them coming through the complex, but as a general rule with the Fun Cup Endurance Championship, they will always try to get any car that stops out on track back to the pit lane to give the team the best chance of getting it back into the race, which is why we get these fairly regular safety cars. If ever there is a car stationary trackside that can't get back to the pit lane under its own power, the safety car will come out in order to give them, as I said, the best possible opportunity to rejoin the racing action. The other thing, Scott, that's worth mentioning here is that we are less than 10 minutes away from our first pit stop window. It's something we haven't covered yet today, but the pit stop windows occur every 40 minutes. So there will be 5 mandatory pit stops over the 4 hours. They have a 10-minute window in which they must all come into the pit lane. They don't have to change driver, but the driver that was in the car has to get out and then back in again. Although I don't think anyone's double stinting today. I think everybody will be changing drivers at each pit stop, and they have the option to refuel the car. Now, the refueling process in Fun Cup is a little bit different to some other series which include fueling at pit stops. It's not a fuel rig, it's a physical churn which gets connected to the front end of the car. We'll get some good views of that, I'm sure, during the pit windows as the race goes on. But how much of that fuel churn they put in is entirely up to the teams, and we see people sometimes put a whole churn in, sometimes put 2 churns in at one go, and sometimes they choose to not refuel at all. Of course, by not refueling, you have a quicker pit stop, but at some point later on in the race, you're going to have to make up for that fuel that you didn't put in. All of these safety car laps, though, are really going to help them with fuel mileage, so I think we might see some particularly quick pit stops in about 8.5 minutes' time.
The fact that the load is down there with the Uvio Hoffman's Lotus car doesn't suggest confidence in terms of whether or not that car is going to be playing any more major parts in this race at all or not. I hope it's not something which is put them completely out of the race, but we'll have to wait and see how that chooses to play out. If their fortunes do get any better, then hopefully they can get the car back again. The fact we're on the safety car means that recovering back to the pit lane means that there'll be more time to try and fix the problem, but as you say, it said not to sound like sort of celebrating someone's downfall, but it does mean that every single team in the grid has got a bit of a spine here to try and get themselves back into the mix in terms of being able to possibly going for a victory. One thing that might benefit is this one car right here, Team Olympian, who might, if they get, once they get the likes of Christian Rose and Ryan Phillips in the next couple of stints, it might well play their full advantage in terms of being able to make up a little bit further, possibly get some contention for that first win of the season that they just missed out on at Alton Park, and might well get if fortunes go their way, throughout the rest of this 3.5 hours.
Indeed, and yeah, there is a lot that can still happen in 3.5 hours of racing, that is for sure. So our second safety car period of the day so far then is ongoing. The record, by the way, for total safety cars did indeed break 2 years ago, 9 last time the race had gone. Now, in fairness, there was an awful lot of rain that day. It never really fully dried out, so it certainly contributed to that high safety car. Broken here today. There is the Uvio car. You can see the rear bodywork detached, but that's because the point at which they connect the low loader and hoist it up onto the flatbed, that is sort of on top of the engine bay. As out onto the track, would you believe it, goes the PLR racing car. They are going to lose probably a total of 8 or 9 laps, but that is remarkable. Again, they've been helped a bit by these safety cars slowing the pace down, but the amount of damage that was done to that car, I did not expect to see it back out there half an hour later.
It's impressive stuff on the PLR thing to get it out there, and whether or not Ben Pitch is still at the wheel of that car, with the pandemic, I don't know, he is still at that car, so then we'll get back out there. I'm sure he'll be immediately reporting to the team just to make sure that car is basically driving straight and true, which you're shaking your head, you're not confident it is.
No, I can't believe that.
Oh, you can't believe it? Right, sorry. I thought you look at it on the monitor going, that's not driving straight, but no, it seems to be running okay and seems to be working well.
No, my thought process was that shouldn't be driving straight, and yet against all the odds, it does appear to be. We'll get a proper view of it when it comes around the final sector, for example, right outside our competition. You can see, yeah, that looks, I wouldn't say it's in showroom condition, but I don't think it's far out. And of course, they may well choose, whilst the safety car's out, to bring it in a couple more times just to check things over, because we're going to have at least one more lap of safety car. May as well take advantage of this. You cannot count this though as a mandatory pit stop. If you pit now, you still have to pit during the 10-minute window. So they can come in and out as many times as they like. They'll still have to come in and make that driver change. They're also not allowed to change drivers outside of that pit window, which is why I'm guessing that it should still be Ben Pitch behind the wheel for the time being. But yeah, I mean, 8 or 9 laps down sounds like an awful lot, but actually, with still 3.5 hours to go, the chances for more safety cars and a high probability of other cars falling by the wayside, they could still very much get back into it. Now we're getting our first look at the UVO Hoffman's Lotus car. It has broken left rear suspension, so the UVO Hoffman's Lotus car has either been hit by someone or it has hit something up there through the Sunny complex. So we'll try and have a word, if we can, with Fabio Randaccio once he's back into the pit lane and once he's been checked over and we make sure he's okay. But then I'm sure Jamie Peters-Ennis will be on the case to figure out exactly what the problem or what caused that to happen. In comes the PLR car, so they are, as I suspected, just going to use this safety car period as another opportunity to keep checking the car over, keep fine-tuning it. It may not be tracking quite straight maybe as I look at it coming down the pit lane, but it's still in a much better condition now than we really expected it to be. As on board here we can see with the EDF car, they are once again stuck behind the safety car. They've got the 103 Enduro Motorsport car in front of them, so they have picked up a couple of positions as a result of others' misfortunes. So, big drama then here at Croft to the UVO Hoffman's Lotus car, having made contact with something solid up at the far end of the track, and Scott, that damage is going to take them a little bit of time, I fear, to get fixed, as appears to be the case as well for PLR.
Yeah, that could be the case, and yeah, PLR back into the pit lane, and maybe not 100% happy with how that car's driving. So safety car continues out and still with Corvette at the wheel of the Tacosis. I'll just give you a quick rundown again of where we are with the race order. So Tacosis with Raw Motorsport, they does currently lead the way with Corvette at the wheel and car 158. They've got car 106 which is the Make Happen racing car. That currently has Chris Hart at the wheel. 101 Stanley Motorsport is next in third with Martin Compton currently driving that car. Fourth is MJ Tech GT, car 61 with Martin Gibson driving it. Then it's fifth position for 248 CCS Media. 248 has Nigel Greensall at the wheel. Sixth is then 262 Track Focus. 262 with Mike McCollum at the currently on board at this point. Seventh place for car 110, which is the Team Viking car with Nick Nunn currently driving that. Eighth is car 111, which is GCI Racing, which is Ian Wood at the wheel of that car. Greensall Motorsport are currently ninth in car 125, and that is currently being driven by Paul Lewis. And rounding out the top 10 is 212 Make Happen Racing with Stephen Paulson currently driving that. As for the safety car, that has just pulled into the pit lane. It's got its lights off, which means that we pull into the pit lane this time around. The PLR team, if you're watching on the live stream, can see that there's work going on. I think Neil Plymouth was looking on there as well as any others. But as they come out of the final couple of the corners and onto the pit straight, we're set to get racing back underway for round 6 of the 2021 Fun Cup Endurance Championship as the PLR team carry on working. The race is getting back underway, and out into lead once again is going to be the Tacosis with Raw Motorsport car with the green flag flies, and we're back underway in racing. So let's see how many. So now JPR Uvio unfortunately out of the picture it seems, or sort of Uvio Hoppers out of the picture it seems, and whether or not they're completely out of the race or not, we'll have to wait and see. Let's see if any other established front runners can start to make some progress further forwards, and how much they're going to be able to pick their rivals off through the sequence of pit stops, which will be coming up, I think, very, very soon once the pit window starts to open. I think the first pit window should start open in the next probably minute and a half or so, I'm going to guess. So we'll wait and see how it all plays out. So Tacosis then leads the way. It's then Make Happen Racing in second place, and then Stand 2 in third. The CCS Media car with Nigel Greensall that was trying to make a move, I think, there fourth, which he has. So Nigel Greensall is now up into fourth position at the expense of Martin Gibson. So that's a move that's been made. Now they come through the Jim Clark S's and on towards Barcroft for the first time. So whilst PLR working the pits and Uwe Hoffa's letting us contemplate if their race it's over or not, Paul Rivette has got a nice clean restart back in the race once again. But the Make Happen racing car with Chris Hart at the wheel, driving like he's never been away, isn't it? Just like old times.
Exactly. It is really like riding a bicycle, isn't it? You don't really forget. It takes a bit of time to get used to how these cars handle, apparently, but once you get the knack and once you really click with it, it's a lot of fun, as the name would suggest, and it's something the drivers keep on coming back to year after year after year. Tell you what, though, I'm impressed again on this restart by the pace of Martin Compton there in third place. He is really living with Rivette and Hart's speed here, isn't he? Well and truly going with them. The slipstream helping a little bit, but that third place car is driving really, really well at the moment. Martin Compton may even start to think very shortly about challenging for second place. You can see he's closer to Chris Hart than Hart is to the leader as they barrel down towards Clervaux Corner once again. So on to the 18th lap of the race. So we started on lap 17 then. Let's hope we get more than a lap and a half in the books this time. The Fleet.com safety car has to make a reappearance. Nigel Greensall, fourth place, just quietly creeping his way up the order, isn't he? He's passed the MJ Tech GT car now since the restart, so Nigel Greensall for CCS Media is going to be on the tail of this leading trio, I think, before much longer, isn't he?
Certainly is. And the pace in the setting, he did a personal best last time on the first proper flying lap, if you like, so he did 38.246, but Stanley Motorsport with Martin Compton was a couple of tenths quicker, and it was the new fastest lap of the race, so Martin Compton motoring along pretty quickly and keeping up with these top two, but it looks like, I think, in his first part of that, Nigel has got the momentum, has got the pace advantage to close back into these top three and get himself into a potential leading position in these early stages.
Pit window is open now, by the way, for the first time this race. We are into that first pit window, but they have to pass the pit lane once before they're allowed to pit. They will be shown a pit open board. They have to see that board once before they can pit, so you can't anticipate the pit window opening. You have to wait at least one lap, but with everyone being quite bunched together here on the restart, I wouldn't be at all surprised to see a few of them coming in a little bit earlier, trying to get themselves some clean air, particularly those stuck in the midfield. Out of the hairpin come the top two, then out across the start finish line. Chris Hart this time really does close in on Paul Rivette, and with a nice toe now past the pit window open board at the start finish line. I wonder whether he might try and have a go on the brakes into Clervaux Corner. You don't do a huge amount of braking into that first corner there. You can carry a lot of speed through the turn, and yeah, that means he's not really quite close enough to do anything on this occasion. So Viking incidentally moving one position that time into sixth place. That's at the expense of the track focus car. Also GT Radial's Freddie Hunt into 12th now, past the reigning champions Team Olympian, who, Scott, far from going forwards, they're actually slipping backwards now.
Yeah, a bit surprising. It's a bit Chris had still at the wheel of that, and that's not me citing at all Chris's driving ability, but I think maybe they've taken that steady first stint as they have done in the past couple of rounds. This is usually when they start to get Christian and Riley in the car. That's when that car really starts to get motoring, because Chris is a capable driver, but I think even he will acknowledge that Christian and Riley are faster than him in terms of the pace that they can set. So I think once that car gets underway, that if we get at least Christian behind the wheel, that car should start then make its moves up the field and start increasing its pace a bit more. As for Chris Hart, he's keeping Paul Rivette in his sights at the moment, and you can tell this guy's done quite a big fair cup racing and also been getting adjusted to a touring car. He seems to be getting grips to the Fun Cup car and doing it pretty well, keeping himself in the lead. This is a moment I think he's been waiting for a while, because if you remember back at the season opener at Donington Park, he was up there in the first few ranks and then had that really unfortunate first lap incident in the chicane, which essentially put his car out on the spot. So Paul Rivette's getting a first proper chance here to give himself a first proper crack at a decent Fun Cup result, and leading the way here shows the pace that he and the car and the team have, which he might not have shown throughout the first few rounds of the season up to this point.
And of course, an awful lot of what we know Paul for is in front-wheel drive, so the way that he's really got to grips with these rear-wheel drive cars is particularly impressive. Right, first influx of pitters, and as I suspected, two of the quick cars in the midfield, Dispatch Bay and the green Olympian car, are coming in at the same time. So we'll try and keep an eye on who's doing what fuel-wise, especially as far as those leading or those quick potential leading contenders are concerned. Track Focused are in there, 262. And
even though it was just the pit stop in the background, something flew up in the air in the background there for a second. It was just, I don't know, it must have been something that was coming off a car or whatever it was, but I didn't quite catch what it was, but there's something going up in the air there. So back on track though, there we are, race leaders now. Nigel Greensall is in the mix there in that fourth car on that shot in CCS Media, but still Paul Rivette at the wheel then with Chris Hart in second place, and then Martin Compton third, but these three all together, and now it's closing back in. In fact, the top four are suffered by 1.5 seconds as Dispatch Bay goes on. Now this will be Dispatch Bay, this will be Andy Bicknell handing over to Harry Mailer, so that car should start motoring even more than it was already. So Harry then, one of the youngest drivers in the championship, he's now like 18 years old now, 18 years old now, he's one of the youngest in the field, and certainly proven that he's got some pace. He's on the same sort of age as, I think Riley Phillips isn't too much older than that either, so proving that some of the young guns in this championship can really motor one of these cars. It's not just some of the old foxes that can handle these cars pretty well. Some of the young guys can shake them pretty good as well.
Yeah, absolutely, but we've got four of the more experienced racers up here at the front. Certainly that man there, Nigel Greensall, who is in fourth place, has caught that leading trio now, but hasn't yet been able to overtake them. MJ Tech GT not far behind either. In fact, that car just set a personal best lap time. Martin Compton weaving around here behind Chris Hart as they drop into Clermont once again. The Stand 2 Motorsport car having a really, really strong showing at the moment. That team's best finish that they've had was a third place, actually, that they had, no, not a third place, a fifth place that they had at Anglesey in the first race. In comes the 246 car, Vlad Vasiliev then handing that EDF Motorsport machine over to Matt Dawkins. So far, so good. The brakes still appear to be working. They haven't fired themselves off into the farmer's field, and they've made it as far as the first pit stop, where they put one churn of fuel in, and then they will strap in Matt Dawkins for his first stint of the day.
Yep, and then we'll get to see, if we get a chance to cut to the onboard camera, we'll get to see just how Matt Dawkins handles one of these cars. And he's in his first full season of racing, is Matt Dawkins. So what a championship to do it in, of course, and doing it with Vlad being able. I think Vlad's either it's his first full season of racing, or he's done a couple of rounds of some racing prior to that. But I definitely know it's Matt's first season of racing, getting to grips with that. And to do it in a championship when you get so much seat time, that's going to be massively advantageous, regardless of where you finish in the result. The fact that you're out there in total for someone, let's say, if you sort of share, let's say, half the drive for at least 2 hours of racing or so, you're doing essentially almost in some cases like about 2 or 3 race weekends worth of sprint racing in one day, all through the qualifying session, which is 45 minutes. So you get a lot of track time for a race weekend. That's why people love the Fun Cup, because not only is it close and competitive, but it's great value for money in terms of knowing how much track time you really can get between drivers. The way you can split the cost really does work. So it's good to see. Might be good to see also for Martin Compton this move up, so that he can make it on Chris Hart, but Chris, being the former champion that he is, thinks that wasn't easy as that. But then he spoke too soon as he runs over the exit, over the corrugations on the outside from Clermont through Hawthorns. I think it's underestimated to say he got away with that. That was very tricky, even for a former champion. Even they can get tripped up at turn 1.
Yeah, so easy to miss your braking point there. Very easy to rip that splitter off by going through the gravel as well. He was lucky there that he sort of skipped over the top of it rather than the front bodywork digging in. I think he survived that unscathed. Dirt on his tyres though as he hit the brakes down to Tower Corner, so that's certainly going to catch his attention, you'd say, as they accelerate away, back around a bit wide. Out of the corner there, allowing Paul Rivette to get away. Freddie Hunt's debut in the championship then, his first stint comes to an end, so he will hand over the 97 car to Ellis Hadley, those two sharing all of the driving here this afternoon. Back into the fray it goes. It's going to be joined just behind a little gaggle of cars that had one of the Enduro Motorsport cars, the 103 car, in that gaggle. We've had about half of the field then that have made their way into the pit lane already, but still waiting for the top 7 cars to make their way down pit lane. They've got another 2.5 minutes plus 1 lap of the pit window open, because again, once the 10 minutes are up, they are allowed to then pass the pit window closed board once before they dive into the pit lane to make their mandatory stop. Down towards Tower Corner there, track focus Sean Cooper looking up the inside. This is that group that I mentioned that the 97 car rejoined just behind. Round the Ackles side goes Marcus Clutton in the 103 car. Now that car, the orange machine, should now become one of the fastest cars on the track, shouldn't it? Because Marcus Clutton is one of the fastest drivers in the championship, and he's in the car now for at least a 40-minute or 45-minute stint, fighting away here with the 212 car being driven by Greg Evans.
Yeah, it's good to see Clutton and Tilbrook back in those cars. Of course, as you mentioned, they've been dovetailing Fun Cup with a full season of British GT and board of McLaren, so it's good to see them in the mix and still showing that they've got their Fun Cup roots amongst them as they're going to go up the inside to make the move here. This will be to try and make that pass happen on the Make Happen Racing car 212. This is Stephen Motul at the wheel, so and just behind them, of course, is 262, which is the track-focused car, and now has that made a pit stop? Yes, it has. That'll be Sean Cooper at the wheel now in that 262 car. Still a couple of cars left to pit. The first 5 cars still yet to make their mandatory pit stops, as are also Team Viking and JPR Black Widow. So 7 cars still to make stops. The second Euro Motorsport car I can see is just leaving to finish his stop, and I think as I can hear some commotion in my ears, possibly let's head down to Jamie in the pit lane with some more, possibly 1 or 2 drivers on what's happening in this race so far as the first round of pit stops comes to a close.
One team that has a special guest with us at each Fun Cup round is the GT Radio car number 97, and one of our very special guests is Freddie Hunt, son of 1976 world champion late James Hunt. Freddie, you're more used to Clio Cup. How have you found the Fun Cup?
A hell of a lot better. Yeah, it is fantastic. I mean, the main thing I didn't like about Clio was the front wheel drive, and it was just, the atmosphere wasn't great, everyone was very, very serious, and no, here it's a different ball game altogether. It's wonderful.
And we saw you getting stuck in there, battling with last year's champions for sort of the just outside of the top 10. It's fraught out there. We spoke yesterday, and I sort of made the joke. It's like a 4-hour Clio Cup race. Was that true to form?
Absolutely. I mean, it's full-on sprint racing. I don't think anyone's worrying about tyre degradation or fuel consoles, saving fuel or anything like that. Everyone's going for it hell for leather.
And obviously, at the moment, it's just a one-off. But would you like to come back and do some more?
I'd love to. Yeah. I'm really enjoying it. So I'd love the chance to come back.
Excellent stuff. Thanks a lot, Freddie. Back to you guys.
Thanks, Jamie, and a fantastic name to have here, not just because of his name, but also his genuine enthusiasm for motorsport. He definitely is continuing the family legacy, and even sounds just like his dad, doesn't he? It is fantastic to have Freddie here racing in the championship. Right, getting towards the end now. In fact, we are at the end of our opening pit window, so anyone that hasn't yet stopped is going to have to stop this time around, and that is the race leading 158 car. They've not stopped yet. Neither have Make Happen Racing's 106 car, which is actually dropped behind the 61 MJ Tech GT car, I noticed, for second place, which is just pitted actually. Then you've got CCS Media, they haven't stopped either. Stand 2 Motorsport haven't stopped, and nor have the JPR Black Widow. So we've got still quite a few of them which are yet to come in. They're coming through the final hairpin now though, so I think we're going to see our race leading 3 or 4 all dive for the pit lane together. So here they come then. We've got the 158 car coming in, the 106, the 248 and the 101. The top 4 cars in the race, Scott, all make their way down pit lane.
Yeah, just watching Make Happen Racing versus Track Focused on screen, but now on screen now we can see all of our main pit callers are in at once. So here's our first rush hour of pit stops between the leaders. Stand 1 Motorsport comes to a close. So in terms of changeovers then, this will be the 158 car. So Paul Rivette's going to hand over that car to Alex McLeod for his first stint. 106 Make Happen Racing will see Chris Hart hand over to Neil Burrows. CCS Media will see Nigel Greensall get out and hand that car over to Bob Tomlinson. Stand 2 Motorsport are going to be handing over see Warren McKinley get in place of Martin Compton. And JPR Black Widows in car 99, that'll be David Clark jumping in place of Dominic Jackson. So all those 5 cars in the pits together, and one team which I said would start motoring. I thought once the likes of Christian Rose and once the 2 extra drivers, Christian Rose and Riley Phillips, would get in there, that has been moving up pretty quickly, is Team Olympian, because we saw them about 12th or 13th when they came into the pit stops. Just in those first few out-laps alone, here it is on screen, he's managed to close them up into what I think must be at least about, he's in 8th position when he crossed the line, but I think he's gone past when almost all the other pit calls that need to come in have gone in. Will be taking full advantage. I think also MZ GT's gone through, and I think possibly has taken the lead by the looks of it.
Just gone out of the window then, the PLR racing car making a beeline for our commentary position then as it came through the complex with what is not the traditional racing car. I suspect that car's probably going to head for the pit lane. Yes, it does. You're right though, I think MJ Tech GT are going to wind out the race leaders here. Now, I know that all of the 4 cars that were ahead of the field that I said came in together just now, so that was Make Happen Racing, CCS Media, Stand 2 Motorsport and Cosis with Raw Motorsport who were leading. They all took 1 churn of fuel. I reckon we've had quite a few teams there, though, that have decided not to fuel at all because they've saved so much fuel behind the safety car. They decided to try and buy themselves some track position. They wouldn't refuel at all. It makes the pit stop probably getting on for about 10 to 12 seconds shorter sometimes by not refueling. And then you kind of hope that maybe next time you come in you can add in the extra bit of fuel without losing all of that track position back. So I think that was by far the overwhelming majority of these cars that are at the front of the field. That's what they did. MJ Tech GT then will come through to take the race lead. That car number 61 now being driven by Scott Jeffs. crosses the line, yes, and is now confirmed as the race leader. Second, I reckon, is GCI Racing's Craig Butterworth. Yes, it is. Team Olympian are up to third from, 12th or 13th they were when the pit window opened. That car now being driven by the very rapid Christian Rose. That's the green car coming into shot now. So these are the second and third place cars. Fourth place for the yellow and black 110 Team Viking of Mark Hone in that car now, with Make Happen Racing 106, the highest placed of what were the leading cars. That car now in the hands of Neil Burrows, only in 5th place. That has really jumbled up the order. The car that was leading when that pit window opened, 158, well, they have dropped well down the order, haven't they? 158 all the way down in about 15th or 16th place.
Yeah, so maybe the strategy, again, it differs in strategy, of course, and that will start to come back towards those early cars which are in the lead early on. It will start to come back towards them when the other cars in front that didn't take fuel in that first stint and are now at the front of the field. When they have to make that the next pit stop and put fuel in the car, the time that they lost from those cars that were short stopping instead of just going in, driver change and back out again, they will gather that back and that will really start to jumble things up. And that's the great thing about the strategy element in the Fun Cup, is that you can never really tell exactly who's got the right strategy and who's in the right bit in the pound seats, because yes, you might get in the early stages now some different teams that have risen up from when they were deeper in the field, but then again, if they haven't taken fuel on for their first stops, when they do so, all the time that they gained on those cars, they will lose it back in. So it will depend purely in the second stint on how quick those second drivers are to be able to pick those up again.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, as we wait and see how this all plays out, there you can see the 106 Make Happen Racing car. Chris Hart has just vacated that car. He is down in the pit lane now with Jamie.
Now, one team making a welcome return to Fun Cup is the Make Happen Two-Rent Domino's car, and I've got my old mate Chris Hart with me. Welcome back. At the minute, it's just a one-off, isn't it?
Yeah, it's all clashed with my son Charlie's racing at the moment, so unfortunately, it looks like this might be the only one we can do. We've got the Flying Dwarf Sparky in with us for this one. Henry couldn't make it because he's scared of his wife, who's been in the Priory for a couple of weeks because he's alcoholic. Other than that, it's good to be back.
Oh, I've missed you. Yeah, you've been doing some GT racing, haven't you? Have you had to reprogram your brain on how to get back in these things again?
No, I think when you've done these things for so long, you slot back in a few laps, but certainly good to be out there. I was working with Paul Rivette in that first stint, trying to get away, but what these things are like, you just can't break away.
And on a separate note, Charlie, your 13-year-old's been out in the Ginetta Junior, and he's already turning some heads, isn't he?
Yeah, I've probably got a couple of years left, and then it's all game over for me, I think.
Oh well, someone's got to stop, haven't they? But it's good to see you back, mate. Hopefully we'll see you back for some more.
Cheers, mate.
Thank you. Back to you guys.
What concerns me there, Scott, is that's Chris Hart on his best behaviour. You never quite know what's going to come out of his mouth next, do you? He's what we call a real character.
Yes, of which there are plenty. I would consider Farkini as one of those as well, given that, although it's a shame that we won't see him, I think, for the duration of the race until if they can get that car back out again, because, of course, that car with Fabio at the wheel stopped on the exit of Sunny out, so unless that car is permanently out of the race, which at the moment it's still showing a bit, I guess, taken back to the paddock. If they are trying to fix it, then it's taken quite a while or longer than they'd like it to do. If it is totally out, then we won't get to see him, but at least he might be able just to kick back with a drink, shall we say. Probably just watch the rest of the race in slight comfort, but disgruntled comfort, shall we say, given that he's not out.
Yeah, most definitely. A lot of the teams have their own hospitality here, so I'm sure he's been able to settle down with a nice fastest driver on track at the moment, setting that fastest lap of a 1:37.959. Through the complex comes Matt Dawkins in the 246 car that runs in 17th place at the moment, and that car, I think, is not a million miles away from going one lap down. It's the last of the cars running then that haven't had sort of extra pit lane visits and such like. 3 cars behind, Ilya Hoffman's Lotus, PLR and Greenheat, all having had to make unscheduled pit stops. Through goes Greenhill Motorsport car, number 125. That's Ryan Lewis now taking on, sharing that car with Paul Lewis. And they're winding their way up towards the Jim Clark S's as the race leaders are coming out of the hairpin. So, one stint in the books, nearly 1 hour in the books actually, Scott. It's certainly been an entertaining and eventful opening hour of the race. And what's nice to see is that even after that first set of pit stops, it's not really spread out a huge amount to the front. MJ Tech GT came out of the pit lane with a decent lead, but that lead is shrinking by the lap.
Yeah, we told you it wasn't going to be dull for us, didn't we? We told you it was going to be action-packed all the way. Enduro Motorsport, just quickly, still Marcus Clayton living up to being the fastest man on track, sets another new fastest lap of the race, 1:37.6. So basically you're guaranteed fast driving when Marcus Clayton gets into a Fun Cup car whichever team he's part of. So definitely living up to his premise of being one of literally the fastest drivers ever to step into a Fun Cup car, because he will certainly prove it as he's doing right now. But indeed, action-packed and certainly eventful for our first hour. It's been a good first hour for some teams, not so good for others, as we know, but nonetheless, it's certainly been right. One thing it has been, I think it lives up to the one part of the main parts of the name, is it has been entertaining and it has been fun to watch. Again, the two safety cars aside, there's been plenty of on battles, there's plenty of early strategy coming to play with sort of the cars running in tandem, maybe saving fuel or trying to run around to pick up some quick lap times. But on the whole, it's been pretty good fun to watch, pretty interesting to watch as the strategies play out, and as the race goes on, the intrigue and the story will only develop until we get to that climax in the last roughly 20 minutes, half an hour. So hopefully we'll start to get a nice, good, clean, healthy on-track battle for the lead.
Which I think is not that far away, actually. That lead gap is probably less than a second this time. So a change there for 12th position. That was Enduro Motorsport's Chris Wetherill, moving up ahead of CCS Media's Bob Tomlinson. So that's a CCS car that was running in 4th place when the pit window opened, now unfortunately dropping outside of the top 10. A lot of those leaders in the first stint had really slow first pit stops, even the ones that we think all had the same strategy with one churn of fuel going in. Of course, you never quite know how much of that churn they're putting in, I suppose, so that may well account for some of the difference in pit stop time. But anyway, yeah, with CCS and 158 Cosis with Royal Motorsport really plummeting down the order as a result of their first pit stops. CCS then into the hairpin. The race leaders, though, heading down towards Tower Corner, are now well under 1 second apart. So it looks as though the GCI racing car of Craig Butterworth, there it is, look, has set its sights now on the race leading car, MJ Tech GT's Scott Jeffs. With the greatest of respect here, really, to Craig Butterworth, you would expect Scott to maybe be the quicker of these two. So this is really impressive stuff, actually, for Butterworth to close him down. And now he's within a second. He's getting a slipstream, and those last few car lengths, they disappear in no time. These cars.
Yeah, these cars are. Again, I say it's in a polite way, given the context of what they are. They are a little bit bulbous, but. Again, so some cars that are relatively aerodynamic, they do punch quite a large hole in the air. So the benefit of that is that they do create a large hole, because they do create quite a large toe when they follow it in close proximity. And that in itself does mean that you get some really good battles, and the cars can follow pretty closely without too much compromise in aerodynamics. So it's pretty strong in many cases. But again, we can't ignore the fact that Christian Rose is there in 3rd place. Ever quick is Christian, and last lap was one he was far, even though he was second quickest out of the 3 cars in that pack, and again he's quickest out of the 3 with a new personal best of 1:38.4. So whilst those two are a bit scrappy amongst each other, they've got to be keeping an eye on literally the green car behind them, because that's going to be not only on their tail, which is just about now, but causing some real headaches in the next lap or two, I imagine.
And I've just had some car comes out of the right-hander with the lead of the race, and then Scott Jeffs runs wide from 2nd place as well. That was a really scrappy moment there, but the lead does change hands. So MJ Tech GT lose the lead, and it's GCI Racing then that make their way into 1st position. But as Scott quite rightly says, it's the green machine in 3rd, Team Olympian Christian Rose, the man on the move. Now, the short-term gain that they had by not refuelling might translate to a bit of long-term pain at the next stop, because they're going to have to probably spend a bit longer in there to get the extra fuel in, but they've got some track position. They're lapping quicker now than they ever would have been able to down in 11th or 12th place. I think that was absolutely the right strategy call. If they can get this car into the lead before the next pit window opens, then that is surely going to see them gaining time, net time gain anyway, based on where they would have been otherwise. And the hairpin they come then out onto the pit straight. Christian Rose very shortly here, I think Scott is going to be setting his sights on this 2nd place.
Yeah, he's firmly locked into the 111 car in front of him. So into the MJ GT car in front of him with Scott Jeffs, and whilst Craig Butterworth is trying to pull away as quickly as he can, of course might see the inevitability that Christian Rose gets past Scott Jeffs lead by the time we get to the 2nd round of pit stop. So that's one to watch out for. A little bit further back for that, I noticed there's a really good 3-way battle happening for position between Dispatch Bay Express, Make Happen Racing and Stand to Your Motorsport, and that's a bit further back, going on for 8th position. So I wonder if we can pick that up on the cameras on the live stream. Meanwhile, Diving does in fact back out of it and capitulates and allows Christian to get through. So that's up to 2nd place is Christian, and now of course there is just one car standing between him and the lead. All he has to do now is try and close in. Here's a battle I mentioned, which is 221 car, which is Dispatch Bay Express, the Harry Mailer with the wheel. Make Happen Racing 212, which has. 212
is Greg Evans.
It's Greg Evans. and then we've got the Stanley Radon car with Warren McKinley at the wheel now between those three, and that's becoming a pretty healthy battle in this second stint between them. And of course, whilst Harry Miller's trying to pull away, I suspect he's trying to make him as much time as he can now. I think he just got past those two cars to try and start closing in to the cars in front of him to well now in this second stint. If he can do that, he might start to close them on top 5 pretty quickly.
Yeah, I think he probably will, to be honest. We'll monitor those lap times over the next couple of laps. There's the Stanley Motorsport car. Screech of tyres, you may have heard then, was the 97 of Ellis Hadley, having a bit of a wobble coming through the middle part of the complex. Make Happen Racing car. Both of the Make Happen Racing cars are in the top 10, aren't they? Yeah, the 106 car is in 6th place, and this 2-on-2 machine running in 9th place, breaking up the line through the chicane as much as possible to carry an extra mile an hour or so. Completely on purpose. They are designed to be like mobile garden sheds, really. They are supposed. They're in 15th place. This then the fight for 14th, 15th and 16th. CCS, JPR Black Widows, DF Motorsport right behind them. Oh no, not quite behind them actually. This is CCS, JPR and Greensall Motorsport, making up 14th, 15th and 16th place. I also spotted, by the way, Scott, back out on track are Uvio Hoffman's Lotus. They're in 18th place. They're 20 laps down, but they have got the car running again.
So that'll be their drop score then.
Yes. Yes. Well, they'll be hoping their only bad race of the year, definitely.
Yeah, definitely. That's for sure. I just noticed on the Greensall car, there's a little bit of, I think it's right front splitter, or driver's right front splitter, was just flapping around a bit, so it's had a little bit of coming together with somebody, or clipped something, and that just caused a bit of damage. You'd be a big man firm competitor that you have. For knowledge that you've got, how much difference does a damaged or severely damaged, like front splitter with like a piece missing or even a bit flapping around, from what you've learned from drivers, how much does that affect the hand? You can see the little pieces hanging off on the left front of that car, I think. How much does that affect the handling? Do these cars, because they're quite moulded, does it have a major effect? Does it have a small effect? Can these cars cope with a damaged splitter or so? Or does it really have that much of an effect on handling in terms of taking seconds off your lap time?
It affects handling. It also affects top speed, of course, because the car suddenly isn't as aerodynamic as it could be, and they're not very aerodynamic to start with. So around a circuit like this one, if you were to lose the splitter entirely, you're probably looking at half a second to 3/4 of a second per lap that you'll be dropping, because you're relying on downforce, especially for Craig Butterworth here, will it?
No, definitely not, particularly when he's trying to try and gap as much as he can to Team Olympian. So they both managed to pick past the back marker pretty swiftly. So the top two head their way out towards the back of the circuit. Here, of course, as the stream is not just the comment is not just to the circuit, but it's to a live stream as well. So the stuff that we're marking on the screen, which either you can't see or we're referring to stuff on the screen, which as I rightly anticipated, Christabel took it steady in that first stint, but he was waiting for Christian Rose and then Riley Phillips when he gets in to really put in the power laps and to really start to bring that gap down and to get himself in a position where they could be in front. And given how strong they were able to part to get second place in that epic fight between himself and Ian Hoffman, as you were on comments for, of course, on the circuit, it shows that, of course,
with less than 3 laps to go, that's when the final lead change happened, and I'm sure they would have been frustrated to have lost it at the end, but they said you needed at Alton Park to fend off the Uvio car, whereas today that's not an issue. Uvio are out of contention now, so they just need to try and beat those that are still running, of which there are still some fierce contenders out there, that's for sure, but that certainly will have we're seeing the CCS media car running in 16th place still, the Black Widows ahead of them, but Greensall Motorsport ahead of both of them now, so 2 places gained in the last couple of laps for Ryan Lewis and wheel of the 125 car. As they go through Hawthorne, the leaders are at the hairpin, and that gap continuing to come down and down into 3rd place now then, Marcus Clutton. Now his lap times, Scott, are consistently quicker than the leading two, so if Christian Rose doesn't get a move on here, he could very soon have some company in the shape of Marcus Clutton in the Enduro Motorsport car.
And that could make for a very tasty lead battle, knowing how feisty those two really are, how quick those two cars are. So I'll have to wait on that one. Of course, GCR Racing will be sort of look at that side thinking, oh no, not 2 quick cars. I thought 1 was enough, but now the second one's going to come up and try and really make it difficult. But credit where credit's due to GCR Racing, of course, and that's a team which, of course, has got lots of experience in Fun Cup previously. But again, and I say this with the greatest respect, hasn't really been in a race winning position, in a position to get a really strong result coming into this race in some 2 or 3 quarter hours. And that means that they can really be in the pound seats when it comes to the later stage of the race. If they get the strategy, looking at the Dispatch Bay car, which is having a good scrap at the moment with Track Focus, that's over 7th and 8th position. Our lead battle's starting to close a bit more, because we focus back to them in a second, heading down the pit straight towards Clairvaux. Team Olympian now are only, what's the gap now? It was half a second across last time by. It has gone to 0.4 of a second. And Marcus Clutton is absolutely flying. 137.606. That's another 137 that time. He's coming.
Well, yeah, the last time I checked, he was 4.5 seconds behind second place. He's now 1.9 seconds behind second place. So I think we're going to end up with a three-way fight here. Disappointingly, it will happen just as the pit window opens. So how much of this battle we get to enjoy, I'm not sure. Although I suspect all three of these cars will probably stay out quite deep into the window. They've all got quick drivers on board, so they're not going to be in any huge rush to come down pit lane. We're following on the screen the Dispatch Bay Express car, which runs in 7th place now. This car is second in the championship, and with Uvio out of contention now for big points at least, this is really a team that needs to try and capitalise on that, really. And Dispatch Bay just not really quite firing on all cylinders perhaps at the moment. They've got in the car during this stint May times then. What's he doing? 2:21 in the sort of low 38, so he's 4/10 or so slower than Marcus Clutton, which wouldn't ordinarily be the case. So I wonder if they've got a little bit of a handling imbalance in that car, maybe.
But then again, the silver lining for them as well is that essentially they're apart from the Enduro Motorsport car, they're still lapping faster than everyone else in front of them. So they're setting a really good pace. Now then, we look back to our leaders for a second. We can get them on the screen just coming out of the hairpin. The top three are now literally all together now because Marcus Clutton, has he ever caught Christian Rose? He's right underneath his rear wing. We switch to the pit lane camera. Now watch, the three cars are going to across the screen now are first, second, third in order. So GCI, they're Olympian, they're Enduro. That's how close it is at the front. Now the gap between the top three is 1.2 seconds. We're just about to get in about a minute and 40 seconds time. The pit windows open for our second round of stops. Now with Butterworth followed by Rose, followed by Clutton. This is the battle we were hoping for. And again, depending on how this car stays out, we may well get it until the end of the pit lane window, which we certainly say that because usually these two, when they get together, should be quite an entertaining run. And ironically, look, I think Christian Rose is so focused on Clutton behind him, he's letting Butterworth get away, so this should be entertaining.
Yeah, he won't want to let Clutton through here without a fight, but Marcus goes very, very easy indeed. So Marcus Clutton puts Enduro Motorsport into second place now then, and immediately sets the laser beam onto the tail of the GC as he starts now to challenge for the race lead.
I wonder if maybe Christian did that to try and follow Marcus.
He did it because Marcus immediately got past GCR Racing and Christian wasn't close enough to follow through. So Marcus Clutton then, such is his speed now, he's got another potentially 10 minutes in the car as well before he has to stop. Because remember, you can leave it right
to them both and set a fastest lap at the race. I have to ask the question, how? How has he done that? How has he taken second and then the lead and also set the fastest lap of the race whilst he's doing it going offline? That is pretty astonishing.
But this is what Marcus Clutton does, and this is why I've said, whilst I've had the pleasure of commentating on him in British GT this year, he is such an underrated professional driver in this country. He is capable of jumping into a GT3 car and matching the times of factory GT3 drivers who are getting paid to travel the world and drive GT cars in the biggest GT3 races in the world. And here's Marcus Clutton, who the vast majority of people in motorsport, even in this country, will never have heard of. And that is such a crime because he is such a strong driver. And it's a shame they haven't quite had the results in British GT this year. Well, be contenders, arguably for the championship, actually, because Morgan himself has been pretty quick amongst the AM drivers as well. So, yeah, they're both very quick drivers. Marcus, especially within the Fun Cup now.
I can't disagree with anything you said about Marcus. He's a sensational driver, and whether you chuck him into a McLaren or he's also done some driving in the last couple of years in a Lamborghini GT3 as well. And he had a fabulous battle in GT Cup. I think it was with a Mercedes towards the end of last year. Amazing back and forth battle. I think it was him. Back and forth on the Grand Prix circuit. It was a fantastic finish, and just shows how good, not just how quick he is, but how good his racecraft is as well. And so, yeah, Marcus definitely arguably one of the quickest. Don't say it's disingenuous. One of the quickest club, with inverted commas, club level drivers, because arguably he does most of his racing in the Fun Cup essentially, amongst other things, but in this sort of British GT and GT Cup he's been immensely quick, and yeah, as you say, quicker than some factory pro drivers, which is pretty astonishing. PLR Racing there were just back in the pits with some more work on their car. Meanwhile, that was the Stand 2 Motorsport car. Sorry, so track focused. Yes, so that was a change around between the two of them anyway. So I think Stand 2 Motorsport were under attack from Make Happen Racing. So we're attacking McKinley right now. Then in the pits has come Team Olympian. So that's a key one for one of our front runners. First one to stop, and what's also onto the tail, courtesy of that slipstream you were talking about, right onto the tail of Marcus Clutton. So our track cameras might have to try and keep tabs of this lead battle, because it might well change if Butterworth can get in the mix there. We're looking at the scrap going on between Metcalfen and GT Radial, as also Chris Hart's two Red Domino's car comes in as well. So it's all happening as Green Heath leads. But the key thing is Olympian pitting, and I'm sure if they missed on the first stint, they're going to have to fuel on the second one.
I can only just see them from our commentary position, but I only saw one churn of fuel go in. It's one churn as well for the 106 make happen racing car, as now Stand 2 Motorsports come in the pit lane as well. So this is the second round of mandatory pit stops well underway now. This is Warren McKinley then to hand back over, I presume, to Martin Compton. Yes, it is. One churn of fuel for the 101 car as well. I'm also hearing in my ear that Nigel Greensall, not content with having done a stint in the CCS media car, is also now going to jump into his 125 car as well, which I don't think he told anyone before the race started, so we'll keep an eye out for Nigel again as he heads back on track. Make Happen Racing rejoin the fray long after Olympian have headed back out there, but one churn of fuel then for those three as they come in to make their second pit stops.
I'm going to do my best Tommy from Snatch impression, but is he allowed to do that?
I think when you own the car and you're signed on for the event, you can kind of do whatever you like. And if your name's Nigel Greensall and you're at a Fun Cup event, that definitely stands.
I love how matter of fact you said that, kind of like, you do realise he's Nigel Greensall, he can kind of do arguably what he wants. So, no, interesting stuff that he can do that. And I guess, it's also as well, answer me this, you should probably know the answer. Is this the first time that Nigel's driven one of his own team cars in the Greensall Motorsport car? No, he's done it more than once.
He has even finished on the podium twice in the same race before, driving for two different cars, really? And he's been on the podium with two different teams, which I'm pretty sure it was CCS and 125.
How does he decide which step to stand on?
I think he sort of straddled the two. I think he won the race and was also third or something like that. And
with like a step on each.
Exactly. Yes. As I said, he's Nigel Greensall. He can do what he pleases, and he's quick no matter what car you put him in.
Yeah.
In comes MJ Tech GT. It also comes Ellis Hadley in the GT radial car. Looked like he slowed down well before the pit lane speed limit line there, which is probably a good thing to do. And that car pops and bangs its way down to the end of the pit lane. Now, I love this championship, Scott, and I love these cars. There is one thing I don't like about them, and that's the noise they make when they come down the pit lane on the pit lane speed limiter. It's the most horrendous noise I've ever heard a racing car make, but you cannot miss them coming down the pit lane, can you? It's a truly unique sound, and certainly no danger of the teams not realising the car as well.
They're not dissimilar to how touring cars sound when they come to the pit lane, when they sort of that bum 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 engine sound, so a little bit similar to that in some cases. That on screen there was JPR Ovio, Ovio Hoffman's Lotus, get the team name right, for what it's worth for them, taking a lap away, a tap back from JPR Black Widows. That's just them taking that back from that particular car. Behind them also is the I guess that must be Neil Plymouth on that car, I'm guessing, because Ben Pitch, I'm sure, would have had his stint. So
yes.
Neil Plymouth, of course, as he's also known in the paddock as the captain, so being the man who's pretty much done more Fun Cup races in the UK than anyone else, which is pretty much just about almost all, has made its second stop, which means that car, these cars, the JPR Ovio car and the PLR racing car, I think the best term I can use, again, not to be disingenuous, but for them at the moment, not just getting points, but for them it's really just a bit of what I've heard the term used as a well publicised test session for them, really, in some cases, because all they can really do is just go around, push as hard as they can, and hope that some other cars hit trouble, which means that they can.
Ahead of the JPR Black Widows as well, taking that back off them. 58 Fun Cup wins for that team. It's had a number of different names, but Neil Plymouth's team, let's call them. 58 Fun Cup wins since 2002, which, when you consider back in the early days, there were only typically 4 or 5 races a year. That is an incredible hit rate. They found it a bit harder to win as the years have gone on, and the championship's got a bit more competitive, but they are such an experienced team. And of course, long before that, Neil was a star of Formula 4 1600 racing as well, winning many a racing championship in that category as well. So Neil, a very, very quick driver and a very experienced one as well, and still just as difficult to overtake out on track as ever he was. So we've got just under 2 minutes left of the pit window then. Who are we still waiting for? Well, basically the top half dozen or so cars haven't yet stopped, have they? So Enduro, GCI, who are still only 4/10 of a second apart, by the way. Team Viking third, Dispatch Bay Express fourth. But there comes Team Viking into the pit out. Nick Nunn getting back in. Nick for his second stint in the race. Let's see how much fuel goes into this car, because I think they did put a churn in at the last stop. They've got 2 churns of fuel ready, so this is going to be a double fuel stop for Team Viking. Now, in reality, churns, because as I said, they don't have to put the full churn in, but you can see just about from this angle the way that they have to stick it into the front of the car. They're having difficulty, aren't they, getting that first?
Initially those times, the pit lane's closed and they haven't come in straight away, that's it, they've got a penalty. But then the rule, of course, is that you can go past the board and then allows you one more lap of fuel, but then you mandate that you must come in, otherwise Julian Floyd and co are going to give you a bit of a funk up style slap on the wrist, which is pretty much, I think, is a stop go penalty you get as a result of that usually.
It may even be more severe than that, I think, and someone will correct me if I remember cars being stopped for a lap or being given a 1 lap penalty for pitting outside the pit window, certainly pitting too late in the pit window, so hopefully that won't happen, but if it does, we'll confirmation of exactly what the penalty is. Right, Marcus Clutton is in the Enduro Motorsport car, so this is the car that was leading the race then. GCI, though, go on to that extra lap, so that's interesting. GCI Racing are going to leave Craig Butterworth out there for 1 more lap, so they're trying to extract the absolute maximum from his stint. Looks like just the 1 churn of fuel for Enduro Motorsport, seeing this out of the window now, and they will then get the next driver change done. It will be Morgan again getting back into the car, Morgan Tilbrook, so 1 churn of fuel for them. Dispatch Bay are in, so to a Track Focus. We're seeing Dispatch Bay Express on the camera. No fuel for Dispatch Bay, that's interesting, so there is no extra fuel being added to the 221 car. Harry Mailer handing over to Andy Bicknell. That is an interesting roll of the strategic dice. How quick will they get back out on track? Team Olympian are coming out of the hairpin now. There goes Enduro Motorsport. This is going to be awfully, awfully close between the orange car coming out of pit lane and the green car with whom they were battling for a podium place before the pit window. Enduro are going to get out, but I think, are they a bit slow? On the exit, the car didn't seem to be picking up speed as quick as it needed to, and that will allow Team Olympian ahead. The car now has got up to speed, but it was a very conservative rejoin there for the Moto3 car now being driven by Morgan Tilbrook.
I wonder if that was just him trying to get up through the gears, and maybe he was in a higher gear so he couldn't quite get the revs going, and either just couldn't be bothered to change down or kind of just wanted to get steady out of the pits. But either way, he's also now under threat from the 125 car. Whilst that's happening, Jamie appears to be down the pit lane with some news from what will be happening in the second round of stops. Jamie, down to you.
So down here in the pit lane with Neil Plymouth from PLR Racing. Neil, it's been a less than ideal start for you. A bit of a hefty shunt out the back of the circuit. Firstly, was Ben okay?
Yeah, Ben's fine and Gary's all right, thankfully. They both got together on the approach to the Jim Clark S's and they both ended up in the barrier. Quite a bit of damage, obviously, to both cars. Cars back together. It's not as it should be. But you know, we're
20th this year, so you can't afford another bad round, can you?
No, not really. I mean, we all know that you need to be up there in podium scoring points.
Who we met a couple of years ago. You got some exciting news about 2022.
Kevin's smiling. Yeah, he's seen the highs and the lows today. We had a little chat last week, and on Thursday he assured me they were still involved next year. So maybe we'll have another chat tomorrow.
And Kevin, obviously, welcome back. It's nice to see you back. I mean, you've been supporting Neil for over 25 years now. I mean, now we're seeing Fun Cup being live streamed as well, because we couldn't have guests here before. It's very important for a company like yours to get involved, isn't it?
Absolutely. The whole point of this is that we can bring our valued customers here. We got 40 of them here today. It's been a very, very interesting day. Probably not what they'd expect to see, but I think that adds in a strange way for the guests. Actually shows the intricacies of this competition and the drama that goes with it. As Sid Waddell says, they're showing BBC's Othello Shakespeare on BBC, but you can't beat this for drama, can you?
No, absolutely not. And when are you going to get your licence to get behind the wheel?
I don't think that's going to happen now.
I think you need to sort that out, Neil.
I think we need to get him on a track day.
Absolutely. Thanks, guys. Back to you.
Well, good to see that Neil Plymouth's still in good spirits, despite the fact that it's not been a good day for that team. But nice already. I mean, we're not even at the end of 2021 yet. We've already got sponsors and teams jumping on board for the next season. It wouldn't be the same for Fun Cup without Neil Plymouth and his team here. But nice to see that they and their sponsors still see the merit in racing in this championship.
Yeah, what was also nice to have back as well the previous round at Alton Park was the grid walk again, because that's also something which is plenty entertaining. It's not just for, I think initially when they started them, they instilled the COVID thing, either they couldn't do them entirely or they only do them for select people in terms of like team members and stuff, in terms of bringing them onto the grid. But Alton Park was the first proper chance for it to go to Bacchus. Just was looking out the window. The CCS Media car, which was 2, 4, 8, that would have been Alan Odderman at the wheel.
He's off again now at the hairpin. You were about to say he had a big moment through the middle part of the complex, and then he just sort of understeered onto the grass coming out of the hairpin as well. So that was not a lap record.
He was essentially basically saying to me, right, you thought that was the moment, watch this, and then just like the classic line that always ends in disaster afterwards. So waiting Let's see.
So, GCI Racing then, Scott, lead the way by 5.2 seconds now. Craig Butterworth was in the car for the previous stint. He's just handed back over to Ian Wood. Jamie Peters-Ennis is down there with him. And Jamie, I think Craig is probably quite happy with the way this race is going so far.
Absolutely. Craig's just got out of the car now. You were busy for that 40 minutes, so when Marcus overtook you, you weren't taking it lying down, were you?
No, not at all. I mean, when I saw him catching me, you know, this early in the race, it seemed silly to fight, right? So I was very happy to let him through and just tag on the back. It's a damn sight easier when you have a tow, I tell you. Like, having spent the whole first half of the first stint in clear air, it just makes such a difference when you have that tow.
And, I mean, you missed the last couple of rounds, obviously, due to other commitments. Are you back now for the rest of the year?
Yep, that's the plan. So a little bit later into winter than normal. I'm quite looking forward to that.
So if it rains, is it your fault?
Yeah, and I did my rain dance earlier. I put my sun turner wheel on Friday. I think my fifth lap on Friday morning was still one of my quickest laps of the weekend, which tells you something. So, no, the car's felt great all weekend, and always like Croft, the car always seems to go well here. So, fingers crossed we get a good result.
Thanks a lot, Craig. Back to you guys.
Yeah, thanks, Jamie. Good to hear from the squad there as we continue to move on in this race. Couldn't get my words out. We're getting to this halfway point now in this sixth round of the 2021 Fun Cup Endurance Championship. And you see here the on-screen battle. It's an on-track battle between the Dispatch Bay Express car, currently running in fourth position, with Andy Bicknell back at the wheel, and Ben Pitch, who's managed to get back into the 146 PLR racing car, which had those dramas early on with the contact from Team Green. You saw them not only hit each other, but also hit into the barriers early in the race, which brought out our first safety car. Just not nearly 5 minutes into the race. So 2 safety cars already in this race, but so far it's been, touch wood, relatively trouble-free in terms of issues. 1 or 2 drivers have been pushing limits a little bit too much, but apart from that, they've been able to keep the cars mostly on the road and relatively trouble-free. So as the second round of pit stops has now pretty much shaken out, we can give you quickly the rundown of who is where. So GCI Racing then, currently leads the way, car 111, and that has now, this third stint now has car 111 Ian Wood at the wheel, so Ian Wood back in for his second run here this week in this race this afternoon. Team Olympia now second in car number 1. They have now Riley Phillips at the wheel, having taken over from Christian Rose. Third place is 103 Enduro Motorsport, which now has seen Marcus Clutton hand back to Morgan Tilbrook, and he most tries to maintain a podium position. Fourth now is the orange and black car on the screen you can see here, which is Dispatch Bay Express. Dispatch Bay now with Andy Bicknell back at the wheel for his second stint. Fifth is MJ Tech GT, where Scott Jeffs handed that car back to Martin Gibson. Sixth is now the Make Happen Racing car 106, that's the Domino's car that's made a welcome return. Chris Hart, one half of a former champion duo that's in that car right now to try and make up some positions. Seventh is Team Viking, 110, which is in his car, so Nick Nunn is back at the wheel for his second stint. Eighth is the 262 Track Focus car, which is Mike McCollum, who's taken back from Sean Cooper. Ninth is the 101 Stand 2 Motorsport car, and that now has Martin Compton for his second stint, and they're rounding out the top 10 is the other second Make Happen Racing car 212, and that car now has Stephen Walton in for his second stop. And we had 20 cars start. The only car we don't have still running at the moment that's in the pit lane is Team Greenheath. Half of that got caught in that incident with this car, the red car on screen being the PLR racing car on the stream. There's the 248 car by Alan Otterman, who we've just seen out of our commentary box window off stream, just having some rather leery moments through the complex and the hairpin. We managed to get that car, kept it pointing in the right direction, and has carried on. Looking at some of the stats in terms of what we've had so far this season. We've had 4 races at Croft in the car so far. The PLR team has actually had the most wins. What was PLR, but it was known as Honeywell back in the day. It has had 2 victories, and the average number of laps that we can run here is about 148 and a half. So we've currently done 52. We're on that 53 at the moment. We've still got 2 hours 19 minutes of the race to go. That would mean we need to hit, I think, 74 laps by the time we get to half distance, and I think given that we've had 2 safety cars, might not achieve that, and most of it, that translating to 1,251 miles, an average speed of about 72 miles an hour. There's 58 lead changes, and it's been the most at Croft as well, so that's one thing to keep an eye on. So as this race carries on, again, Ben Pitch will be here just to try and improve the pace of the car, just to try and get some pace back up whilst he's currently having an on-track dice with the Dispatch Bay Express car. Currently sat in 4th place at the moment, trying to make up some more positions as they go on. So far, Dispatch Bay Express. Second in the championship, had a race win at Anglesey. They picked up the race win at Anglesey after I think it was the car with the Smiths and Nigel Green's wheel had that victory, but they got taken away from them due to a rear wing technicality. And because of that, it meant that Dispatch Express did pick up the one race win which Ubia Hoffman's Lotus haven't had, and who we can guarantee also today is not a race win they're going to have either. Now, there's been a change for the lead whilst we're looking at that, so because Team Olympian, with Riley Phillips at the wheel, has got past Ian Wood in the GCI racing car, which means for the first time in this race, properly, at least on track pass, we have got a new race leader. That is our Team Olympian car number 1. That car, of course, was leading briefly, I think, before it came in for its mandatory stop, but thankfully it's come back out again. And it's now managed to get up at the front. So now the question's got to be how quickly can Riley Phillips go now to try and extend that gap a little further and get himself in a prime position before he hands the car back to Chris Bell for the 4th stint in this race. So Team Olympian came into the weekend to get their points. They really have had awful luck this season. Look at where they are. They're 15th in the points with 206. They are, on overall scores, they are a massive 142 away from the leaders coming into the weekend, that being Ubia Hoffman's Lotus. So that really shows just how terrible their luck has been, and they've retired from, let's see, how many times have they scored nothing. Okay, so it looks like wherever they end up in terms of the classification, regardless if they finish or not, they get points. So I know for a fact that they had a fuel miscalculation at Donington Park, which cost them the victory. They then had engine problems at Silverstone, then again in the first race at Anglesey, and that because of those first engine problems, they couldn't compete in the second race, that being the race going into the night. And it was only at Alton Park where they got a result that they were, I'd say, relatively pretty happy with, which was the second place that they picked up at the last time by Alton Park. So if they can pull this off into a win, that will certainly be redemption for missing out on it last time and missing out at Donington, but also a relief that they can finally get back to winning ways in this car, because they just really haven't had the rub of the green at all, and that's no pun intended given the current of the car. So good work so far by Riley, and again, these guys aren't the reigning champions for nothing. They can certainly pedal this car quickly when they need to. As the Olympian car makes its way out of the hairpin to complete lap 55. They start to continue on, and just showing how crucial the tow is. The GCR racing car, whilst it has now dropped behind Team Olympian, hasn't dropped back so far. So Landry Pure resumes his place in the seat. The key headline is lead change, Team Olympian now into the lead, but GCR racing with Ian Wood at the wheel isn't letting them get away courtesy of that slipstream, so these two staying pretty close, but Team Olympian, at least with this race, trying to banish some of the bad luck they've had over the season, just explaining it on stream in terms of the fact they've had essentially 2 engine failures, they had the fuel miscalculation at Donington Park. They finally had essentially some form of luck, even though they missed out on the race victory by just missing out by losing it with 3 laps to go. But if they can hold on to this will be a nice relief for them to get some strong points, and even though they're back in what should be a very unrepresentative 15th place in points due to all the bad luck they've had, this will certainly be a massive boost to their points to at least try to get them at least into somewhere deep into the top 10.
Yeah, they arrive here, what was it, 14th place, 15th place in the points, so I mean, it's not for the want of trying though, is it? They've come within 15 minutes of winning twice this year, so I mean, this is not a team that's been operating poorly this year by any stretch of the imagination. They've just not had the look. One of the Anglesey issues they had was a bit of debris that was it's just been one of those seasons where nothing's quite gone right, but here they are back in the lead of the race, as you said. 2.25 hours still to go, so I'm not giving them the checkered flag just yet, but this is certainly a lot more like it. Black and white warning flag there, by the way. You can't see the number, unfortunately, on the board from there, but that will be for track limits indiscretions. Did have a word with our clerk, of course, Julian Floyd, before, and asked him how much of an issue track limits were going to be here. He said, hopefully not at all. I sort of gave him that look to say, yeah, but you don't really believe that, do you? He said, well, there are a couple of places, particularly out at the exit of the Jim Clark S's and through Barcroft, where you can go way, way wide. There's actually some tarmac and concrete runoff area beyond the white line, which is just oh so inviting. As soon as you give them a bit of runoff area that isn't grass or gravel, they will use every inch of it that they can get away with. So we're getting 1 or 2 of them maybe for track limits at the moment. interesting to see the GCI Racing here are continuing to do what they did in the previous stint, really, aren't they? It's now Ian Wood back in the car, not Craig Butterworth, but having lost the lead to, in theory, a quicker car, they're able to use that slipstream well, as I think you were saying when I came back, to stay with the leader, and that's such an important part of the racecraft in this championship. You don't have to be as quick as the car in front of you, because that slipstream can gain you half a second, 3/4 of a second a lap, even on quite a tight technical circuit like this one.
Yeah, but it'd be tight and technical on most of these sections, but of course as well they do have these long straights where these drivers can take full advantage of that, particularly down this back straight where we're watching the 99 JPR Black Widows car diving up the inside of the 262 track focused, sorry, or other way around, 262 getting past JPR Black Widows, I should correct myself, and so because they're long straights, the unaerodynamic nature of these cars does mean that if you get close, you can basically stay with these long straights. It's a bonus to some of those drivers who might be going up against slightly quicker drivers, so they should at least try and keep with them, and in the hope that they either make a mistake or have an issue of some kind, which then allows you an opportunity to try and get back past. So the fact that they can race this closely and not really lose that much, if any, speed through the corners in terms of running closely, in terms of any aerodynamic wash or push on the steering at all, it does mean essentially that you do get this constantly close racing that means that it's not really found too much anywhere else in terms of circuit racing, because of the fact these cars are, I guess, intentionally unaerodynamic for a reason, to ensure that close racing and to ensure that it is a way for anyone to battle against anyone regardless of skill level, because the car allows you to, it gives you that gives you that sort of that you see what I mean, that kind of that flattery ability to be able to keep up with them and to show pace and to help you keep up with them where you might not have been able to in other forms of a car on the same level.
It's really not that dissimilar to something like Caterham racing that we're seeing this weekend. Certainly the design of the car promotes this very slipstream friendly racing. The only difference is that whereas a Caterham field would pull into the pit lane after half an hour, we keep going for another 3.5 hours after that, and that slipstreamy racing continues throughout. Yes, the field spreads out a bit, but we've still got little pockets of activity all down the field. We've got top two separated by less than a second. We've got a fourth place battle which sees 3 cars covered by less than 2 seconds. Yes, there is still plenty going on around the track, and any time you can get within touching distance of the car ahead, you've got a fighting chance of being able to overtake them because of that slipstream. You can time the run right through one of the high-speed sections of the track, and that, I'm sure, when we get to the end of the race and we come down to deciding who's going to win this one, that will be the thing that the drivers are using, trying to use at least, to get themselves onto the top step of that podium. It's Team Olympian then that are in that position at the moment. They have now actually built a second slower than Riley Phillips ahead of him, and what impresses me here with Team Olympian is that they had that first pit stop. It's potentially going to be a race-winning strategy, I'd say. A long way to go before we find that out, of course.
Thoughts in history. I can't remember if they've actually won a race at all, but would you say probably they've arguably their best result that they've had from memory or from your stats database that you have available?
They've started.
Exactly. I bet, because I'm pretty certain if there is a safety car when a pit window occurs, I'm pretty certain if I was GCI, I would pit and do that double fuel step in that safety car pit, because that means you lose minimal to no time at all.
Yeah, if you can anticipate it and you can pit as the safety car comes out, then yes. If you've had to sit behind the safety car for a couple of laps and everyone catches back up to you, then actually that's not really a good time to spend any longer in the pit lane, because you lose even more track position. So it's a judgment call, and it's a judgment call that the team have to make in a heartbeat sometimes to react to that safety car. Those that get it right really benefit. Now this is a battle that I was hoping we'd get a chance to see, because this is the Nankang Racing Car 106. They're running in 6th position. They're half a second behind MJ Tech GT, who are 5th, who are half a second behind Dispatch Bay Express, who are 4th. And there you can see those 2 cars that I just mentioned. The drivers in these cars then at the moment: Dispatch Bay, the orange car, just about to put another lap on PLR Racing. Dispatch Bay being driven by Andy Bicknell. The 61 car has Martin Gibson back at the wheel, and the 106 car, I believe, is Chris Hart once again driving. Yes, it is. So those are the 3 that are fighting for this 4th, 5th and 6th positions, and that PLR car, Ben Pitch, is not exactly jumping out of the way. I popped out of the commentary box a few minutes ago, by the way, and had a quick chat with Neil Plimmer, who was explaining in more detail what had happened between Ben Pitch and Gary Bateman. He also said that they did consider just parking the car and not bothering, because, as I documented earlier on, PLR, they can't use this as a drop score now. 2 reasons they carried on. One, they've got their 40 or 50 guests here who will come to to see the car out on track, but also they're second in the Masters Championship. It's the JPR Black Widows that they're racing for that championship lead. The Black Widows are only 17th, so they're only actually outscoring them by a handful of points at the moment. If anything were to happen to the 99 car, PLR could actually outscore them, even though they're 32 laps down from the race lead. So even when things aren't going brilliantly well for you, still well worth staying out on track.
So coming up to the half distance now in this 6th round of the 2021 Fun Cup Endurance Championship, and as Dispatch Bay, I think this is quite intriguing, the fact that the PLR racing car is pretty much keeping pace with the cars in front, because even though it's pretty much on the similar, it's not going to give us a bit of wishful thinking of what could have been for them if they managed to keep out of trouble and push their way out the field, but also as well, it's not really helping as whoa, CCS Media comes backwards into view up at Clever and Hawthorns. That must have been started at Clever, where it either hit the bump or got caught up with somebody, lost the back end, did a complete 360 and has landed basically on the grass just in the middle of Hawthorns. So that I'm pretty certain, I think that must be Al Honnold at the wheel. It's not the first time he's had an off-track excursion, so that was his wildest yet in this stint. So I think either he'll be pleased to get out of the car, no, he won't be pleased to get out of the car because he'll be enjoying himself, or Nigel Greenson will, because
Cross Circuit, Croft, this is not around the British Rallycross Championship, and you're supposed to stay on the tarmac, but yeah, I looked out the window and I saw a big cloud of dust at Clervaux, and I thought, oh, someone's been off through the gravel, and then on the screen a car arrives backwards in that cloud of dust, and that car being the CCS Media car. Amazingly though, despite the fact that's his third off-track excursion that we've seen, I don't see any damage to that car actually, so I think he's somehow managed to get away with that. Enduro Motorsport here, third place for them. This is Morgan Tilgram back in the car now. His pace is pretty comparable to those around him really. Behind him though is that big gaggle that's coming across the start-finish line for 4th position. Dispatch Bay Express, MJ Tech GT and Make Happen Racing, and they still haven't yet found their way ahead of that PLR car, which I remind you is 32 laps behind them. That will be going down not at all well if you are in one of those cars stuck behind. On board though, on the screen, we are riding with the 264 EDF Motorsport car, which is just making its way up through the hairpin now, and now we do get to see this car at speed from the onboard vantage point. You can see actually that steering, there's no power steering in these cars, which is something the drivers often struggle with when they first jump into Fun Cup Endurance Championship racing, and you'll see now as the driver comes through this first sequence of corners, the car is really, really hard to get into the corner, hops over the curb. Some of the cars have power steering. The EDF car I don't think is one of them though, because you can really see just how slad I think back on the wheel now. Yeah, but for in excess of 40 minutes, perhaps 3 times over the course of the afternoon. You're going to work up a sweat doing that, aren't you?
Yeah, and particularly when it's a single-seater chassis as a base. You're driving a single-seater chassis for 40 minutes. If you think about typical single-seater races, take about 15, 20 minutes maybe, 25 or half an hour at most, for 40 minutes for quite a physical single-seater chassis like that, with a power-shift gearbox, quite a heavy engine in the back and everything else. This is definitely, and with the skiing tyres you've got as well, it's definitely not an easy car to drive by any stretch of the imagination. So to be able to manhandle it around here, even at some decent pace, can take it out of you. But to drive it at speed at some of the leaders are, that makes it quite tough, particularly for drivers like JPR Evio guys, who even though they're quite far down, being quite experienced, I guess you become a bit, sometimes a bit cheesy, but a bit battle hardened with these cars, because you get used to how they feel, how they move, what kind of G-forces you get, and therefore the more you drive it, it's like practice makes perfect. The more you drive it, the more you become accustomed to how it feels, what you need to do, and therefore naturally your body becomes stronger and fitter and more used to how the car moves. Means, dare I say, it becomes easier the more you drive, because your body's so used to the forces that are put up by a car like this.
Yeah, it is one of those things, I guess. You build up a certain resistance to it, but certainly at the start of the season, when you've not been in the car over the winter, it can, I'm sure, be a bit of a challenge to get back into the physical sort of condition that you need to be to drive a racing car, any car, really, over any sort of distance. Track focus there in 9th position, by the way, on screen now, car number 262. They're only a second and a half behind Stand 2 Motorsport. Between them is the Uvio Hoffman's Lotus 225 car for Fabio Randaccio. Right now they are running 18th position, 19 laps off the lead, but they are most definitely out there just to try and bag some points. The points they can get out of this race, the better for their championship aspirations. At the moment, for 19th place, they would score 34. It would, of course, become that drop score finish if they stay where they are now. They head up through the Jim Clark S's, not running as quickly as it could do, so I think maybe they're still there may be some struggling a bit now, I think, to keep Chris Hart at bay. Hart's going to get a bit of a toe now down the back straight towards Tower. I don't think he's quite close enough. He's late on the brakes, sort of peaks to the inside. These two clearly very, very evenly matched drivers for the time being. Out of tower they go. Pit window, as you said, is open. The race leader is about to come out of the final hairpin, and we'll see that pit window open board. Into the pits, just ahead of them though, comes the 212 Make Happen racing car. Now I think that's too early. I don't think it's seen. They might just have caught the pit window open board a lap ago. It was very, very touch and go. But anyway, they're in, they're refueling. This is there. You can see the one churn of fuel going into the 212 car that was running. It was just about to go a lap down. It was the last car on the lead lap. From the 212 car, Steve Walton. In will get Greg Evans. Driver change complete, fueling complete, mirror adjusted, back out into the fray goes. Another car being waved down now. This is Enduro Motorsports. This is a significant stop then, because this is a car we expected to be up there fighting for a good position. Dispatch Bay Express are in as well. Getting one churn of fuel, are we, for the 103? Yep, just the one churn ready. Fire extinguisher at the ready as well. That's Chris Wetherall, who's about to jump into the car, who is also on temporary fire duty, as in fact he's just got out of the car, hasn't he? I beg your pardon. So it's Marcus Clutton getting back in now. That car had dropped to, where was it? It was third place, wasn't it? About 25 seconds or so off the race lead, but now with Clutton back at the wheel and Olympian about to put Chris Doval back into their number one car, I expect the gaps to start coming back down again, because Marcus Clutton is... the door wasn't closed there. That was a good catch there from Marcus as he pulled away. Now, will he get in trouble for that? I'm pretty sure we've seen penalties handed out before for doors not being closed when the car is released. It doesn't matter whether it's closed when it goes on track. It's supposed to be closed before the car moves. So let's just keep an eye on that. Did he get it closed? No, he didn't. Marcus Clutton did not get the door closed. It's still hanging open. Has he got it done now? Yes, now finally. I think he slammed it shut as he goes through Hawthorne. This happened to another car last time at Alton Park. I'm struggling to remember. It might have even been the Olympian car. The left-hand side door that just wouldn't close properly, and that is a scary moment. Let's hope they don't get in trouble for that.
That was touch and go. I thought it made me jump, because I thought you meant that he was going out of the pit lane whilst the doors were open on the ETF Motorsport car, and I thought he was possibly going to try and clip it, but it was actually for the door on the Enduro car, so that kind of made me jump a little bit, because you go and what's going on there? So, but it's well spotted, and again, I guess it's one of the things that will play, whether it will play on Marcus' mind, that we'll have to tell by what happens next. Of course, if you just carry on driving at major pace, it probably won't fuss him too much unless he gets the call over the radio that he's being penalised. If he's not going to be penalised, he'll carry on. Then he'll probably just knuckle down and get going and just try to roll these laps in. And if he's going to be in contention for the lead, he's going to have to get his foot down, because if he does get a penalty or not, he's going to have to try and make up a heck of a lot of time more to try and counter that. So really now, this is probably the next few moments, the next couple of laps, whilst I guess Julian Floyd and co are already debilitating whether there is any punishment or not. This will now be a chance for him to pretty much say, right, I need to pretty much push as hard as I possibly can now to, regardless, so not only try and close the gap into Team Olympic before they pit, but to also make sure that if I do have to pit for a particular penalty of any kind because of that, if he gets a penalty for it, that means that he loses not as much time as he would do if he was just taking it simply and going through as 248 cars at it again. Just 248 car, which now hasn't made it stop yet, so that is still Alan Allman at the wheel. So if there was the Wolfish showman of the race, Alan would get it by far, because the antics that he hasn't done behind that car probably just aren't worth knowing or viewing. So I take my hat off to Alan for that spectacular flamboyant driving. It's not the quickest driving, but it certainly wins the award for the most flamboyant. And just a record for that, Marcus Clutton has got past him, and I should add, safely, because of course he's now got it behind him rather than in front.
Screeching of tyres because the Black Widows have spun, coming out of the hairpin. The 99 car pointing the wrong way and almost blocking the pit entry, actually. Thank goodness they didn't stall that car. There you can see it on the screen. The 99 car, Dom Jackson back at the wheel, sharing that car with snooker Steve Harris and scrappy David Clark. We haven't thought of a nickname yet for Dom Jackson.
I did see one they just said, I think in one of the previews, they just said his nickname was quite simply, he's a bit tall, isn't he?
Yes.
So,
I believe the nickname Big Dom was floated around, but I think people decide that might not be a good one to go for. If you can think of any nicknames for Dom Jackson, those that know him, then do let us know. Moving on, in comes the 97 car, GT Radial, and this is for another driver change, and this will be Freddie Hunt getting back out and Ellis Hadley getting in for his second stint.
I will say, credit to Freddie, up in 8th position. That's a pretty decent stint for Freddie, and I don't say that as too much surprise, but also with Freddie doing a decent job in the car in the mix. So Freddie just jumps out then, and
was dragged
in quick pit stops. You do get physically pulled out of these cars. Remember, what was it? There's a great clip of when Anthony Reid was racing for the Team Trooper guys, and with him being just yanked out of the car pretty rapidly, it's basically been thrown out of the car onto the floor just to allow the next car to get in. So there was a clip I saw also as well. I think it was of an old British GT race. I can't remember exactly where it was, but it was of the old Centura that used to race in that, and of course that had I think it was Richard Dean or whoever it was he was showing with, but whoever it was getting out of the car was pretty much just went to go and get out, and all of a sudden the car just pulled his arm, and within like a flash, literally the car was just gone off the screen. So it's not the most sophisticated tactic, but it definitely works in terms of you trying to get quick driver changes working. So it might hurt as well trying to get forward, but credit choosing the teams that do put their drivers through that automatic driver changes. As for 97, whilst we've been talking, he's back out. Alan's handed back onto the race for his second stint, and that'll be the 4th stint of the race now, with these sequence of pit stops still going. With 2 and a bit minutes to go, we've still got a couple of cars that are a bit further down the mid to bottom of the pack, and everyone currently in the top 7 hasn't made their second stop. Well, I say that, CCS Media now comes in, so Alan, I'm going to call him Alan Action Ornament, because he's certainly been throwing the car around quite a lot. He's not been throwing it. He clambers out, thinking, right, just dusts his hands and goes, right, that's my job done for the time being. And so into that car, I think we'll now get, I'm certain it's going to be Bob Tomlinson. So they've done the strategy so that Nigel will get in first and last to be quick enough. So Bob will take over once again for that one. Alan will then be next in again, which I'm sure will have everyone praying. So meanwhile, GCI Racing, second place, are in the pit lanes. This is crucial. So let's see how this pit stop plays out. Do they have fuel, yes or no, really, or are they going to play it just by one churn? So
one churn at the moment going in. I can't see a second one waiting, so looks like just the one churn of fuel for the 111 car. Craig Butterworth about to get in for his second stint of the afternoon, and yep, first churn comes out and no second one is thrown in. A very late call to the pit lane there for Chris Hart to bring the 106 Make Happen Racing car in. Now, are we going to see fuel going into that one? Yes, we are. It's going to be Neil Burrows making again a welcome return to the championship, who gets into the car. He raced, I think last time he raced in the championship was here at Croft a couple of years ago, Neil Burrows, so a circuit that he clearly likes. GCI, by the way, have now vacated the pit lane and headed back onto the track, waiting for Make Happen Racing to do the same thing. The fuel has been done. No fuel we're hearing for the Vikings. I didn't actually spot the Vikings coming in. There they are, actually. So no fuel for the 110 car, and that is because they double fueled last time. So again, you see, you take that short-term loss of time by double fueling at one stop, and it means at the next stop you can potentially have a much quicker pit stop. 262
track focus to in, so that's a pit stop for Mike McCollum. Sean Cooper getting back in for his second run in this race here at Croft this afternoon. We're inside, of course, now the second hour, so the second half of the race. We've passed the 2 hour mark. We're now 2 hours and 10 minutes deep into this race. 2 hours and 11 minutes deep in, actually. We've now gone past 2 minutes and 10 is 2 hours and 10 minutes we're in, so because the time got a bit confusing for a second there, so there's the 246 EDF Motorsport car on stream. That currently has, as it's now completed it's done its third stop, so that is now going to be Matt Dawkins back at the wheel, and here is the onboard shot we've got. I suspect the onboard is a little bit behind the actual on-track cameras, because this is this view it's coming through. As you can see now, it's just going through the hairpin, whereas the on-track camera there had it heading up to the complex, so it's good nonetheless. In the pit lanes come the PLR car. Also in is the MJ Tech GT car from Ford, so that's a crucial pit stop to watch out for, see if they fuel or not. In comes MJ Tech GT.
I can't say that team name either.
No. Now then, fuel for that car, yes, there is fuel for the MJ. I can see that for the MJ Tech GT car and for PLR as well. Just notice, whilst it's fueling to the JPR car, just like lightly kicking the splitter on the try and nudge it into place. Either he was trying to kick it off the car, or try and just nudge it out of position so one of his guys do it. Now, what's also I can see that Team Olympian are ready, because I can see Christian Rose is stood by Chris Devell, so which means that signals to me that as Riley Phillips comes around the complex, I imagine any second now he will dive into the pit lane to make that stop. So they're ready, which means that we should see if we can see it on track on the camera. If not, if we can, yes or no. But in the pit lane, yes. So in now comes Riley Phillips, the race leader. So car number 1 in position number 1 heads in. Now the question here is there any sign of refuelling? I wasn't even ready to refuel.
Yeah. Yeah,
there
they've
is.
got a churn ready, I think. They're the last car that I can see out of the window down the pit lane. But yes, there it is on the screen. One churn of fuel goes in, making extra sure that you've got it positioned right. They're heavy things, those fuel churns as well, for one pit crew member to be lugging around. In it goes. They're going to empty it, every last drop out of it, and then once that's done, they can get the driver change done. Like in many series, in fact, pretty much all series now, you're not allowed to touch the car whilst the fuel is going in. It's a safety thing in case there should be a fire, and once that's done, they get in, and look how quick that actual driver change was there, and that's going to put that car out, I think, comfortably back ahead of those with whom they were racing. Well, it was GCI Racing that was second place earlier on.
GCI are already just coming into the hairpin, they're already at turn 1, so that pit stop has worked wonders. But the gap was about 17 seconds, I think, was it not, between MJ Tech GTs. The question is, what is the gap now as both Uvio and Stanton Motorsport coming? You're looking rather confused, Andy.
Well, because the MJ Tech car has not come through yet, and I was expecting it to have done so by now.
I'm pretty certain. I thought it just pitted. I thought it just came in now.
Perhaps, yes, but yes, here it comes. Yeah. So, but the point is that it should be within about 10 seconds or so of Olympian. Well, Olympian is coming out of Tower, and MJ Tech GT are only just coming out of the hairpin. They both made their pit stop, so there has been a delay somewhere there for the 61 car, either in the pits or on its outlap.
So either getting caught up somewhere, which was off camera that we didn't see, but we didn't see anything. It was just they got held up out of spin anywhere. So if it did, it probably just caught off camera. So I can see Andy's furiously texting Jamie to see if we can find out what the cause might have been. JPR Uvio has just left for its. I keep calling their old name. Uvio Hoffman's Lotus. I'm not the last time I'll do that. Uvio Hoffman's Lotus. We'll get that. I need that. You talk about with the change from Formula 3 to GB3 in British Formula 3, where David Addison had a big sign put up there saying, "Right, GB3." I need that for GPR. Uvio Hoffman's Lotus. I apologise, Farkini and Fabio. I apologise. It's Uvio Hoffman's Lotus.
I'm going to tell you something else now that we both need to learn. Apparently, it is not. They tell me after 5.5 years, Uvio. It is Uvio Hoffman's Lotus.
Oh, it's Uvio.
They now tell me, yes, as if I should have just known that. So Uvio Hoffman's Lotus is. And in fact, it was Farkini that told me off for that when I went down there into the paddock just now, and he said the only time you're allowed to call it Uvio is if you're cheering. Then it's Uvio, and I've said Uvio a few times, but they've gone for a few dodgy moves in the early part of the race. But no, Uvio Hoffman's Lotus, the 225 car, which you're seeing on screen right now.
It's fine. Farkini's driving. We can get away with it. Don't worry. So.
Yes, Farkini and Fabio, two Italian-sounding drivers, but with the least Italian accents you'll ever hear. And to prove that point, Fabio is down there in the pit lane now with Jamie.
Yeah, I'm down with Fab now. Come stai?
Okay.
Oh yeah, all right then. Tough day today, isn't it?
It's Uvio.
Okay, and what about the car? Because it's not been behaving itself, has it? And you had a bit of a moment in the first stint.
Yeah, no, we had a hub failure, which is just one of those things frustrating, and that's set us back like 18 laps. So we're just out there enjoying it and trying to get to the finish. We're not gonna gain back 18 laps, so it's just kind of stroke it home really. But it's nice. I was just out there sat behind the stand, two guys who've been really coming on this year, and it's nice to see them going fast, you know.
Yeah, absolutely, and of course they're making a welcome return this year, but. You've proved that Fun Cup is as unpredictable as it is. You've won sort of 4 out of 5, but as we've said before, anything can happen.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. That's a small miracle, isn't it, doing that? And a winning streak like that in Fun Cup's always going to come to an end. You know, we're gutted it's come to an end now, but we've got a drop round, so we need to punch in 3 solid results for the balance of the year. That's what we've got to do and try and get the championship home.
And I'm guessing no change in your strategy, just keep going till the checker flag?
No, yeah, I mean, there is a change. We're not going to drive hell for leather because there's no point in risking the car to gain back, a few seconds. So we'll just get it to the end.
So no little battles with Mr. Hart then?
No, I don't think. I mean, the car's a bit hanging because we just cracked a new upright on it, and there's no setup, so it's a bit hanging, and one of the brakes at the back is binding, and so yeah, it's just get it to the end.
Excellent stuff. Thanks, mate. Back to you guys.
I love those guys.
They're absolutely crazy, aren't they? And I don't think they do too well on their Italian GCSE if they were to take it. Certainly Fabio. We might test Farkini later and see if he can do a bit better than Kev. Anyway, it's always interesting talking to those two, though, because they will tell you how it is, and they're absolutely right in what they say. This run that they've had so far this season has been phenomenal, but it was unrealistic to expect it to last throughout the whole season. As long as this is the only bad race they have, it shouldn't really affect their championship too much, which I think is why they're still quite relaxed about the situation.
You can have another one, it'll make the fight for the last couple of rounds pretty spicy, won't it? It will kind of make, of course, because we've got a double header of sprint races at Alton Park, if I'm correct, and then the finale at Donington, which brings us full circle. So I don't think I've ever really known a Fun Cup season to have 2 Donington meetings, but that'll be quite. To book it, the race at Donington to begin with was a good one. Oh, and it's that CCS Media car again, and this time it's Bob Thomas in the world. Now he tried to break. He basically locked up, and then as the car slid wide, he actually went and clipped There's been an errant marker, the orange floppy marker, a marker that's corner marker basically, which has been off the racing line, but it's been on the track for quite a while. And eventually, I think Bob Thomas has done both it and the rest of the drivers and the circuit a favour by basically locking up and inadvertently knocking it out of the way right at the edge of the circuit. So it shouldn't be too much of a bother anymore if anyone wants to go round the outside. But I think again, like I said earlier, if there's the more of a showman of the race, CCS Media get that by a mile. Not only because Alan's driving, but also Bob decides, right, that looks fun, I'm going to have a go at that too, and decided to be a bit more flamboyant in his driving. Such flamboyance for this car though, Team Olympian with Riley, with Chris DeVell at the wheel. Now with Christian Rose, who's going to get in for the second to last stint, and then Riley will get in for the final stint. And you do get that kind of uniform stints of kind of you get a set of 3, the order for which the 3 drivers are going to enter, and then you get kind of the same order again for 4, 5, and 6 in terms of depending on how long the race is. So there is a pretty even split between the drivers in terms of the driving time, but Chris at least has to try and make the most of this lead. But the things you've got to watch out for, of course, are the lap times of GT and the lap times that Enduro puttings, because as you say, what you said at the time, very good point. Marcus Clutton's in that car now, and he is by far the fastest guy on the track, 137 actually, and brought it down by at least another 10-15 seconds at least by the time we get to the end of the second stint, this fourth stint.
Well, he was 3 seconds quicker on the last lap than the race lead at Bilstein, so he's 33.5 seconds back. It's not inconceivable that gap could come down below 15 or even 10 seconds by the end of the stint, and then it's game on for the rest of the race. But Olympian sort of keeping their faster drivers for the end of the race. A lot of other teams do that as well. These 3 driver teams, you were making the point there that a lot of them sort of stick to the same driver sequence throughout the race. Well, actually, there are a couple of exceptions to that today. 158, for example, the Tacosis with Royal Motorsport team, they're having Paul Rivette start and end the race, and then Alex and John McLeod doing a stint each in the middle. The same is actually true of CCS Media, who have Nigel Greensall in at the start and end. If you've got one driver who is notably quicker than the others that are in that car, you want them to be in at the first part of the race, and then you want them to be in when it all comes down to an all-out brawl in the final stint as well. Speaking of which, here's a pretty entertaining battle, not for position. It's CCS Media battling away with the second place car, GCI Racing. GCI are also quicker consistently than the race leaders at the moment, so the lead gap is just 16 seconds now between Olympian and this car. The Olympian car we mentioned being driven by Chris Doval in the 111. It is now Craig Butterworth back in his second stint of the day. Third place Enduro Motorsport 103, that's Marcus Clutton. Fourth place Dispatch Bay Express number 221, that is Harry Mailer, and that car is only about 10 seconds behind Marcus Clutton. He is not quite as quick as Marcus though at the moment is Harry. Then in fifth position I should say, we've got Team Viking, Mark Home in that car now. Remember, they gained time out of that round of pit stops through not refuelling. Sixth place for MJ Tech GT, so we still haven't quite got to the bottom of what the issue was for the 61 car. They dropped an awful lot of time. They've fallen down to 6th place now, and unfortunately for Scott Jeff's second stint, he's not quite as far up the order as he was probably expecting. He's 10.1 seconds behind the Vikings at the moment, and about 9 seconds ahead of the 106 car of Neil Burrows, who make happen racing in 7th place.
Like a white flag out for somebody, again, not quite sure who. We'll have to quickly refer to our mobile timing screens rather than the regular TSL ones we've got on our screens here, because sometimes you can activate the race control information and it'll tell you who's got it, although at the moment black and white flag is out, but there's no signal for race control on TSL as to who's been given that penalty and what for, so looking pretty decent at the moment. So 1 minute and 1 hour and 38 minutes to go left in the race. As we continue on up the inside of the Dorkings car goes GT Radial at the expense of GCI Racing, and also the 248 cars was GT Radial, which is in 11th place, up against GCI Racing in second. As Republican tries to almost throw a bottle of water over me, not literally, but kind of just dropping it in place. We were briefly invaded by two of my colleagues from BRSCC, Luke and Anton, who were very kindly provided a bit more liquid refreshment in terms of a bottle of water each, but
not usually a good sign when those two turn up, but for once they were actually helping us out.
We say it's not a good sign when the circuit. I have to spend an office with them mostly when they're both together in the office with us about 5 days a week, so you should count yourself lucky. So but no, appreciate the extra liquid refreshment in terms of our bottles of water, so because it is, as we know as commentators, it's quite thirsty work, so it's good to kind of refresh a little bit as this race is going on. We have got a little bit of dare I say it, a little bit of a quieter period in this race, okay? So as I say that, something usually kicks off when we get a safety car. So
you should know better than that, Scott.
I should, but I can't help the commentator's curse. I try, but it always keeps hitting.
Whilst we have got, as Scott says, a little bit of a lull in on-track activity, let's head down to the pit lane, shall we? Paul Rivette has been putting on a pretty star show today, and Jamie Peters-Ennis has found him in the pit lane.
Yeah, I'm down with Paul Rivette, fresh from his British touring car adventures. We'll quickly gloss on that. Nice 720 at church last week.
Yeah, thank you very much. No, it was a Sunday, so it's always good to spend a bit of time at church on Sunday.
Absolutely, and great first stint today. The car's got some real pace out there, and of course it's only your second ever Fun Cup start, isn't it?
It is, yeah. So the only one I've started before was 2 years ago at Zandvoort, and we had a great race. There's about 5 or 6 of us racing for the lead for the first stint. But I thoroughly enjoyed that earlier on. Felt like we were in command of the race for our stint, which was really good. Could have done without the 2 safety cars and everyone then bunching up behind us, but nevertheless, it was great fun. The TAC Assist car was rather fast.
And a little bit of an issue with the belts, but that's just one of those things in the pit stop, as it's starting to rain as well.
Yeah, it's we need to be faster with our pit stops, so we'll get there. As a driver lineup, we're getting stronger and stronger. Alex is just getting faster and faster. The more time he spends in the car. John's really not far off my pace at all now in his last stint. So we're getting much stronger, but we just need to get a bit more pit stop practice in, and yeah.
And from your point of view, you've driven everything, like Nigel Green, so you've gone from touring cars, trucks, Clios, Fun Cup cars. Is it hard adapting from the two? In theory, you've only really had 3 days since you were in the Focus last weekend.
Yeah, so where I've jumped between a lot of cars, it gets easier. The more you jump between cars, the easier it gets to adapt. So, although I raced the Clio Cup on and off for like 18 years, I was always driving other cars behind the scenes and teaching people in them. So, you just learn to adapt, and I think it's really good for your skill set as a driver to be just jumping from one car to another, especially when you've not got a lot of time to turn it on either.
You did all right in Clios, didn't you?
Yeah, we didn't do too badly.
Excellent stuff, thanks mate. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Jamie. As Paul Rivette, another one of those names within British Motorsport. We've actually written about him a little bit earlier on today, but he is a very recognisable name and face in UK motorsport who has come along to give Fun Cup a go. Excuse me, and I don't think really fully intended to catch the bug in quite the way that he has, but once they come and do a race, I'm sure Freddie Hunt will be similar, we've seen it with the likes of Anthony Reid in the past as well, they come and have a go and they realise, oh actually yeah, this is tough, this isn't going to be a walk in the park. Yeah, maybe I'll come back and try and actually win it next time, and then they keep coming back, and then they realise that actually they're having more fun doing this than they would be whatever else they might be driving in, and spending a lot more money doing it as well. So great to have Paul here. He's been around for a couple of seasons now, and he and Raw Motorsport getting quicker and quicker all the time.
That's what I love about championships like this, and mostly some club racing championships in general that has someone who's perceived as a racer who is, let's say, of like British touring car level, or has been on that sort of package of like the token package for a while and driven in those perceptively higher level championships, is that when you get them turn up, there's no guarantee that they're going to be, unless they're someone who can jump in, is a bit of an all-rounder, that whatever you put them into, they can adapt pretty quickly. But there are some champions out there, and I can throw in as well, which you'll probably get when I say this, Mazda MX-5 Super Cup as well as another one, particularly drivers like Paul O'Neill, for example, and even someone who I knew was quite a quick driver in Rick Styron, who's been fantastically fast in Porsches, and ultimately he went into the Super Cup, and I personally expected him to do quite well. bear with me whilst I go off on a tangent whilst we're watching this chat between the two red Domino's car and the JP Uve car. Now, what was interesting, Fabio said, we're not going to race or even the James suggested, we're not going to race Chris Hart, we're not going to get into a battle with him. Look which two cars have found each other together on the track. And I bet you anything Farkini will try and fight, but ultimately fail to resist the urge. A bit of a scrap with them, even though that car is running at the moment in 7th position and he's back down in 18th. He won't have someone track well with him anyway. But the point I was making is that someone like Rick Starr, and to tie it in with kind of Fun Cup, is that he tries to do MX5 Super Cup, and again, he's a fantastic driver, and particularly in the Porsches. He did 2 meetings of MX5 Super Cup, but then he actually had to back away from it because it was a different car, and not even was a different car, it was like used to the ABS. But even Paul O'Neill said the competition levels for the drivers who do it day in, day out, those are the ones that know the nuances, know the tricks that certain cars have to make them quick. When you've even got a quick driver who's through some perceptibly higher levels jumping into those cars, there is no guarantee they're going to be straight on the pace and actually be the fastest guy out there, because the drivers who are racing these cars, particularly in Fun Cup, with example of Paul Rivette and others, and with example of Super Cup and everything else, drivers who are racing these cars in these club series week in, week out are in the mix. Now, I thought I saw JPR Black Widows was sideways and stopped. It was at Sunny Inn. If we can move the camera a bit to the left, there's a car that's off at Sunny Inn, or in the bit in between.
And in the pit lane is Dispatch Bay Express. Now, this is not during a pit window, so something has happened. Do we think between those two cars, maybe? Right, well, we'll send Jamie down to Dispatch Bay. Do you know what? I was just looking up to see how long it had been since we'd last had a safety car. We've now got a car stationary at the far end of the circuit. You've just been complaining that things were too quiet on track as well. That's all about to change. Now, that was a quick visit to the pit lane, that, for Dispatch Bay. So if it was a problem, it wasn't a big one, was it?
Yeah, and it was outside the pit window, so it wasn't what you would consider a scheduled stop within it. So.
Okay, we'll get to the bottom of that one, everybody. But Dispatch Bay Express, who have been running pretty well, haven't they? They were 4th place. They must have lost at least 1 place because the Vikings were only 5 seconds or so behind them. There on screen is the Black Widows, and it's a left rear again, isn't it? Now, that's exactly the same kind of damage as the UVO Hoffman's Lotus car had earlier on. So
that's quite a severe angle. That's forgive the simple term, but that's had it, that left rear. The way that's hanging, that car, I'm not surprised that car stopped and going nowhere.
And that's broken going into Sunny as well, which is the fastest part of the track. So that, I'm sure, will most definitely have caught the attention of the driver that was in the car. Driving the car in this stint is Dom Jackson. And that was, I'm sure, a pretty scary moment. So an hour and a half and change to go, and are we about to get another visit from the safety car? You'd imagine we have to. That car's in a dangerous position, and again, they will want to get it back to the pit lane to try and give the team time to get it repaired. The point I was making about 40 minutes ago or so now about PLR as well, they were only continuing in this race in the hope that they could get back ahead of the JPR Black Widows, and that is now the car that is stationary out at the side of the track. So for PLR, they'll be pretty glad from a Masters Championship perspective that they didn't just pack up and go home.
Absolutely. Speaking of which, I was surprised we've only got 3 Masters cars in the contest today. We've got CTS Media, JPR Black Widows and PLR Racing, and at the moment it seems as though that all of them, maybe they hit strife or just been a little bit off the pace in terms of not being as quick as they could be. So intriguing that we usually get another couple of teams that do have Masters contingent within them. Although that said, this is interesting. If Nigel Greenswell then decides to jump into the Greenswell Motorsport car, I'd imagine because he wasn't a default driver that they don't then gain master status. I would imagine because he wasn't one of their drivers down by default at the start of the weekend if he then jumps in. So that was great time by the cameras actually. Just as it cut, the safety car sprung into life, and confirmation then, the runyourfleet.com Jaguar XF Sport Brake safety car with lights ablaze confirms, as do also the Bolton flags, that we are under safety car once again for the 3rd time today. It has been a while. We had 2 safety cars in the space of half an hour towards the start of the race. Then we had that period of everyone being sensible, a little bit crazy for a couple of drivers getting a bit leery, but that incident most certainly warrants a safety car, and incredibly it's straightway picked up the race leader Team Olympian. So that means now, and we're 8, well, depending on how long it's going to be, that will be intriguing because the pit window opens in less than 9 minutes. Now, is it going to take 9 minutes to recover that car and get it back to the pit lane to get things going again? Because either it will take long enough to then for the driver to start coming in just towards the end of the safety car period when the pit lane window opens, or the racing will get back underway again right at just the pit window's about to open. You could get either a mad dash of drivers coming in straight away at the beginning, or right just before the safety car's about to end. Either way, again, I think which team this might possibly benefit. Thinking, but I was going to say benefit. I was about to say GCI, but you made that valid point that if they're all stacked together, it's not going to benefit them really at all. They're going to lose a bit of time. So this is going to be very interesting how this plays out, particularly with how long that recovery takes.
Yeah, well, that's the key, because it's got broken rear suspension or something not the rear wheel at a funny angle. That will complicate matters. It means they can't tow it, so it has to be hoisted onto the back of a flatbed. That takes a bit longer. I do seem to recall, though, the last safety car period we had for the UVO Hoffman's Lotus car with a very similar issue, which, by the way, was 66 laps ago. So we did go quite a long time there between safety car periods. That safety car, I'm sure, came out about 9 or 10 minutes before a pit window, and we did get everything wrapped up before the pit window opened. So I think we should go back racing again, probably in 2 or 3 laps. But you can see that they're going to have to. The flatbed truck is there already. Marshall's using this as an opportunity as well to secure the plastic floppy markers. They're massive, those things, aren't they? They're almost as tall as that Marshall. It's either a very big post or quite a short Marshall. But no, I think they are particularly big now. Just so the drivers have got even less of an excuse to hit them, because you can't argue that you didn't see it there. Not that it's really stopping them, though. That one on the apex of the middle part of the complex has been knocked over more than once today.
You could use that as a softball bat rather than than a floppy marker. But either way, good to get it back in place. Although probably you have to start taking bets on how long it will stay there until it falls over again, possibly. So 6 3/4 minutes to go until the pit lane window opens for our penultimate set of pit stops, and the work goes on. There's the Jaguar XF Sport Rack safety car supplied by Run Your Fleet. Again, big thank you to Run Your Fleet for all their support as a club. If you want to go and check them out, you can do runyourfleet.com. You can also go to their website. You can their YouTube channel as well. They've got a nice little 2.5 minute explaining videos to how the whole process of getting involved with Run Your Fleet works in terms of fleet management for your company, and also you can check them out on Facebook as well. And I should mention as well, just for those who are watching, if you are fans of GT racing in many cases, this coming Thursday on our YouTube channel, we should mention, there is going to be a special live stream online event, which is going to be an evening with Darren Turner, GT racer. Yeah, so that's going to be hosted by David Addison, and he's going to be chatting about all things in terms of his career, GT, I'm sure, his Le Mans wins, he's maybe testing with McLaren in Formula 1 and touring cars and everything else. So if you want to tune into that, that's at 7 o'clock on Thursday. That'll be on the BRSCC Facebook and YouTube pages. Do tune in, because it's good. It'll be a good evening's entertainment, I'm sure, to hear about his career. But about roughly an hour and 15 minutes or so in length. There should be a bit of an audience Q&A as well. As well in that. So do tune in for that one. It should be a great round event, and hopefully we'll see you guys all there to get involved. But at the moment, there's some slightly more pressing live stream matters going on, which is that. Now 262 is not on track. Now that's damage. That's more damage to a left rear. That's the left rear bodywork hanging off. Which I imagine will have to be ripped off when it comes to the pit lane to fix that. Otherwise, if it doesn't fall off by itself, of course, it will get a black and orange flag for a mechanical issue. But all the issues seem to be happening on left rears today. It was the left rear for UVO, for UVO Hoffman's Lotus. Before I get told up by Farkeep again, it's UVO Hoffman's Lotus. Then we had the issue with Black Widows, and then of course now we've got the issue with track work, whether that was related to anything or not. But that's intriguing, and it all seems to be occurring roughly in the same sort of place on the exit of the Sunny Incourse, whether it's just rough curves, or just the fact that because it's quite a fast circuit with the resurface, and also with the fact that it's a clockwise circuit as well, so you're constantly leaning on the power on that left rear. Maybe that's just the combination of those two factors, just putting a bit more strain than normal on that side of the car. I'm not sure.
One thing that I know is the case at Croft is that the curbs on particularly the outside the exits of the corners are really severe. They're really rough, and there's quite a big lip off the back of them. So if you drop off the back of the curb, it's quite a big drop down onto the grass. I was here a few months ago for a BRSCC event when we had Mazda MX-5 championships here, and a number of drivers were running wide actually out of Sunny out. I was stood trackside and I watched one of them do it. They drop off the edge of the curb, and the car drops so low that the bottom of the car smacks into the curb, and it was breaking suspensions, it was breaking drive shafts, all sorts of things. Now if you're doing that consistently over 2.5 hours of racing, that is going to take its toll on even the best built cars out there. So yeah, that's potentially one of the causes for this. Also, quite bumpy runoff areas through the Jim Clark S's and so on. But anyway, we'll find out what the issue was for the Black Widows. Right now, though, we have to focus on the racing because it's about to resume again as we go on to lap number 85. So just the 2 laps in the end behind the safety car, and we are ready to go back racing once again with 3.25 minutes before the pit window opens. The first car in the queue is Chris Doval in the Team Olympian car. The second place car in the race is GCI Racing, though, and they are only a couple of cars behind. There is one back marker, the 212 car of Greg Evans, separating first and second, and then another back marker separating second and third.
I would watch Enduro Motorsport third place Marcus Klassen. If they need literally about 3 or 4 cars, including the second place car GCI, that would get involved. There's someone's run wide on the exit of Clairvaux somewhere.
CCS again, you know.
Not again. So anyway, so here we go. So we've got, as you say, 1 car separating first and second, then another car separating second and third. So essentially, if Marcus Clark can pick off the GT Radio car, which he does, up the inside. Now, then that's not what Christopher wants. That's the 212 car going up the inside to unlap itself. And look at all that. From that, and also from the move by Marcus Clark, the first, second and third are nose to tail through Jim Clarketti's now, and having a look for second place there was Marcus Clark, and he's going to go around the outside looking on the exit. He's going for it around the outside on the exit, up towards Barcroft. It's out of our shot for a second. We're looking at the 212 car. That's not the car we need to look at. It's the 3 cars behind that we need to, and what order they're going to come out of in time. The camera needs to pan across. There's Olympian just in front. What's the order? It's now second for Marcus Klassen, and immediately he's on the tail on Christopher, and I suspect, given the speed he's got, Andy, he will not stay there for long. A move will be coming in corners. It'll be, in fact, he's through already down the complex. So, for they've even completed the lap, not only has Christopher lost the lead, he's lost second to the GCI car. So, lead change on the restart before we even completed the lap, and as we expected, Marcus Klassen hits the front conveniently just before the pit window opens.
And once he clears the 212 car, which shouldn't take him too long, he should be able to set sail. He's got another 11.5 minutes if he wants it in the car, and I think he'll use every single one of them. So new race leader then, it's Enduro Motorsport back in front, second place for GCI Racing, and third, as you said, now for Team Olympian. That safety car was the worst possible thing that could have happened for Team Olympian, because they had that big lead. They probably would have held on until the pit window opened again, and now they find themselves on the bottom step of the podium. The 212 car doesn't want to let Enduro back through though, because 212 have got themselves back onto the lead lap now. If there was another safety car quickly, which is always possible when the field is bunched up like this, they would be right back in contention for a good result. So they're going to fight for this as if it's for positioning. You don't get blue flags really in front. If you're capable of running the pace of the leaders, you're perfectly entitled to. But you can see now that Cluck has gone through down at Tower Corner, and now will try to make good his escape. So 10.5 minutes left before that car has to pit, but 30 seconds before the pit window actually opens. So this time through, Scott, they will see that pit window open board. And I wonder if, again, like we saw earlier on where we had everyone bunched up after a safety car, whether we'll see a few choose to dive in early and try and get some clean air.
Yeah, and that was, and Greg Evans, I think, there in that sequence pretty much just admitted defeat and thought it's futile if I try and defend. I think it's futile to try and defend for Marcus Klassen anyway because he's that stronger driver. So Marcus then will just try and drag away as much as he can. I'm severely impressed though by the fact that GCR Racing not only passed Christopher as quickly as they did, but also the fact that they are trying to keep pace as much as possible with Enduro Motorsport. This is a really, really strong effort from GCI, and they're keeping themselves really in contention up until, I guess, this last sequence of pit stops now to try and get through. Now, as everyone's bunched together, is anyone going to make a pit stop on this time round? The answer is no. That was still hanging on 262 car as well. That's the Truckworks car. That's going to have to. Yeah, I suspect. I was about to say that carries on. They're going to get a black and orange flag. I suspect that black and orange flag is for 262. So they're going to put it to come in the floor by itself. They'll have to bring it in, and they'll probably bring it in for a pit stop, and then whilst they're doing it, pull that piece of bodywork off. Meanwhile, just purely for track position, we've now got the. I just said, notice the Uvio Hoffman Lotus car is now not only just ahead of the 212 the Tyre Domino's car, it's also now just got ahead track position-wise ahead of the PLR racing car. So essentially, those two cars simply just having fun out there just for the sake of it amongst the other guys, even though they're further back in 18th and 19th place and several laps apart. But GCI Racing, I think for me, are having a fantastic run. They've cleared now the 212 Make Happen racing car, and now I'm being intrigued to see what pace they've got in clear, or no, they haven't cleared it, so I thought they had, but there was that focus still on the camera. I didn't realise there was still a few car lengths ahead, so this is intriguing. Credit to Greg Evans to try and hold on there, but I think he's not really doing anything for anyone else. So.
The black and orange flag is for track focus. Jamie Peterson is confirmed for us down in the pit lane. Thank you for that, Jamie. Side by side here for third place, and that is Dispatch Bay around the outside of Olympian. They've already passed Vikings on this lap, and now Dispatch Bay Express into P3. This is a really good final part of the stint here for Harry Maley. You'd expect nothing less. He'll be back in the car again for the final stint a bit later on. I don't anticipate that car's going to be pitting anytime soon. Chris Doval, though, is coming in for Team Olympian. So Team Olympian then, having fallen from first to fourth over the last couple of laps, make the sensible choice to pit. It's Christian Rose then who's getting ready to come in. Now, what will they do with fuel? They took one churn last time. They've got one churn waiting again, so they're going for a fairly regular fuel strategy as the race goes on. We've also got Stand 2 Motorsport in there, still a contender in this, remember, in 6th position.
I think they've got at least one churn things going in.
No fuel for 101, I'm being told, so that's interesting.
I got confused. I think I was looking at the GT radio pit crew rather than Stand 2, so apologies for that. But so no fuel for them, and again they're straight back out again. So that was an incredibly quick driver change for them. So in and out as fast as you can say it. Definitely fuel this time. I can see for the EDF Motorsport 246 car. That's definitely getting a fuel churn, and that pit driver change is happening now. So that'll be the Stand 2 Motorsport car. That's going to put Martin Compton in for his final stint of the race. So he will jump in for this hour and 17 minutes to go.
And he has leapfrogged Olympian because of that no fuel pit stop by about 5 or 6 seconds. And they were probably about 5 or 6 seconds behind them when they came in. So it is in excess of 10 seconds you lose by fueling compared to those that don't.
I think these two don't care whether they're that far back, but these two are still having a great battle here. This is currently Neil Plymmer, isn't it, in the wheel of this car now. So this has been Neil Plymmer versus Farkeen. This is like an age-old battle between these two, and they're simply just. I think they know they're further back. They're just having fun out there at the moment, right? These two, because you can see that. I think that was.
Neil Burrows.
Yeah, Neil Burrows also trying to join in the fun and starting wide, so holding on for that one. Anyone else that's coming in for their pit stops this time around in darting the pit lane doesn't look like it initially. Let's see if anyone else in this second part. Now then, Dispatch Bay Express, new fastest lap of the race, 1:37.352. And that, compared to Marcus Clutter at the moment, that's a full second quicker. You bear in mind that the best time for Marcus Clutter before that was 1:37.5, so and we know it's Harry Maley, so I think he's probably pushing in his last couple of laps before he then hands it back to Andy Bicknell, I suspect, to try and get as close as he can in these last 3 seconds to try and get through, as to either try and catch Marcus Clutter or he can try and hold on. What I've also noticed as well, GCR Racing still haven't got past 212. They're trying to go down the outside into Tower Bend. There's a lock-up from Greg Evans, but still looks like Craig Butterworth still cannot find his way past, which I'm sure is probably going to be frustrating Craig to high, but as it will be GCR Racing, particularly when you've got a rather racy team Viking behind them, to try and pick them off, try and get a podium spot before they come in for their scheduled start.
Yeah, don't forget the Vikings are 4th in the points as well, but they're only about 5 points behind 2nd place, and the championship leaders aren't going to score very highly in this one, so that's definitely a team, the yellow and black car there, that needs some points, and they're right on the tail of GCI Racing now as they come out of Sunny down towards the complex for the 90th time of asking. There's your race leader then, Marcus Clutton, but it is the Dispatch Bay Express car behind that's lapping quicker. You almost have to wonder whether maybe Dispatch Bay Express have just been keeping their powder dry until this point, saving the car, saving the tyres, making sure they don't run into mechanical issues, and now that it's go time with an hour and a quarter to go, they've sort of unleashed Harry Mailer, and he's coming through again this time, quicker than the leader, I'd say. It's a 38.4 for the leader, a 37.5 for Dispatch Bay in 2nd place. The gap down by another 8.5 tenths. I don't think he's quite going to get there before the end of this stint, but this has been a really, really strong turn of pace for Harry Mailer, really out of absolutely nowhere.
Yeah, excellent stuff. We thought Marcus Clutton was arguably the fastest driver in Fun Cup, but Harry Mailer's now taking that claim pretty quickly. Massive pit stops coming in, track focus to it, I'm sure. If it hadn't dropped off already, but I think it might have done actually. I think the piece of bodywork that was hanging that gave them the black and orange flag, I think it's dropped off of its own accord, which is going to be helpful for them. We've also got Tacosis are in, the Make Happen Racing 2 Red Domino's car is in, and the 188 Enduro Motorsport car are all in. So that's in for their scheduled stop. So quickly just check who they're going to hand over to. 262 will put Mike McCollum back in. Tacosis are going to put where's Tacosis? John McLeod. Yeah. So they call on your spreadsheet. It said Raw Motorsport rather than Tacosis. I was trying to find them. So Raw Motorsport. They get John McLeod back in. The 2-Rent Domino's car is going to put Chris Hart back in for his final run, and the 188 car is going to have John Curry. So Chris Weatherall, the Canadian's gone back in, but out he goes once again.
Yes, all of those cars that came in just now took one churn of fuel, by the way, so they've all come out behind Stand 2 Motorsport, who at the moment, they look like they're going to be in a podium place by the end of this pit stop sequence. Still waiting there for about half of the field to pit. The Vikings there, you can see running a bit wide in their pursuit of GCI Racing then, who come down through the hairpin once again. Leaders both staying out another lap. GCI, they were coming in. GCI make their way into the pit lane then from third position. Craig Butterworth says, I've got no interest in battling for that third place on track. I'm going to make my way down the pit lane. So let's see what their pit strategy is. Do they have fuel waiting? Yes, they do. Single fuel for the 111 car then. Ian Wood getting on board. And we anticipate then this car could come out somewhere not that far away from Christian Rose in the Team Olympian machine. So it's the green car we're sort of watching for on track. On the screen we're seeing the pit stop unfolding. Into the complex then come those that have already stopped. It's Stand 2 Motorsport ahead of Team Olympian, and this looks like it's going to be very, very close indeed. Through the hairpin then comes the 101 car. Out of the pits goes GCI's Ian Wood. In the 101 car now, by the way, it is Martin Compton again, and it looks as though they're going to be almost side by side actually. GCI still not quite up to speed, and Martin Compton is arriving right behind him. It looks like GCI might just about hang on, but by just a car length or so. And of course Compton is already up to speed now, having been out on track there for a lap or so already. He dives up the inside through Hawthorne Corner, and that is to be the highest placed car that has made a pit stop, and it's Compton that goes ahead. Nice move.
Yeah, excellent stuff from Martin. It's good. What I've loved to see in the last few seasons watching that particular team is that Martin Compton and Warren McKinley have made some incredible strides in progress ever since they first debuted in Fun Cup, and they've also been doing elsewhere racing in Britcar and Prague as well last year too. They've made incredible strides in their pace progress ever since they started with the fantastic Team Brit, of course, they were racing before. Now they've started their own team, Stand 2 Motorsport, and they really have stepped up a level in terms of pace, particularly this year, as into the pit lane comes Team Viking. And that will be crucial because, of course, they're battling with this car, the GCI racing machine. So, but essentially, GCI have lost a little bit of time letting Stand 2 through, but they're trying to stay with them here. And the critical thing is, how quick is this stop going to be for Team Viking, and also what the fuel strategy is going to be?
I think two fuels. I can certainly see one churn at Team Viking. Yeah, double fuel is being confirmed for is that 61 double fueling, or is that 110? Single for Vikings.
Yes. I can see on the screen here doubled fuel for MJ Tech GT. Now, those three cars that are going to be battling Team Viking position are coming up through the hairpin now, and Team Viking hasn't left yet. UVO Hoffman's Lotus are leaving, but Viking hasn't. So they're going to drop behind them again. Through comes Stand 2 and GCI and Team Olympian.
That's a slow stop. Very
slow stop for them. They haven't. I don't think they've even left yet, have they?
No,
they really haven't. So that's an awful stop for Team Viking.
Now they
get going, but that's going to have to take some quite, I think, phenomenal driving from Nick Nunn to get back on the pacer, because that's an awful lot of time lost. The double fuel hasn't helped, and they get held up with trying letting Team Greenheath through as well. So that hasn't helped MJ Tech GTE. They entered the pits in 4th, and they're going to come back out in roughly about, let's say, 7th or 8th. So again, similar to Team Viking, the difference with the longer stop for MJ Tech GT is it was a double fuel compared to the single one, but even then, Viking got an awful lot of work to do. Their range coming onto the back straight, whereas that group of 3 cars that were battling for position are going out of Tower down towards Jim Clark-Etty, so that's a substantial gap they're going to try and make up, but they've got time to do it, but a lot of unnecessary extra effort that Nick Nunn didn't want to put in to try and catch them back up again.
Yeah, the car was stationary for a long time after the fuel was done, which tells me it was something like a problem with the belts getting the driver attached. I actually I stood next to one of the cars that was, in fact, it might have been the Olympian car during qualifying this morning. They were doing a practice driver change, and they were not allowed to go out until the stewards were absolutely sure the belts were on properly, and it got caught on the hands device of the driver, and they couldn't get the belt down properly, and it was in, but it wasn't in the right position, and they're very hot, rightly so, on making sure that the cars do not go out there unless those belts are done up correctly. So I wonder if it was something like that then that delayed the Vikings. It's really dropped them out of contention for the race lead at the moment. which I am starting to think may well go to Stand 2 Motorsport once all is said and done. We're waiting only really for Enduro and Dispatch Bay Express to pit. Those two, by the way, only half a second apart now as they fight for the race lead. The two orange cars, there's Enduro, the next car behind it will be Dispatch Bay Express. But once these two pit, it's going to be fascinating to see where they end up in relation to Stand 2 Motorsport, who did not fuel that time.
And of course, to look at the driver strategy. Actually, no, sorry, forgive me. Sorry, I was about to say that these two guys have still got one more stint to go, haven't they, after this one? Because so these two will get back out again, but they are nose to tail for the moment. So the intriguing thing will be: is the battle going to be literally cut short here? They're trying to get around the 246 car, and if that's going to delay them getting into the pit lane, that's not really helped out. That hasn't lost too much time because they're both pitting anyway, but that was a bit of an inconvenience that Harry Mailer didn't need coming into the pit lane to try and get around. That was Matt Dorking. So in for a stop has gone Enduro Motorsport. Now then, is there going to be a refuel? The answer is yes.
One churn for both of them, I think.
One churn for both. So that's going to be intriguing to watch as...
Harry Mailer, I'm being told, is double stinting in the Dispatch Bay car. That is a change to the plan, because it was supposed to be Andy Bicknell back in. That, though, means that Andy's going to have to do the final stint instead. So that is a change of strategy. We don't see that often, really, for a front-running team. Interesting.
And I wonder... But that might put them in a bit of a compromise because, again, all due respect to Andy Bicknell versus Marcus Clutton, unless Andy can really put in some super laps, I can only see really one winner in that battle. Now, whilst you're looking down there, you might want to look to your right because there's a crate scrap going on here on track between these guys here. And ironically, Stand 2 Motorsport have got past them, but what I love, they haven't got past them, but MJ GT, what I love in this, even though they're several laps down, Fabio Andaccio is in the middle. Farkini's in the middle of this, and he's simply just enjoying. It is Fabio though, because he had that second last stop. Fabio's probably just enjoying being part of this battle, which he could have been a part of had he not had that left rear upright failure. But even so, he's just enjoying himself being part of these front-running cars and just having a great time having a scrap. That's what he's enjoying about it more than just trying to battle for positions because he's way behind the next car. So.
Harry Mailer, by the way, will be enjoying the fact that he's rejoined the circuit some way ahead of Enduro Motorsport. So they overtook them in the pit lane, but they've actually pulled a few seconds over the Enduro car out on track. This, meanwhile, is what will become the fight for third place. Olympian have just got themselves back ahead of Stand 2 Motorsport, but they've got these two battling lapped cars ahead of them. Up the inside into the Jim Clark S's goes Christian Rose. He still hasn't quite cleared the 212 car, and that's going to delay his exit speed. Where is the Stand 2 car? It's right on his tail now, so this is a real good opportunity now for Martin Compton to try and get back into that third place as they all congest into the sunny in and out sections. Right behind them, of course, is the GCI car of Ian Woods. This is third, fourth and fifth absolutely together, getting held up here by lap traffic that isn't really getting out of the way.
Yeah, I suspect there's going to be some very choice words being said at that point in time, particularly that sequence of corners by Christian Rose, knowing that he has to try and get around the 212 car, up through the complex and into the hairpin. It's down to getting pretty close. They're all sort of spreading out a little bit, trying to close up, but they're all really close up, literally bumper to bumper through the hairpin and back down the pit straight. Christian Rose, look at that, right underneath, saying pretty much, that's a signal pretty much to 212, saying, get out of the way, you're not fighting for position, I need to come through here. So up the inside he will look, there goes first and second. For third, there goes Uvio, and finally up the inside goes Christian Rose. Forces the issue and goes, right, out of my way, now I've got the clear air. You might start chasing after Uvio to try and get himself a little bit further up the path, try and gain some more time. So Christian, of course, is going to try and put a strong stint in here, and of course, because he knows he'll be handing the car back over to Riley Phillips for that final stint, who hopefully will try and get himself into a good position to get in contention for the victory. So at the moment, also, I should expect, if you're watching on live timing as well, it showed that Dispatch Play had made 5 pit stops. That's not correct. It's not correct in terms of mandatory ones, because they made an unscheduled one in between the one they just made and the one they made prior to that. So that was just before the safety car came out for the JPR Black Widows car.
One question we've been asking about that Dispatch Bay car is why it made that extra pit stop in the last stint. Well, one person that might be able to tell us is Andy Bicknell, because he is elected not to go in the car for this stint, so he is there with Jamie Peters-Ennis in the pit lane, and perhaps, Jamie, he can shed some light on that extra pit stop they made.
Yeah, and Andy's actually confirmed he won't be doing any more of the race because you're not feeling 100%, are you?
No, my back went on Wednesday, and it's just been getting worse and worse, and I thought it'd be okay today, but it's just cramped up, and it's like a glass back. It's one of those ones where you can't do your shoes up. I think it was from lifting boat lead batteries in the week, but it is what it is.
bit like my ankle. And also, obviously, being thrown out the car probably hasn't helped it either.
To be fair, being pulled out of the car is okay. It's trying to use my legs. It's just too much. It just literally sends an electric shock up your back. So it is what it is. I went and spoke to Julian about what's going on, and he's okayed it. And, he knows. He saw me yesterday walking on my knees. Yeah, it is what it is.
And apart from that, obviously the car's been going really well, and you've got the pace that you sort of lost at the beginning of the year.
Well, we've just had an extra pit stop, didn't we, in the last stint? We thought I think one of the enduro cars had a bit of fuel starve or something, and Harry ran into the back of them because they suddenly stopped, and he thought we'd done the radiator. So we thought it was game over at that point, but fortunately it's just bent and not leaking. So he's out there.
Oh well, we'll go and lie down before you stop moving around. Yeah, great shame for Andy Bicknell. It's never nice to see anyone injuring. As you can see, he's clearly struggling. So, and of course, Croft circuit is a very demanding circuit, and his car is, I think, is one of the few that, although it runs with power steering, it is still very physical to drive. We also, and I'm sure you probably gathered by now, the Team Greenheath car, which was involved in that rather nasty incident with Ben Pitch in the 146 earlier on, they are sadly a confirmed retirement, but Gary Bate is absolutely fine.
Right, thank you, Jamie. Rare, actually, that we get a full-on retirement from a Fun Cup Endurance Championship race, but yeah, sadly, Team Greenheath going no further. Right then, just over an hour to go then. Let's set the scene for you. Dispatch Bay Express will have Harry Mailer in that car for the rest of the race then, as we now know. So he's going to be doing a triple stint here to end the race. He's 7.2 seconds ahead of Enduro Motorsport's Morgan Tilbrook in second place, car 103. And then for third place, it is Team Olympians Christian Rose, 4.3 seconds behind him. Fourth place is Stand 2 Motorsport Martin Compton. And in fifth, the car that we're seeing on screen there, finally getting past the 212 car to put a lap on it, is the GCI Racing number 111 of Ian Wood. Wood has dropped about a second and a half now behind Stand 2 Motorsport, who in turn are a second and a half behind Team Olympian. Then it's 12 seconds back to Team Viking, who had that really slow stop. That's the next thing that we can do with Jamie going and finding out actually what happened to Team Viking, because they lost a lot of time in that set of pit stops. Remember, when they pitted, they were battling with GCI Racing. When they came out of the pits, they were 12 seconds behind them. So some sort of an issue there, some sort of a hold-up for Team Viking in the pits. Anyway, it's Nick Nunn in the car then for this stint. And then we've got in 7th place, Make Happen Racing, that's the 106 car, Chris Hart back in the car. 8th position is 262 Track Focused Mike McCollum. 9th position for MJ Tech GT. That should now be Martin Gibson back in the car, yes it is. And rounding out the top 10 is the second of the Make Happen Racing cars, the 212 car on your screen now, that has just gone one lap down. That is being driven by Steve Walton, right behind him actually. That is a fight for position for 10th place, because Freddie Hunt in his final stint of the day is right on his tails. This is for 10th place then, and Freddie Hunt really now trying to find a way past this 212 car as they come out onto the pit straight. Just over an hour to go then, 98 laps in the book, and still anyone's guess what's going to happen in this race, isn't it?
Yeah, it's good to see Freddie Hunt actually getting his elbows out. He was doing that with GCI cars just a few laps ago at the complex, and did it when he went trying to get past 212. There was very nearly contact between them, and I think, to be fair, I think possibly Steve Walton got very lucky not to get a bit of a tag there, but decent job in his first ever Fun Cup race for Freddie Hunt. Of course, I remember these cars are single-seated chassis with these sort of VW Beetle-esque or inspired, shall we say, body shells on them, or silhouette bodies on top of them. And so essentially they do act like proper race cars, particularly the skinny tyres. I think I'd like to say they're very much akin to the Formula V, because there's a VW engine in the back of it, and they also have, very skinny tyres. It's very similar to those kind of cars, and the engine itself is a strong one. It's 1.8 litre VAG, but it's Volkswagen Audi Group turbocharged unit in there as well, and they put on quite a bit of an edge. I do notice the sound. They sound a bit like TCR cars, in terms of the engine, because half the TCR cars that race in like TCR UK are all VAG-based cars, like Golfs or Cupras or Audi, so to speak. So, but they do sound pretty strong. Speaking of strong, Harry Mailer doing a pretty strong job at the moment, pulling away to 9.2 seconds here. And of course, if he does this, it'll be their second win of the season, because of course they did get their first win of the season at Anglesey, but only due to, and it's no taking away their brilliant drive, only due to the fact that the car which did win the race on the road, which was the Smiths with with Nigel Greensall for that race, they had a disqualification because of a rear wing infringement, so therefore the victory was given to this car. So essentially, if they do win, they'll only be the second different team that's won a race this season, alongside Uvio, who of course have won 4 out of the 5 races that have run so far. So while I might be short on different winners, we're definitely not short on action, because it's been, again, a typical action-packed, thrilling Fun Cup race from start to what hopefully will be all the way to the finish.
It would only be Dispatch Bay's 5th ever win in the championship as well, which seems astonishing, because in my mind they'd won a lot more than that, but they got their first one in 2017. They then waited 2 years to get another one, and then typically 2 came along at once in 2019, both at Alton Park, and then they won obviously that Anglesey race this year, so this would be only their 5th win in the championship. We're not giving it to them just yet, but actually almost a stroke of luck in a way. Bad luck for Andy Bicknell with his sore back, of course. We wish him the best of recovery, but maybe not a bad thing that Harry Mailer can be in the car for the rest of the race, because we know that he's arguably been the quicker of the two, and he's out there in clean air now, barring safety car drama, which certainly we might not have seen the last of that RunYourFleet.com safety car, but if we do get another one, that could change things. As it is, though, they look in a very strong position. 10.6 seconds at the end of the previous lap. They were ahead of Enduro Motorsport, and as quick as Marcus Clutton's been in that Enduro car, it may well be that when he gets in the car for the final stint, he's so far back that he just doesn't have time to catch back up to the leader. So the leader heads through Clairvaux. Second place, though, is about to get rather interesting, because Christian Rose has caught Morgan Tilbrook now as they go across the start-finish line. They've just been passed, actually, both of them, by the Uvio Hoffman's Lotus car, which incidentally is now in 17th position, having got a lap back on the, having moved ahead, I should say, of the JPR Black Widows, as they're still stuck in the garage with repairs being done. But yes, this second place battle, which is about to come through the chicane now, absolutely together. So it's the second and third cars in shot, the orange Enduro Motorsport car, the green Team Olympian car, and this is going to be a good chance here for Christian Rose to get the slipstream down the back straight, have a go maybe onto the brakes into Tower Corner. Yes, he looks to the inside line, then Christian Rose going for P2, and he's going to get it as well at Tower Corner. So Christian Rose then moves the Team Olympian car into second place, the position in which they finished a few weeks ago at Alton Park, and now they've got to try and bridge a 12.5 second gap to the race leader. On the previous lap, though, Christian was only a few tenths slower than Dispatch Bay, so if he can at least match the pace being set by Harry Mailer, that then gives Riley Phillips a fighting chance in that final stint, doesn't it, to maybe close in on the Dispatch Bay car, especially if we do get that 4th safety car. The average number of safety cars here at Croft is between 3 and 4. We've had 3. If we go to the higher end of that spectrum, though, we could argue we're owed another one still over the final 56 minutes of racing.
But it will require someone else having a major issue of falling off in order to get to that point. So,
well, we've had a few, haven't we? We've had a few of these failures, especially, and if that is something to do with the circuit taking its toll on the cars, you wouldn't bet against it happening again, would you?
It's very true. Meanwhile, we've just hit the century, so we've completed 101 laps in this race. So I think that's all the most amount of laps we've had before. It was 98, I think we had.
That's exactly what I was looking up. So you're one step ahead of me for once, actually. That was in a 5-hour race, though. The record for 4-hour race is 136 back in 2011.
I don't think we'll reach it this time because we've had 3 safety cars. As short as they were, I don't think we'll have quite reached that total unless the grippiness of the circuit helps us out with that a little bit. I think we'll probably get somewhere near around about roughly 130, I think, because the safety car laps lost because of the reduced pace means that we won't quite get there at all. Inside the last hour then, 55 minutes still to go, 15 minutes away from the last pit window, as Team Olympia's finally managed to get around on track, at least it looks like at least on track. He's got around the Uvio Hoffman's Lotus car. Then again, the pace that Fabio's running at, you'd be in a normal situation, I'd say in normal circumstances, you'd be forgiven for thinking this was a battle for the lead or towards the front positions, because Fabio Randaccio is on the tail of Christian Rose, trying to keep him close and looking well. Now that you spotted, and I spotted, is what I've spotted what you've just spotted, which is the 106 car, which is the Metcalfe Race 2 Dominance car, going slowly, or slower than it normally should be, down the back straight of town, which suggests to both of us that car's in trouble.
And let's hope it gets back to the pits, otherwise that could be that 4th safety car, couldn't it? It is really limping out of Tower Corner, so losing positions now as well, because they were at the start of the lap in 7th place, only 3 seconds ahead of Track Focus, as Christian Rose having fun here, isn't he, with the Uvio Hoffman's Lotus car? Who's in that Uvio car now? Did we say it was Fabio? Yeah, Fabio Randaccio. A brilliant battle between the two of them. Behind them, though, there is an actual battle for position as Stand 2 Motorsport move ahead of Enduro Motorsport. That's now for third position then for Stand 2, who are, as we've said, looking for their first ever podium in the championship, having come close with that, what's their best finish of the year so far, 6th that they had in the first race at Anglesey. They moved into a podium spot now, and that would be such a feel-good story, wouldn't it, for that team to get on the podium. We've said all race long how much they've improved over recent years, and Martin Compton and Warren McKinley, touch wood, haven't put a foot wrong all day, and it's been a really, really strong performance.
It really has. Just before we go back to that, I was wondering where the 106 car was. It is still going, but it's actually limping again very slowly. In fact, it's on screen now. There's the 106 car very slowly. Trying to listen to see if there's anything to do with the engine note, if it's just running rough or something. We might get an idea as it comes into the pit lane. It will certainly be coming into pit lane. There's nowhere else it can really go. And bringing it in is Chris Hart, so it goes. It doesn't look like it's not suspension, it's not crabbing or anything, it's not suspension problems.
There's not a mark on it, is there?
If I can listen to it just as it comes past.
Well, it didn't sound like there was an awful lot of power coming through it, but it's going straight in.
And that's going straight in the box as well, so...
Okay, well...
That either suggests that it's going to have to be a fix to try and get it back out, to just at least get it out there to finish, or unfortunately it might well be a retirement. So I think it's another story for James to go and find. But after finding out what happened to Viking in their pit stop, the next one's going to have to be to have a chat to Make Happen Racing. But speaking of Viking, we've sent Jamie on the mission to try and find out what's happened. He's now with the man that can tell us down at Team Viking, which is going to be, I believe, Mark Home, who can tell us what that was all about. So Jamie, what happened?
No, not sure Jamie's there actually. I already know that, he's told me already, which is that it was an airlock in the fuel churn apparently. So they were struggling to get the fuel in, which is why the Viking stop was slow, and it's a drive shaft failure we're hearing now for the 106 Make Happen Racing car. So that explains why they had no drive, because
that'll do it.
Yeah, you kind of need a drive shaft. I'm no mechanic, but I think the drive shaft does have something to do with that. Surprising actually, they had the power to get it back round then. It must have been giving them some drive, but certainly not as much as they needed. So that is, it's not the longest of fixes, but with 51 minutes to go and the fact they're not in this for a full season campaign, you do question whether it's worth it at this stage, I guess.
Yeah, but at the same time, I guess if they can get it back out there just to enjoy themselves for the last 50 minutes or so, they'll fix it and get it back out there. So, speaking of enjoying themselves, I think Fabio's enjoying this sequence of the race more than Christian Rose is, because whilst he's ahead of Christian Rose at the moment, is Fabio, and actually trying to remaining keeping ahead. I suspect that Christian Rose, this will be another driver he's looking at thinking, why are you in front of me? What on earth are you doing trying to hold me up? Because it's not doing him any favours, but it's doing massive favours to both the Stand 2 car and also to Enduro Motorsport, because here comes, that looks Martin Compton having a look, and just Christian Rose chopped the nose off there. But again, Christian wouldn't be in this position, and again, this is not a slight when I say this, he wouldn't be in this position if he was able, if he'd been able to get past Uvio. But the fact that Uvio are at the pace that they are, basically running at the regular pace they would be if they were leading the race or winning at this point in time, suggests that Christian Rose is, at the moment, he's just having difficulty because he genuinely, on genuine pace, just can't get through.
No, he is struggling, isn't it? As much as I don't really want to pull away from this battle that's on screen for second, third, fourth, we do have one of the race leaders down there in the pit lane, I believe. Well, one of our contenders, at least, in this battle. Marcus Cutton is down there with Jamie, and watching on here, Jamie, as Morgan Tilbrook gets well and truly stuck into this podium fight.
Absolutely, it's been a busy day for Enduro Motorsport. Got Marcus Clutton down with me out of the 103 car. It's going all right, mate, isn't it, so far?
Yeah, you know, touch wood, it's Fun Cup, isn't it? Anything can happen, but yeah, it's going really well. Morgan's doing a great job, considering he didn't test yesterday as well as just done today. Car's driving all right. Can always be better, you know, for sure, but yeah, it's going well. It'd be nice to get a podium. I think Harry's probably going to be up the road, unfortunately, but you know, we'll do the best we can, and it'd be nice to get a podium. We've had a tough year, and that'd soften the blow a little bit.
It's been a very up and down year for you in general, because obviously you've got multiple programs going on. We've got the GT3, the GT4, plus this. Is it hard logistically trying to get everything all done and organised? Because you're pretty much sort of running it all now, aren't you, as well?
Yes, so I'm obviously the frontman for Enduro Motorsport as well through the week. it's hard. It's been a hard season. Learned loads. Probably failed in areas, and but I'll keep trying. I'm not one to quit. And driving 3 different cars, that's definitely interesting because they couldn't be any more different, really. But we're enjoying it. Morgan's having a great time. Kristen's having a great time, and that's all that matters.
And also on a personal note, 'cause we haven't seen you for a while, belated congratulations to you and Elena as well.
Yeah, well, we've got a motorhome, and I think we need a bigger one already. So 3 kids and trying to run a race team this year. It's been interesting, but she's doing a great job. Love her to bits.
Nothing you can't handle.
Thank you.
Thanks, mate. Back to you guys.
Jamie Peters there with his best attempt at sounding like accidental attempt to sound Yorkshire. But, even though it was a hiccup. CCS Media going past, and that car sounds like it's trying to change gears or to rev, and it's just clean. So whether that's a drive shaft or a problem, but I'll have to wait and see. We're looking at the battle, but the CCS Media car is heading down the pit straight, incredible, and it's pulling off as well. Yeah. So if we can get the camera on that in a second, we'll take a look at it as it stops. We're looking at the moment still at Team Olympian, who, whilst Jamie was talking to Marcus Clapton, has got past Uwe Hobbs, as is also Team Motorsport. Keep on mispronouncing it, I do apologise. But even so, that car's pulled off, and in its position, I think it's pulled right off the circuit. It suggests to me that is that going to warrant a safety car?
Yeah, absolutely. You can't quite see maybe from where you're sat, but it hasn't made
there it is.
Yes, there it is. I wondered whether it could maybe have made the holding area, which is only a few feet in front of it actually, because then it could have pulled off the track completely and been brought back through the paddock without the need for a safety car, but it just lost power completely, we're being told, and didn't even have the power to get that extra 30 feet or so down to the assembly area. So as we tick towards this final pit window, which is 7.25 minutes away, that fourth safety car, which we've been wishing into existence, looks like it might be about to come. And that really was the only thing, apart from something going wrong for the car, that could have robbed Dispatch Bay Express of this victory, wasn't it? And I reckon it might be on its way. We've got a yellow flag down there. Marshals are preparing to head over it, but they can't get to the car whilst the circuit is under green flag. So I think we may well have that safety car coming out imminently.
It's got double wave yellows, which usually means double wave yellows. Usually the next step up from double wave is usually a safety car. So I think actually, whilst I was initially a bit sort of sceptical whether it would require or not, I think to be fair, the position it's in, what the marshals need to do, now you've clarified it, I think it's fair. I have to agree. I think out of the car jumps, I think, forgive me, but ironically Alan Oldman. So he was at the wheel of that car before he's going to hand it over to Nigel Greenswell. So you can't say he hasn't had an eventful day, can you? Because he's had quite a lot. He's been throwing that car around a lot. I think maybe the car thought, right, enough, enough. But yeah, it's unfortunate, and either way, it's unfortunate that CCS Media are out of the race, of course. But I think the car will be at least relieved to get a break from the drive, so we can get himself back in shape for the double header at Alton Park in a few weeks' time. Meanwhile, now that the Stand 2 guys have managed to get around Team Olympian, so they get around the UVO Hoppers Lotus car, it's now in the slipstream of Christian Rose, and Martin Copter's going for it here down the pitch, but you have to remember, he can't pass down into Clairvaux, so he'll have to wait until he gets out of that zone. So I think strategy will be here is to try and stick close through Clairvaux and Hawthorns, get a good run through the S's and line him up down the back straight towards Tower Corner. That would be the better strategy to get it close, although, as I mentioned, that hasn't really quite worked out with the run he's got, so wait and see. I think the camera's focused on the pit wall maybe because we're expecting whether or not a safety car is going to appear, so still double wave. I think it's now gone to a single wave yellow now, so
there's no attempt to move the car though, is there? So I think that tells me they've been given the message by Julian Ford, look, just hang tight, we're going to put the safety car out in a moment. I do think that's probably what's going to happen. But they need to make sure that they pick up the race leader. That's the other reason for maybe having the delay. The race leader, of course, is the Dispatch Bay Express car, which is out in the third sector, or the middle of the second sector now, and is not yet back at the start-finish line, so that may well be the catalyst for sending it out. The window, though, is getting dangerously close, isn't it? We've got a yellow flag everywhere now, so I think that runyourfleet.com safety car is about to be scrambled because the leader is at the hairpin.
Yep.
It's almost like Julian Floyd's done this before, isn't it? He knew exactly when to time that to make sure that the safety car came out at the right point. Not the right point, though, as far as Harry Baylor is concerned. This is an absolute nightmare.
Now, this is what's intriguing now. Look at the time that's left. 44 minutes, 29 seconds. That we're essentially now 4.25 minutes until that all-important final pit window, as the safety car does indeed pick up leader Harry Mailer, and he's reduced to that pace. Everyone else will stack up behind him. Here comes down the pit straight goes our 2nd, 3rd and 4th place battle, with UVA Hoffman's Lotus stuck in the middle, and also GCI not too far behind either. So with less than 4 minutes to go, depending on how long it takes to relieve this car from where it's positioned, this lead will be very touch and go in terms of literally going back to read again once for the 3rd time just before pit window opens, or if you take a bit of extra care, it might well be just creep into the pit window just before we're about to get underway.
They might just get away with it because it shouldn't need, if anything, it needs a tow maybe, but there are recovery trucks in the assembly area. They don't have to tow it far to get it back into position. On screen we're seeing the Uvio car of Fabio Randaccio and the Olympians car of Christian Rose just debating track position there. One thing I had spotted is that Uvio are back ahead now of the 101 Stand 2 Motorsport car. So although there seems to be a bit of confusion as to which position in the order they should be in, that Uvio car has unlapped itself from the 3rd place car, which means there are no back markers between 1st and 2nd. So what was nearly a 20-second advantage for Dispatch Bay's Harry Mailer literally vanishes completely. But there is now a back marker between 2nd place Christian Rose and 3rd place Martin Compton. So that might not help Martin's cause as and when we go back racing. But yeah, I'm hopeful that the fact they're not going to have to move this CCS car very far might mean that this is only a 1 or maybe 2 lap safety car, in which case I think we might just get it back in before the pit window does open. And I know something that, again, our race director Julian Floyd is keen to avoid is having a safety car coming in halfway through a pit window. So if it is out when the pit window opens, it tends to stay out then for the entire 10-minute window. But I'm hopeful that won't be the case. I know Jamie Peters-Ennis is quite hopeful that's not the case as well, because the last thing he wants is 17 Fun Cup cars all descending on the pit lane at exactly the same time, because that's when it gets a little bit busy down there.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, what will be disadvantaged as well is the fact that if it was to come in as well at that point, that if it's coming behind the safety car, it might have to go at the speed the safety car's going at. Now, already I can see you absolutely you've done this before, haven't you, Mr. McKidd? Of course, you've timed it to perfection because, again, as has Julian, of course, because now the safety car lights are indeed out. So, just before the final pit window opens, with about a minute 45 before it does so, the runthefleet.com Jaguar safety car's lights are out. So that means now that Harry Mailer will back everyone up now with Christian Rose on his tail, and then 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 5th in there as well, also knows to tail 2. Just behind them also is Team Mikey in there as well. So the first 6 cars are in the first 8 within the first 8 cars of the pack are our top 6. Safety car is in then, so the pit window is going to open literally next time they come past. They will get the pit wall to say that it's open, but Harry Mailer puts his nose to the floor, puts his foot to the floor, wrong body part, as they come down the pit straight to restart this race again. Green flag in the air. Now what's intriguing is, look, Harry Mailer hasn't got really that much of a good restart, and I suspect that Christian Rose, incentivised by the fact he's under attack to try and be out from Fabio Randaccio, who's trying to unlap himself, just gives him a little gentle nudge saying, come on Christian, get on with it, there might be 3 laps behind, but you want to get past him through Hawthorns into the S's now. I suspect that he's going to get a bit of a bump draft or a push here from the Uvio car. Whether Christian wants it or not, he's probably going to get it in a second. Stand 2 course in 3rd position with Martin Compton at the wheel. Enduro Motorsport with Morgan Tilbrook at the wheel. And then it's GCI Racing with Ian Wood, and then it's Team Michael with Mark Hope at the wheel. So those sort of 6 cars coming together in many cases. But that's the funny thing. Ironically, the odd one out in that sequence, which it hasn't been for the past sort of 5 races or so, is ironically the Uvio Hoffman's Lotus car, which is several laps back. So it's pretty much making it a bit of a nuisance, but at the same time, I'm pretty certain that Fabio and Franchini probably don't care so much. They're just enjoying the fact they're in amongst the leading group and just essentially enjoying what could have been if they were involved in this league fight.
Yes, I'm not convinced those around them are enjoying their presence quite so much, but yes, they are most definitely having fun with some of the leaders, aren't they? Into the complex they come then on this, the 110th time. The pit window is now open, but they can't pit this time. They have to wait at least 1 more lap. Christian Rose staying with the leader. Remember, I commented midway through that previous stint that he was about 3 or 4 tenths a lap slower, maybe, than the leading car, but of course the slipstream that he's getting now will certainly negate a good portion, if not all of that, so he is able to stay within a half a second or so, 6 tenths of the race leader this time. Down to Clermont Corner they go then, top 2, then a back marker, which is the championship leader, which is 19 laps down, then Stand 2 Motorsport ahead of Enduro, ahead of GCI, 3rd, 4th, 5th, absolutely together. And there you can see the GCI car that's in 5th position, defending busily there from the GT Radial car, which has sadly slipped a lap down now. It's there in 9th position. It's actually the first car 1 lap down. So we have 8 cars still on the lead lap. Everyone back to MJ Tech GT, number 61. All still in contention, realistically, for podium places. Down to Tower they go then, and now actually Martin Compton thinking about getting himself back ahead of the UVO Honda's Lotus car. He was ahead of it, wasn't he, just before the safety car, and then Fabio found a way back through.
Just seeing a change for 7th, so Track Focus has now lost that position to MJ Tech GT. They were pretty close on the approach down towards Tower, so that must have been a dive up the inside from the 61 car. I bet it's Martin Gibson at the wheel. That's he'll hand over to Scott Jeffson in the final stint, but up into 7th place goes the number 61 car in the mix. So still Harry Mayer that leads it then, still Christian Rose in 2nd place, still trying to get past the UVO car. It's Martin Compton, and then it's Morgan Tilbrook in 4th position there in the Enduro Motorsport car 103. One thing I've also noticed on our timing screen as well is that GCR Racing on the timing screen on our live stream feed is marked as a Masters car, which is intriguing. So I'm presuming GCR. So I thought it was interesting because it's popped in during the race right now in the pit window. In comes both the top two, almost everyone. I don't think Olympian will take a fuel churn. At least they will.
Enduro are not. Enduro are not refueling, nor are GCI that I can see. At the far end of the pit lane, is Dispatch Bay taking fuel? Yes, Dispatch Bay are taking 1 churn, but I didn't see any go into the 103 car. Look how congested it's getting, though.
To Tacosis, I'm not sure that's really allowed or not, but they're refueling technically in the acceleration part of the pit lane. They're half in it. They're sort of double stacked.
Well, they couldn't get into their berth.
But even so, I'm not sure. Is that allowed? I'm not sure that's allowed, surely.
I think if they can't physically get in, they will argue it's not their fault. Enduro, through not fueling, by the way, have got Marcus Clutton out ahead of GCI Racing. So of those that are pitted, they've come out well ahead. Did Olympian pit there?
Yes.
Yes, they did. Actually, they're even further ahead. Look, Olympian are at Tower.
So they didn't take fuel then, by the
Olympian mustn't have done. No, Tacosis are still completing their pit stop in the fast lane, as you said. But yes, Olympian and Enduro, I do not believe refueled. Olympian definitely didn't, and I don't think Enduro did either. If they did, it was a splash of fuel, and then it quickly got back on its way.
Maybe that's a question for Jamie, is that the situation that Tacosis found themselves in, is that going to see them get penalised by Julian, or is he going to see sense in terms of saying, well, you were double stacked, you were difficult to get in, so you had to make your pit stop, or is he going to see, or is he simply going to be take the hard approach and go, look, your car was half in the acceleration pass of the pit lane, so therefore it could have been a danger to others behind you, so therefore it would possibly warrant a penalty. So maybe want for Jamie to possibly clarify, although if he does clarify, it will be in your ears, Andy, rather than mine. But if he can clarify, that would be I'll be quite intrigued to see if possibly anything in terms of a penalty or a reprimand might come to Tacosis' way.
At Clervaux, by the way, I've just seen Martin Compton unlap himself from the UVO Hoffman's Lotus car, so that car has continued going and is now actually ahead of the 225 car. I did suspect maybe Martin might sit behind Fabio and try and work with him, but no, he's got ahead of him.
And so I think he's relapped him, hasn't he? Because of course, Martin's in the lead, so.
Yes, yeah, exactly. I thought he might have stayed behind the UVO car, though, given how fast Fabio is, but he decided to unlap him anyway into Clervaux corner, so they disappear up through the Jim Clark S's. I'm surprised at how many people came in at the first possible opportunity there. We're only really waiting, aren't we, for Stand 2 and Viking, double fueled last time, so they're the other team that I think could probably get away without refueling this time.
Yeah, if I remember, I think they did. I think you're right. I think I remember they did double fuel, so I think they could, again, given the position they're in, they could throw themselves right into contention for this final pit stop. So it really could be a masterstroke for them. And I think the safety car has been the biggest benefactor for them. So that's going to be intriguing. It's amazing how much a safety car can or can't benefit a team depending on their situation, doesn't it? It really does change the complexity of the race just like that.
And you just need that bit of luck, don't you? And you need to hope when you play these strategy games, you just kind of bank on what's out of your hands that relies on. And Team Viking, who again, like Stand 2 Motorsport, have both stayed out for another lap, looks like they're just going to stay out now to the very end of the stint and try and go as far as they well in excess of 2 hours, getting on for 3 hours in this race by the end of it. He may only be young and pretty fit, but that is definitely going to take its toll on him, you'd have to say.
Do you know what? Just looking on the screen now, do you know what? I have a small thought here. I think even though they're out of contention, I think there's a little bit of help being given by UVO here to Stanley Motorsport in some cases. A bit of an extra push to kind of motivate them to go a bit quicker in some cases. I think maybe they've realised we're not in contention for the win, but they're really big results. So maybe there's a bit of inadvertent help in thinking, rather than racing too much, because if they had the pace to try and get back around them, they would have done it by now anyway. So I don't know, what do you reckon? Do you maybe they're giving a little bit of help here just to kind of push them along a bit more?
Possibly. I mean, they're certainly not attacking to try and unlap themselves this one lap. They are 19 laps down after all, so there's not much point in doing that. I think maybe they're just trying not to disrupt the leading car too much at the very least. Yeah, if they could offer a bit of assistance down the straights, then why not? I suppose it certainly would be a very popular victory this for Stanley Motorsport if they could do it quick as Team Viking behind. Viking were 3/10 faster on that previous lap. There is the yellow car at the back of that group that is in second position. These are pretty much the...
At the moment is Harry Mather, despite this being a triple stint. He's still lapping quicker than anyone else. His last lap was a 38.1 compared to 38.5s for Enduro Motorsport and GCI. So that to me is impressive that GCI are lapping roughly on the same pace as Enduro Motorsport. That's a pretty decent run for them. Although on the last lap, Enduro Motorsport did go 3/10 quicker. So again, not much of a pace difference. And again, that shows a real, whether it's just the circuit or whether it's just the fact they've just had a really good afternoon today. GCI Racing for me one of the teams of the race because haven't had their first podium just yet. They might have to wait a little bit longer perhaps, given the fact that there is the gap we've got. We'll have to wait and see. I think I can hear some commotion in my ears downstairs, which might suggest that Jamie has another.
He's got the boss man with him. He's got Mr. Rose Senior with him. Jamie, how's Paul feeling?
Good stuff.
Yeah, I'm down with Paul Rose. It's been a bit of a crazy race, isn't it?
Do you know, Croft always produces a really good race for Fun Cup. I mean, it's obviously eventful. You can see what's going on now. We've got cars in the Masters that are not going to finish the race, but they will be on the podium. That's how crazy it is.
And it's nice to come back as well. Obviously, last year we couldn't come back because of the local restrictions, but hopefully we'll be back for many more years to come.
Oh yeah, for certain. I mean, like I say, it always produces a great race.
Excellent stuff, thanks Paul. That's Championship boss Paul Rose. As we say, the podium's going to be a bit crazy because we've got 3 cars in the Masters class, but 2 of them at the moment are not out on circuit. Nigel Greenstall, who has now jumped into the 125 car, qualifies for the Masters class. So of course they're now technically leading the Masters class, so it's all easy. We've got the 246 car that's just come in for their pit stop. Now they seem to be running nicely. They've been providing a live stream from their in-car. Thankfully the brake problems that they had yesterday seem to have gone away. They did have the 104 car on standby in case they needed to use that car. But from down here in the pit lane, back to you guys.
Yes, thank you. Where we've had another development in this ongoing story at the front of the field because Team Viking have finally made their pit stop. As we suspected would be the case, Scott, they didn't need to refuel, but it wasn't quite enough to get themselves ahead of Team Olympian. So Olympian, of those that have stopped, have a pretty healthy advantage. It all comes down now, doesn't it, to where this Stanley Motorsport car filters into this when they stop.
It also kind of basically means is 26 seconds enough of a gap to get them out still in front or somewhere in the mix. And to be honest, I don't think it is because it's going to take more than 26 seconds to go from pit into pit out. So this is pretty much, I think pretty much Viking will put themselves into this lead position, but you can't count out Riley Phillips because he's going to be on it from that point. There's now the board's gone out to say pit win slow, which means Stanley Motorsport have no choice. They have to come in this time round. In for end of his final stint is Freddie Hunt, so that means now that'll be Ellis Han getting in for his final stint. So hopefully Freddie's, by the looks of things, seems to enjoy his first stint in Fun Cup. So he will jump back out, and hopefully it won't be the last time we see him because he might want to jump in and do that again. And they're not fueling, so it looks like the looks of it. So it was whether they last fuel, it must have been a double stint on the fuel in order to get back out there. It's the 212 Make Happen racing car.
They're making things happen, aren't they?
Yes. Yeah. Well, they're making it happen in terms of noise from the tyres, shall we say, in terms of lighting them up through the hairpin.
Quick point on Stanley Motorsport. They did not fuel last time, so they will have to take off fuel this time as well. So that's again not going to help them in their quest to get out with the race lead here.
And UVO Hoffman's Lotus have now managed to get back through. So Fabio has got back through again to unlap himself. So whether that was just a couple of laps to sit behind him and try and help him out with a bit of pace and push him along, we we're not sure. We'll have to wait and see. But basically, these two cars have to pit no matter what. So because that's because they've gone past the pit window closed ball once, you can only go past it once, then you have to pit on the next lap. So we expect these two cars to dart straight in, but that stop us. In fact, it locks in. We see a lot of people lock that inside front into the complex, which must mean that they're leaving it to the absolute latest they can, so they don't want to turn and brake as we a fuel churn in. As for Uvio, a nice weight, they're further back, so it doesn't really matter too much. Although where they'll come out in relation to everyone else, it remains to be seen. Now, as they're in, Olympians are ready now at the hairpin coming out of it now. So they're coming out of the hairpin now. Now Viking have also got Marcus Clutton right behind them, so that's now Nick Nunn. Is it Nick Nunn at the wheel of that car now? So Nick Nunn's
Mark Home.
So Mark Home now has Marcus Clutton on his rear wing. So through into the lead now goes Team Olympian. To second and third will go Viking and Enduro. So fourth and fifth will go GCI and Dispatch Boat, which means they'll go out in at least sixth, because Track Focus haven't come through yet. Well, they're coming through now, but Stand 2 will clear them. So as they come out of the pits, it was from the lead, now down to 6, which means now 27 minutes to go. We've got the situation where Team Olympia now have quite a large gap in front with Ryan Phillips in the lead, but we've been here before, so nothing's ever certain. Then second and third are together, could be a change on. Also, so is fourth and fifth, so changes on for the podium. As now up the inside goes Marcus Clutton for second place into Tower Corner. It's literally just out of shot here on our camera screens it's going through. If it stays there he was going through the shot. And the orange car of Marcus Clutton is ahead of the yellow Team Viking machine of Mark Holmes. There has been that change for position. As for fourth and fifth, change there also, because Dispatch Bay with Harry Mailer has got past Craig Butterworth as well, so that's changed. So the space of basically one lap, we've had the leader before they pitted in from first to sixth. That's the second. From second to first has gone Team Olympian. Then we've had from third to second has gone Enduro Motorsport, past Team Viking, and also now from fifth to fourth has gone Dispatch Bay ahead. Ahead of GCI, with Stanton going down all the way back to sixth position. So, yeah, work that one out.
Lots going on, wasn't there, in the last minute or so, but prime example there for Stand 2 of how you've got to have a good strategy. The fact that they had to take on, I was counting it, about 7 or 8 seconds worth of fuel has cost them perhaps a chance even at that podium, let alone the race win. So you've really got to think, almost run these races backwards. Think, like, what do we want to do at the last pit stop? Take no fuel. Well, how do we make that happen? It means we have to take this much fuel then, this much fuel then. If we get a safety car, it alters it in the following ways. It's such a headache trying to be one of the team strategists, and there are some that have been doing it longer than others, and they tend to be the ones that guide their car through all of this confusing pit strategy to be in a position like Team Olympian are in now, with an 8.2 second cushion with 25 and a quarter minutes to go over Enduro Motorsport's Marcus Clutton. Now, Clutton on the previous lap was 3/10 quicker than Team Olympian. That was with a couple of overtakes though, of course. So now in clean air, can he go a little bit quicker even still?
Well, at the moment, the fastest out of the top 5 is Harry Mailer, 138.2 compared to 138.7 with Enduro Motorsport. So yes, Marcus Clutton's the one to watch to see if he can catch Riley Phillips, but I think the ultimate person you have to watch out for, truthfully, is Harry Mailer. And if he can pull this off, with the triple stint to win this race, if he can get through these onto the podium, he'll be one of the heroes of the paddock, given the fact that, like you say, you don't really normally see Fun Cup drivers pull triple stints. It's not like let's say professional endurance racing where you get the drivers doing double or triple stints like Le Mans or bigger races like that. It is pretty much drivers tend to do one stint, jump out, next driver gets in. So to do double or even triple stints is pretty unheard of in terms of Fun Cup. So if Harry Mailer can pull this one off and actually make this work with a triple stint in the end, he will be seen as one of the heroes of the weekend for having made that happen. So cracking stuff for them so far.
Yeah, absolutely. I think podium is definitely on, because I think he should be a little bit quicker than Mark Home ahead of him. Let's see if the lap times indicate that. Vikings doing well. It's personal best actually for Home there, 38.4, only 4/10 slower than Dispatch Bay Express, and Dispatch Bay Express on the car there, the 2T1 car making its way through the screen. The lead gap, by the way, down by a bit more that time. It's 7.6 seconds now between Olympian and Enduro, with a personal best lap for Team Viking in third, so they too are lapping quicker than the leader. It's going to keep us guessing this right down to the end, isn't it? Of course, the closer that Marcus Clutton gets to the Riley Phillips car in front, the more safety car has definitely brought them back into contention. I think it's shaping up to be another one of those typical Fun Cup grandstand finishes.
And you have to remember also, if he's also going moving up to second place, he's bringing them of their own accord are Harry Mailer and also Craig Butterworth. So these 4 cars are all arguably collectively lapping faster than the current leader, which means we're going to get hopefully a grandstand 5-way fight for the lead and the podium places in within these last 20 minutes, which I'm absolutely all about. Can't wait for this. It should be hopefully fantastic.
One thing that is definitely the case is that there's going to be a lack of back markers here as the race leader goes through Clairvaux. You have to look all the way up to the Jim Clark S's, half a lap nearly ahead before you find the back marker, and that back marker is Paul Rivette in the Tacosis with Raw Motorsport cars, and not a slow driver by any means, so at least lapped traffic shouldn't be a huge factor in this. The lead gap, by the way, only came down by a tenth that time, so it's still 7.5 seconds, as here we've got Warren McKinley trying to get himself ahead of the 212 car. This isn't the position, the 212 Make Happen car is down 9th position at the moment. I've just had a message in my ear from Jamie saying that he's been chatting to Freddie Hunt down there in the pit lane, and Freddie says this is the best racing he has ever done. And now if that isn't a great advert for the Fun Cup Endurance Championship, then quite frankly I don't know what is. And he's not the only professional racing driver that has said that when they've come and given this a go. Because look at this, even cars that aren't even on the same lap are still battling tooth and nail here right at the end of the race. Stanty Motorsport though need to get on with this, don't they, because they've got Track Focused looming ever larger behind them, so Warren McKinley about to have some company in the shape of Sean Cooper unless he can clear this 212 car of Greg Evans pretty quickly.
Tell you what, whilst that's happening, just looking at the lap times last time by, Harry Mailer might be on his 3rd stint, but it's not slowing him down. Compared to the times where Olympian Enduro Viking GCR won on 38, he just pops in a 37.9 just for good measure, just to try and get himself in the mix. So let's see. Yeah, so we've got 2nd, 3rd, and 4th pretty much all together now. Because the good thing is, I think the good thing for GCI is that he's being brought along by keeping in the toe of dispatch pace. So whatever pace that it seems Harry Mailer's setting, it's being matched by GCI in terms of staying in the slipstream, which is a big benefit for them. In fact, and case in point, they just set their own personal best, 37.7. So they're motoring along quicker than the 4 cars in front. So this is hopefully turning into something pretty special. I'll also spotted something else before I hand back. On the last lap times, Enduro were 2/10 slower than Olympian. Olympian matched the time of Viking. So this is quite back and forth at the moment, particularly at the front. It's quite uncertain as to which way this is going to go.
I don't think the threat to Olympian is going to come from Enduro. It's going to come from Dispatch Bay, isn't it? Dispatch Bay Express in 4th place on 9.5 seconds off the lead, but capable of lapping the best part of a second a lap faster than Olympian. They've got 20 minutes to do it. It all depends how quickly Riley Phillips can clear Viking and Enduro, and that's not going to be easy, especially the Enduro car. Marcus Clutton is not going to just pull aside and let him go, even though actually that might be in his best interest to do so. It's going to be a really interesting final 20 minutes. Do not go anywhere, because this is still not over by any stretch. Further down the order, meanwhile, PLR Racing, they are going to beat the Black Widows, would you believe? So it was well worth carrying on. They're 18th place at the moment, 31 laps down, but the Black Widows, their Masters Championship rivals, are 19th place, 43 laps down, only outscoring them by a couple of points then. But a couple of points could make all the difference at the end of the season, given how tight that Masters Championship has been. As they head up through the Jim Clark S's, though, the 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 5th place cars are all coming out of the hairpin. Across the start-finish line then, Marcus Clutton for Enduro Motorsport, Mark Home for Team Viking, Riley Phillips for Dispatch Bay Express, and Craig Butterworth for GCI Racing. That is the fight. The lap times then, 38.4 for the leader, 38.2 for Enduro, 38.3 for Vikings, 38.1 for Dispatch Bay and GCI Express. The top 5 cars all lapping within 0.3 of a second of each other.
That gap's not coming down quick enough for Wildlife to make it a lead battle. It's becoming more of a 2nd place battle than a lead one. Basically, it needs these 4 to kind of pump its really quick laps and to kind of really just have Riley make 1 or 2 mistakes here. But Riley's not the one to make mistakes of that help to lose that much time. So I think either Dispatch Bay will pick his way through both Viking and then Enduro and then start to try and close in. But it depends on how quickly he can do it. And also you have to take into account is that when Dispatch Bay gets past Viking and Enduro, he'll be giving them a tow, which means that they won't exactly just go away if he can put the pace there, because he knows they can lap as quickly as he can. So if he gives them the tow, there's every chance they'll come back and try and attack. Speaking of attacks, here comes that's Sean Cooper at the wheel of the 262 car, Warren McKinley at the wheel. They're both trying to get around the 212 car, which Stanton is trying to do, and side by side with the Jim Clark S's. That's not something you want to try and do with 18 minutes left of a 4-hour race when you're trying to hold on for position with a car that you're trying to defend from right behind you. So that's quite an intriguing thing. We should now, I think, cut to our battle for 2nd to 5th on our live stream here, because they are all nose to tail. Enduro, Viking, Dispatch Bay and GCI are all together in the same group. Now, whether or not they can potentially work together a little bit to try and close in on Olympian, that's genuinely much easier said than done, given all four want to be on the podium and all four would like to try and win the race, but ultimately trying to get them all to work together is probably going to be nigh impossible.
Good luck there though for Riley Phillips, who's back into the 37.6, which was about 6/10 quicker than the leader. The trouble is, he's now caught the Viking car, which might start to hold him up. He needs to try and do this immediately. He's close enough to get a slipstream here on Mark Home down the back straight, and surely Riley Phillips is about to have a go there for 3rd place. On the brakes into Tower, goes to the inside line. Is he going to get there? They're so close going into Tower corner, but he is going to go through on the inside line and needs to close the door on the exit. Yes, nicely done. Riley Phillips then into 3rd position. That didn't cost him too much time, that I don't think, so that was a really important move.
Forgive me for correcting, but that's Harry Mailer.
It is Harry Mailer. Yes, Riley Phillips is leading, you're quite right. All these teenagers arriving on the scene.
I did look at the time and thinking, wait a minute, Riley Phillips is in. So, no, forgive me, but so Riley Phillips, good move. So I've done it now.
It's Harry Mailer, Scott, come on.
Yeah. I should know this because I just corrected you. Into 3rd place goes Harry Mailer past Team Viking. Now, if he can get around Marcus Clutton as quickly as possible, again, there's a potential good chance he could catch him, because if he's lapping at least a second quicker than Team Olympian, I think it's possible, but that's a big if, whether he can get around Marcus Clutton, and also what effect will any slipstream have for Marcus Clutton to try and stay with and get back past. Because look, case in point, the Mark Home Cup Team Viking car's not gone away. He's still in the slipstream, getting from Dispatch Bay rather than being the other way around, so that he's gaining a slipstream rather than giving one. So therefore, he's got the advantage rather than it being given to Harry Mailer trying to pull away. So it relies on Harry simply just on pure pace being able to get through. Now, last time by, Dispatch Bay car Harry Mailer was 6/10 quicker than Team Olympian, and he was 3/10, about 2 or 3 tenths quicker than Marcus Clutton. So that's working out nicely for them. We've got. There was a car coming in, but it was now banged from the exhaust. That's what it was. So 7 seconds is the gap, and you can see now Harry Mailer's trying to get his foot down. So there's 15.25 minutes to go. So it's not impossible, but it's one of those situations where Harry Mailer has to kind of make it happen now rather than kind of wait another lap or two.
But how many 4-hour races can you say that we're going into the final 15 minutes and the top 5 are less than 10 seconds apart? 2nd to 5th is only 2 seconds between them. I mean, it is insane. I know we had a safety car most recently about 20 laps ago or so, but that's still part of the course in endurance racing. There are other endurance championships that have safety cars, and it's still not this close. This is why we love the Fun Cup Endurance Championship, and even if it doesn't become a fight for the race victory here, we still have this almighty battle for the podium positions, and given the problems we've had for our championship leaders today, this could be of some real significance, because an awful lot of these cars that are in this podium fight are championship contenders. Team Viking are 4th in the points, Dispatch Bay are 2nd in the points, so they need to try and capitalise on a bad day here for UVO Hoffman's Lotus, and they'll all be fighting right to the end to try and get as far up this podium order as they can. Through they come then, a 1:38.2 for Riley Phillips. That seems to be his pace, doesn't it? A 38.2 every lap. It's a 38.2 for Endura, 37.7 though, another half a second faster for Dispatch Bay Express in 3rd. So that means now that Harry Mailer has caught Marcus Clutton. Again, needs to do this as quickly as possible. Needs a good run out of Hawthorne, a good run through the chicane, and try and get that slipstream down the back straight. I'm not convinced though, Scott, that he's quite close enough.
But you consider how far back he was at the start of the straight to get past Team Viking. So, and he's getting close as he probably needs to be down towards the complex. He might be a little bit too far back for Tower, but if he can hold on, that might be crucial. Now, just further back, this is stand 2 and track focus. This is now Ron McKinley versus Sean Cooper. This is still the battle going on. Still with that errant 212 make happen racing car in the middle of them. So, like UVO Hoffman's Lotus were earlier on, this car is, I guess, in a nice way for us as commentators, making a little bit of a nuisance of itself in trying to unlap itself whilst this battle's going on. So while Stan's, case in point, trying to get down the outside, we're obviously thinking, what are you doing? Like, I'm trying to defend from track focus behind me, leave me alone and just let us allow race each other. But Metcalf won't care about that. They're just battling for Mercs themselves, even though they are back in 16th position and a few laps down, given they've had some issues earlier on.
Through the complex come the second and third place cars. They've really gapped Viking and GCI now, haven't they? So they seem to be dropping away from this podium fight. But what sort of lap times are they able to do, though? Now that Harry Mailer has caught Marcus Clutton, is Marcus maybe starting to hold him up? He's going to be a car length or so behind the Enduro Motorsport car as it comes out of the hairpin then. Enduro come across the start-finish line. They've endured a pretty tough season so far, and they would absolutely love to get themselves on the podium. They have not finished inside the top 19 or 20 even all season long, and here they are in second place. The gap does come down fractionally that time. It was a 38.3 for the leader, 38.0s for Enduro Dispatch, but they're running out of time, aren't they? 12 and a half minutes to go. And it wasn't a great run through the chicane there either for Harry Mailer. So again, for the second lap in a row, he's not going to be close enough to attack Marcus down towards Tower.
What's not helping his cause that he's being forced to lap at the same pace as Enduro because he's stuck behind him. So therefore, he needs to, as you say, it's obviously easier said than done, but he needs to clear Marcus Clutton as quickly as possible. But then when you say it back to yourself, trying to get past Marcus Clutton as quickly as possible, that ain't an easy task by any stretch of the imagination. That's probably one of the toughest guys that you can try and get past in a Fun Cup race. So trying to get past him is a feat in itself, and he was lapping quicker than him, so fair play, the pace is there, but when you're caught in that sort of slipstream part of in an area where you get slipstream, that makes it tough. Still, the 20212 car is making a bit of a nuisance of itself at the expense of Stand 2 Motorsport. It's in the mix as well. I understand he's probably enjoying himself on that side, but I imagine Ron McKinnon must be splitting feathers in that car, thinking, just leave us alone and let us race for position. But again, he's trying to unlap himself, and it's one of these championships where you don't really see blue flags too much, and it's absolutely necessary. So kind of these guys, if the pace is there, they allow them to race regardless of their lap down or not on track position. But nonetheless, it's quite crucial. Now, off the final corner, I've just noticed, going down the pit straight. Looks like Harry Mailer was pretty close in the slipstream. Is he going to try and make a move here? Possibly close enough. He might have a go possibly down the outside if he's close enough to do so. In towards Clairvaux. Now this is how close he needs to be, exiting out of the S's. So we'll see how close he is. He's close to Hawthorns. I think this might be the time he can do it possibly. They're going to come out through Hawthorns through the S's. This might be the moment he needs to get past.
Yeah, he's close enough this time, absolutely. Clutton's going to have to defend, I think, as they come out of the chicane. So here we go then for second place. 10.5 minutes to go. Is Clutton going to defend, or is he going to let him go? Absolutely not. He's covering the middle ground. And interestingly, Harry doesn't go for the lunge. That was odd, because that's definitely the closest he's been. But then there's a bit of a mistake from Clutton on the exit. He's scrappy coming out of Tower, and Harry Mailer might now be regretting not going for that move on the inside, because this will cost them both speed all the way up through the Jim Clark S's. They're always pushing each other through the fastest part of the circuit into Barcroft. Is there an opportunity onto the brakes into Sunny? It's a brave place to try and make a pass this though, and I'm not sure Harry Mailer's going to want to take the risk. He's got a championship to think about as well. As much as he'd love to win this race, as much as he'd love to finish second, third place is better than binning it, trying to get past Enduro inside the final 10 minutes. Maybe that's what he's thinking.
Yeah, of course he is. He's the highest placed championship contender that's that's running in this race, because as I mentioned, it's Team Olympus in the mix now. Just behind them, just points to me, because just off camera there has been a change in position. So just behind you'll see coming through the shot in a second, you'll see in the background, while second and third haven't changed, fourth and fifth have changed. You'll see them in a minute, just off the exit of the curb, a little wide there for Marcus Clutton. Going back now, Stand 2 or Ron McKinley has now got packed past again the 212 Make Happen racing car. But again, the question is, how long is he going to stay there? Because it may or may not change in this point in time. Back with our leaders as we look on the screen here, and again, Harry Mailer is all over the back of Marcus Clutton again. So for the second time, he will be under his rear wing. There they are coming through Hawthorns up towards the S's on the live stream here with 9 minutes to go. The gap stabilised at 6.5 seconds last time. So I think really the chance to get past and running wide is not going to help. I think the chance to catch him past Riley Phillips is probably, I think the chance is gone.
He's still not going for it though. He's pushing Marcus down the straight. He is actively deciding not to go for it. So they're trying to work together, I can only think, to try and catch Olympian. But it seems to me that Harry's the quicker of the two, so it makes sense to have him in front and have Marcus pushing him along. Easy for me to strategise up here in the comms box, I know, but that is what I'd be thinking if I were Harry Mailer. Go through and then be waving at Marcus Clutton, push me, help me. But they're even bump drafting down towards Barcroft and Sunny. It's not working though. On the previous lap, they were a tenth slower than the race leader. So Harry Mailer, I think, is going to have to settle for second at best here, isn't he?
Yeah, I think to try and catch Olympia now is too late because it's 8.5 minutes to go. He would need to be taking basically pretty much more than a second a lap out of the front of Ducati, even get close to him. Then there's the matter of overtaking him. So I think ultimately the chance for Harry to get through has gone, unless he pretty much is. He has resigned himself to the fact that he's thinking about the championship, thinking, look, UV Hoffman's Lotus are going to score quite poorly here in this race. They're back down in 19th position. Where are they now? 15th position now. So they've managed to get up a couple of laps once a couple of drivers have had some issues later on. So therefore, they're going to score poorly in this race. Olympian aren't in the fight for the championship. Neither are Enduro because they're an occasional runner. So therefore, he is going to score the highest amount of points out of any championship contender. But maybe he's just reserved for third, and maybe he's only going to make the move unless he feels he has to, or if he's got a chance. Now, last time by, the gap has gone back down to 6.4 seconds now, and they were connected. This is interesting. They were at least 2 tenths quicker. So the tactic is starting to work, but it's working too late because they were so busy trying to catch up to each other that it wasn't going to happen. And again, back down towards Tower, still, Harry Mailer did not go for the move of Marcus Button. He stayed behind him, stayed in slipstream, and held on to the mix. So this should be intriguing to see how they try and close it if they can, with another 7 minutes to go. So I know that your friends are working out the provisional points will be after this round. So what does your magic spreadsheet tell us?
So once the drop scores are applied, it would be a 20-point advantage still for UV Hoffman's Lotus, which goes to show the fact that they can sort of afford one bad race, but they will need this to become their drop score. They can't afford for it to happen again, because at the moment they're only dropping about 3 fewer points than Dispatch Bay are, so it does bring that gap down between the top two, and Team Viking will move ahead of Make Happen Racing's 2-on-2 car into third place, just 10 points further back from Dispatch Bay. That's if it stays as it is now. There is a chance still here for Dispatch Bay Express to take second place. That will give them an extra 2 championship points. They also have the fastest lap, which I haven't factored into that, so take 1 extra point. It will be 19 points then between the top 2 teams as it stands. 6 minutes to go. Bit of traffic now for the race leader. First traffic they've had for quite some time, really, and it's that 246 EDF car, isn't it? The gap there has gone back out again on the previous lap, as I think Marcus Clutton now is starting to perhaps think more about defending from the Harry Mailer car behind him. Harry, at some point, you think he's going to have to try and go for this second place, isn't he? There's no point settling for third. If there is a realistic and safe chance to get ahead of Marcus Clutton, it probably is worth going for.
Yeah, I think that there will come a point where they'll realise that the tactic of working together is too late, and so they're probably going to go, right, well, 5 minutes to go, let's just pull the pin and see what happens and battle, of course. But they would also be careful, of course. I say be careful, there's a gap of 5.5 seconds, but initially you have to be careful of GCI versus Viking. This is 188 Enduro. Are they slowing down with 5 minutes to go?
They are. I think the car's crabbing a bit as well, is it, maybe?
Let's just come up to the complex. Let's have a look at it. Just in our comment box window.
Yes.
That is crabbing. Yeah, that is.
They should make the pit lane look.
And that's a right rear that's gone, rather than left rear. So it's not the left rear, it's the right rear that's gone.
That looks like a failure as well, rather than contact.
The next car coming up behind them is the leader. That won't sit well. So at least it won't be easy to get around. Now, smartly, 188 does move off onto the runoff area on the inside of the concrete. So that's good drive from 188. It's good job that Chris Weather at the wheel of that car, I think.
188.
I believe it is. I think John Curry was in it in the last stint.
Yeah,
right.
Chris Weather.
It's a good drive from Chris Weather. So get it in. That's not that's not how a Fun Cup should be heading down the pit straight. It's almost like it looks like it's trying to steer on ice a little bit, with steering from the rear. If you're on ice and you put your foot down, the wheels are trying to escape and you're trying to hold the side on icy conditions. It's not that way where you want the car to happen. So Enduro, whilst they've got one car back for a podium place, another one they're going to go to work on to try and get it out there for the end of the race. Although, given we've got 4 minutes left to go, I think it might well be sitting in the pits for the remainder of this of what's left. I think we're going to get roughly lap time wise, about 2 more laps, I think.
Yeah, 4 minutes to go. They're halfway round this lap, aren't they? So yeah, 2 or 3 maybe. There goes Clutton sideways through Tower. On the previous lap, by the way, in traffic, Riley Phillips did drop over a second to these two, but that same traffic, of course, now has to be negotiated by Marcus Clutton and Harry Mailer as well. There is Riley Phillips, the race leader, who they'll still be thinking, right, what's going to go wrong this time? Because we've been in this position twice already this year. Remember, it was inside the final 3 laps last time at Alton Park that they lost the lead to UVO Hoffman's Lotus. The body language down in the Enduro Motorsports pits is, I think, one of resignation, isn't it? At least as far as their 188 car goes, but most of their attention, with the greatest of respect, will instead be directed to their 103 car, which makes its way past EDF Motorsport before the complex, whereas Harry Mailer had to do it coming into the complex, and that has just cost Harry a couple of tenths or so, hasn't it? So just over this last lap or so, it has looked like Clutton maybe has a bit more pace than Harry. Maybe Harry flagging towards the end of a triple stint. I mean, I almost don't really want to say that, but it does seem that maybe now, right at the end, with that little carrot on the stick, which was the potential race win, having seemed to have disappeared now, his pace definitely has gone away a bit, hasn't it?
It's also interesting in that sequence that getting around the back markers was still 1 minute 37 lap time for both Enduro Dispatch, and the gap again. It's coming down, but it's coming down way too late. So, and that's not going to happen. So Clutton's trying to get past the Greensaw Motorsport car, which has, I believe, Nigel Greensaw at the wheel of it, and he tried to get Cassius Medias out, and he had to skip over the chicanes trying to avoid it. So Nigel might be a couple of laps down, but I think he was quite firm in holding his line, which made Clutton went, right, well, I'll just go the long way around and I'll skip the chicane, which I guess for him he might have thought was a necessity, because he was in a hurry to try and close the gap and get away from Harry Mailer, who I suspect now he's trying to, on genuine pace, trying to keep him behind rather than work with him, because he realises he's too far behind now to try and do anything about Riley Phillips.
Yeah, in fairness to Marcus, I think he slowed down when he cut the chicane to make sure he didn't gain an advantage. I wouldn't have done that. I'd have just put my foot straight down and say I was forced off the track. Sorry, Julian, I couldn't possibly have made the chicane. Gain half a second on the race leader, but again, possibly another reason why I'm a commentator, not a racing driver, with that sort of attitude. Out of Sunny come the second and third place cars. Then we are going to go on to the final lap this time, by the looks of it. This battle's still raging on with the 212 car, which I remind you is a lap behind the 101 and 262 cars, who are fighting for position, still refusing point blank to get out of the way. Uvio and Make Happen Racing Dominoes are together again, not for the first time, albeit on different laps. Through we go though, onto the final lap of the race, and it's all about this fight for second.
Yeah, is there going to be a last minute change? Because now they've been working together, they're not going to be bosom chums on this last lap, either. They're going to get a chance to do so. The gap is now 5 seconds, and he's pointing down at Tower Corner because he reckons, oh, it's gone, it's up the inside, he's done it, it's up the inside. So into the last lap, Harry Mailer thought, right, forget Tower Corner, it's happening at Clairvaux, so up the inside, but now he goes from the hunter to the hunted. Now they're going to go in the S's. I think we're going to see battle stations down at Tower Bend. Here we go.
I'm not sure that's what I'd have done, but let's find out, because Marcus Clutton now does have the toe down the back straight. He's not reeling in Harry Mailer particularly, is he though? Harry making absolutely certain to cover the inside line. Clutton goes to the outside. What about the exit speed though? You can get a switch back out of Tower and go side by side towards the Jim Clark S's. Bit of paint traded between the two of them, and they are wheel to wheel towards the Jim Clark S's for the final time in a 4-hour race for second place. Enduro Motorsport fighting around the outside, still side by side, and Marcus Clutton has got it back as they go out of the Jim Clark S's. Terrific racing. Marcus Clutton back into P2 with less than half a lap to go. This is all happening about 5 seconds or so behind the race leader Riley Phillips, who looks now on course to take Olympians' first victory in their championship defending year. But who will join them on the podium, and more importantly, in which order, because it ain't over yet. Down to the complex we come for the final time. Riley Phillips into the complex, side by side for second place. Around the outside goes Harry Mailer to try and get the inside for the right-hander. There's no gap. Clutton closes the door, and now he's just got to defend for one more corner. Into the hairpin they go. There's no room on the inside for Harry Mailer. There's contact on the apex. He pushes him out wide. Team Olympian are going to win round number 6 of the Fun Cup Endurance Championship, whilst for second place it's a drag race to the line with Marcus Clutton for Enduro Motorsport getting a really well-deserved first podium finish. Third place in the end goes to Dispatch Bay Express. Some valuable championship points for them. That was incredible, side by side through the fastest sequence of corners on the track, and great respect between both Marcus Clutton and Harry Mailer there. That is exactly what Fun Cup is all about.
Yeah, sensational stuff, but it's not over yet, because you can see coming to the complex now, Stanton and Track Focus are now together, because now Track Focus has got the 212 car out of the way, but it's going to be too little too late, as I have to say one of their best drives so far this season with all the effort they've put in. A well-deserved 6th place for Stanton Motorsport. Great drive from Martin Compton, Warren McKinley. Track Focus pick up 7th place, and it will be Make Happen Racing pick up 9th, even though they're a lap down. And then also coming to the flag, this will be pleasing, at least it'll be a 3rd place and some silverware to take away from PLR Racing. They will finish 3rd in the Masters class, even though they are back down in 18th place overall. And we should mention also, I've never known that of a car to change classes mid-race, but Nigel Greensill, the fact he jumped into his own team car, inadvertently takes that car to a Masters class victory, which I've never heard of before, but you have to say one word for these guys: finally. All the bad luck they've had, missing out on the victory twice. You had that disaster at Donington, you had the engine failure at Silverstone, the engine failure at Anglesey in the first race, missing the second race, losing the lead with 3 laps to go. There will be a massive sense of relief and joy between those guys. And after the incredible race, here's how it all finishes up. Fantastic 4 hours, as always. Who said 4 hours of endurance racing was dull? Incredible stuff.
It's nice that the Fun Cup has gone back to form again over the last couple of races as well, because the start of the season, the races were a little bit quieter. The last couple, though, have been absolutely epic. It's Olympian with the win then, Enduro second, Dispatch Bay Express third, with GCI Racing in 4th place, Team Viking in 5th, Stand 2 Motorsport in 6th place ahead of Track Focused, MJ Tech GT, Make Happen Racing and GT Radial to round out the top 10. We had, incidentally, 8 of them on the lead lap at the end. Outside the top 10, Tacosis with Raw Motorsport, Greensill Motorsport's 125 car, EDF Motorsport in 13th, 14th for the 188 car, but they were in the pit lane at the time the flag came out, so we'll wait and see officially where they end up. 15th place for Make Happen Racing's 106, 16th for the 225 UVO Hoffman's Lotus car, so some points scored, but that does at the moment become their dropped score. PLR Racing, the last car running at the line, CCS Media, JPR Black Widows and Team Greenheath, sadly, were all not running at the flag. Scott, another incredible race that, and I cannot wait to see how the final 3 rounds of this championship are going to go. We've got a double header at Alton Park next time, the 4-hour finale at Donington Park at the end of the year, the same place we started the season back in April. And if that race is anything to go by, it's going to be a pretty thrilling championship running.
Yeah, I'm excited for the last 3 races. I'm not sure how many I'll be able to make of those final 3, either at Alton Park or Donington, but I will be very interested to see how they play out, and it should be fantastic to see in any case. One thing I went through by just quickly, CCS Media did not finish that race, but they're shown as second in Masters. So how does that work in terms of them being laps behind?
It depends how much of the race they completed, I think. So I think they should be okay. I can't remember whether it's 50 or 75% of the race distance, but I think they completed 75 just about, didn't they? So I think they will be classified 17th place, even though they weren't running at the end, which, as you say, is second place in class.
Excellent stuff. But yeah, incredible race as always. And what I love about these races with Fun Cup is for the people who've never seen them before or have heard about Fun Cup and thought, oh, it's a 3 or 4 hour race, is it going to be dull in points, or a longer race tends to be not much happens. I hope that those who have seen it for the first time or had that opinion beforehand have watched this and had their opinions changed or have found new fans, because it is a championship where it's not like any other endurance championship. You do get fantastic finishes like that. You know, it was for second place, doesn't matter. Brilliant battle for the podium on the last lap between those two. It was proper side-by-side racing, and I take my hat off to Marcus Clutton. He kept his foot in all the way through Jim Clark S's, and he was committed to try and make that move on Harry Mailer, and Harry didn't want to give an inch either. So credit to both drivers for a fantastic effort through all of that. But again, Team Olympian will feel very relieved, overjoyed, just quite satisfied with the fact they can actually get the job done this time, despite all the bad luck they've had before, and they'll be absolutely over the moon by finally getting that first victory. It will be a bit bittersweet as well, because also they've had so much bad luck, which means they're way out of championship contention, like 15th coming into the weekend, so it'll be some silver lining for them on the season to have at least got one victory with a number 1 on the door, but for them, it's certainly going to be quite a satisfying moment for the end of the season. I think for me, team of the day in terms of their performance overall, arguably there's 2. GCI Racing for that 4th place, but at times they were looking good for a podium, even led at one point, and were lapping as quick as anyone else, even not quicker at the quickest points. And also, I have to give a massive shout out to Stand 2 Motorsport. Brilliant driving all day from Martin Compton and Warren McKinley. It would have been great for them to get a podium. 6th is still really good reward for them in terms of championship points and a good finish, but their drive to get there, regardless of where they were, in terms of in the field at points, even leading at some stages, was fantastic. So those 2 for me were the standout teams, driving combos in the field. And yeah, a fantastic long 4-hour race to round out what's been a slightly shorter race-wise programme day, but it's rounded off what's been a fantastic first day, and there's set to be even more coming up next when we replace 4-hour races with 20-minute races with some slightly more smaller little pocket rocket cars rather than these Fun Cup cars, as I'm sure you've got the timetable for tomorrow in front of you.
Yeah, racing tomorrow starts then at 1:25 with the Caterham 7310R Championship. All of our Caterham Championships that raced earlier on today will be racing tomorrow, as well as Scott said, the Nankang Tyre BRSCC CityCar Cup, which is set to be a pair of fantastic 20-minute races, so be sure to join us tomorrow probably about 20 past 1 for all of the live action here from Croft. For now, though, that's about all we have time for today. Thank you, everyone, for tuning in. Hope you've enjoyed your afternoon of racing. Those of you who have been here trackside, I hope you've managed to stay warm and dry out there, and you've enjoyed the racing, and we hope to see as many of you back tomorrow as possible. For now, though, from Jamie Peters-Ennis down in the pit lane, Andy McEwen and Scott Woodwis up here in the commentary box, that is all for tonight. We'll see you tomorrow.